Good morning and welcome to Fairburn Cricket Club here in Yorkshire. As you can see behind us, preparations are underway for the second ODI, England versus Australia. It's been fairly exciting so far, Owen.
Yeah, been really good, Matt. Yeah, England so far have had a few narrow defeats in the Lions games at Ooty Bridge and Cheadle Hulme, but of course last week, most notably, that 40-run defeat to Australia. Australia drawing first blood there at Littleborough. They'll be looking to go 2-0 up, but a leveller here would really open up the series again, Matt, wouldn't it?
Absolutely would. And of course we're at the home of Kevin Watson, the bowler for England, and we're hoping to get a few words with him later on. But join us at 12 when the match starts. Okay, I'll do it again.
Yes, good morning. You're here at Fairburn Cricket Club, and I'm pleased to say, since we recorded that little introduction this morning, we've got a bit more blue sky and sunshine. It's really warmed up here. As you join me, the captains are out in the middle doing the toss. Rash and Owen will bring us that footage when the time comes. We've got a 12 o'clock start. We had a chat with a lot of people this morning. We got in nice and early with the later start, and the first person Owen spoke to was Rocky the Roo.
Good morning, everybody. You join us here with Rocky the Roo here at Fairburn Cricket Club. So, Rocky, how are your travels in York? He loved it. He loved seeing the York Minster. He's also just said Australia are going to go 2-0 up today here at Fairburn. I don't think so, mate. It's going to be 1-1.
So that's Owen carrying his relationship with Rocky the Roo, and the whole entourage of Australia has been fairly good, and they followed around. And two of them are the ladies Cheryl and Tracy, who we caught up to have a chat with before today's game.
You join us at Fairburn Cricket Club, and I'm here with these two lovely ladies, Cheryl and Tracy, who've been following the tour around. Just introduce yourself, ladies, and tell us what you're doing.
Hi, I'm Cheryl. I'm the wife of Bill Blair, and I've been on several tours, and I'm just the amateur photographer. I'll put that out there now, but love taking photos of the guys.
Hi, I'm Tracy. I'm Tony Panacasio's. I should know that name, shouldn't I? I'm his wife, and I'm doing the same as Cheryl. Cheryl's my mentor, and just loving the fact that we're here and supporting the guys.
You seem to have a lovely weekend in York, and you've done the weekend at Stirling before. You're getting some sights in you. What's your highlight, and you enjoying yourselves?
Do you know what? I was actually asked the question because I'm going to be asked later this one, and I thought, what is the highlight? Unfortunately, there's just not one. When we've been at every ground, the people are just warm and welcoming. We obviously had a great night at the Cock Inn, yeah. But seriously, wherever we've been, it's just a warm welcome, and honestly, that's what it's about, coming over here and playing in the villages. It's the number one thing to do. If you ever get the chance to come over and play, come to the villages. Don't stay in the cities. It's the place to be.
Yeah, and a lot of the players, Tracy, said how quaint and different to an Australian pitch this would be. Are you seeing it a lot different from home?
Yes, obviously in Australia we've got a lot more space, so you obviously utilise your space as much as you can and get the pitches in wherever. So it's an interesting ground. It's a lovely part, but there's some undulations out there and a bit of a lean to the side. So we're looking forward to it. So yeah.
That's Tracy and Cheryl here at Fairburn, and hopefully if they win and go 2-0, we'll see that dance later.
Definitely.
So that was Cheryl and Tracy, who have been a really big support to the Australian team, giving them the morale up and creating a really good team spirit. And the England team spirit is summarised today. We've got Monty Douglas here. He's not playing today, but he's just come along to support the boys, and we were lucky enough to catch up with him today, and he talked us through the kind of squad rotation idea England are running this summer.
You join me here at Fairburn Cricket Club, and I'm here with Monty Douglas, who's obviously played both the Lions games, and he gets his first call-up today for the ODI. How the Lions games been for you, Monty?
Well, it's been good so far. Apart from the two sides that England put out, the Lions team and the ODI squad, they're very strong. Yeah. I know we perform well, but the Australian, they're always good at fielding, and I think, coming down to the latter part of the games could have gone either way, but we lost eventually. Yeah, but it's a good game though.
Yeah. So this is your first call up in the ODI against Australia. You're looking forward to it. What do you expect at this ground?
Well, I'm not playing today.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm here to support the guys then.
Okay.
Yeah, but the ground is a beautiful ground, and I know the team that they put out there is a very strong team, and hopefully they can level this series 1-all. It's just that we have a little bit of complacent, and if the batsman they bat to their potential, either one or two of them could get big runs. They got the ability and they could do it. It's just that we're not performing as we should.
So are you playing at Stratford on Thursday in the next Lions game?
No, I'm not playing there either.
Are you not?
No, no. I'm resting. I think the whole idea, what the committee has, because we got a lot of new players coming in, yeah? And what they're trying to do is try to play as much as people as possible, especially those young guys that coming in who's 59 and 60. Because what they're trying to do is to build a team for the World Cup next year. Yeah, so they're trying to play them as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, I won't say at my age because I'm still playing and I'm still good at it. Yeah, but at 66, and then you got a 59-year-old. Yeah, you might give him more chance than me. Yeah, but I'm still with them and I'm still supporting them. Yeah.
So there you go. Monty Douglas, a lot about the squad rotation that England are doing this summer ahead of today's ODI against Australia.
Yeah, thanks for that, Monty. Brilliant insights into how England are using the 33 players this summer in a squad rotation system, and again showing the team spirit that he's just come down here to support the boys today at Fairburn Cricket Club. Another one of the squad we managed first time this summer to get a word with was Mel Hussein.
Hello again, everybody. You join us here with England's Mel Hussein. Thanks for joining us, Mel. Last week at Littleborough, it was a 40-run defeat in the end, but what did you make of the game last Monday?
Bit of a disaster, really, for England. I think, we did very well the first half of the game, restricting Australia to what I believe was probably slightly under par on a very good track at Littleborough, which was only going to get better. And to be 106 for 1 to 7 down, 130 or something. These things happen in cricket. Cricket's a funny game, but you could see the body language of Australia. They were pretty much, done and dusted. Heads were down, shoulders were drooping, and then of course, 2 or 3 wickets, and suddenly they've seen the door open and they got both feet in there. So, we just have to forget that, put that behind us, and start again today. It's going to be interesting because the wicket looks green, which will suit the Australian bowlers, I think, as they've got 3 or 4 decent seamers. It's a small ground, which won't help spinners to some extent to defend. So it's going to be, it'll be an interesting day, interesting toss to win. I think probably if I was captain today and won the toss, I'd stick them in because we've had rain overnight. The covers have been on. It's supposed to stay warm and sunny all day, so I think it will get quicker and better to play on later. So you just have to back ourselves. We're a good side. They're a good side. So there's no reason why we can't level the series 1-1 and then just move on. So from we just put what happened last week to one side. We did quite a lot of good things, particularly in the field. Great opening partnership. Australia will probably kick themselves that they probably dropped 2 or 3 catches in that partnership. So that could have been a different scenario as well, as if they catch those catches, because they weren't hard. It's very rare that Pavey drops a catch, and he did. So from that aspect. But the other thing, of course, is that it was a very hot day, and fielding first is always a big drain. And I think some of what happened early doors, i.e., we got to 100 without loss, but then you could just see the 2 opening batters had kind of lost steam and were huffing and puffing a little bit, and that's when you sort of probably just take 5 or 6 overs out the game, just try and reset. Don't worry about run rates, don't worry about what the state of the game is, because one of those guys needs to go on and get a big score, and then we can bat around and rally around it. But then you've got like myself, Ed. The unfortunate run out was, second time Ed's run me out now, once in Perth. But that's cricket for you. It just happens, unfortunately. And it's all credit to Australia, because they do set very tight, restrictive fields, which mean you either have to go over the top, take some risks, or you run quick singles, which they are a good fielding side, so there's always a chance of run out. So, that happened. I think Ed shot, probably if he could do that again, he probably wouldn't have played that shot. He would have just hit it out there for one or two. And yeah, it was just unfortunate. Shawsey showed you really that it wasn't that hard. And had somebody just stayed around towards the end, I think we wouldn't have had the 40-run deficit. But it is what it is. We have to just forget that. Today's a new game. Crack on. Toss. I think the toss will be important. And hopefully, we keep them to a under par score, and our batters come good.
Thank you very much, Mel, for that insight there. Of course, we're here at Fairburn Cricket Club for the second ODI, England and Australia in the Grey Ashes. Join us from midday.
Again, some brilliant insight there from Mel Hussein, and great to catch up with him before the game. Owen also had a chance to catch up with Kev Watson, who's at his home cricket ground today.
Hello again, everybody. You join us here with Kevin Watson before England take on Australia in the second ODI here at Fairburn Cricket Club. A ground you know all too well, Kevin. It's your home ground. How proud of you just to see like an England international, Grey Ashes international at your home pitch?
It's a dream come true for the club. I'm delighted, obviously. I've been here 10 years, and from where the club has come from to get an ODI against Australia, then the club are just, they're living in dreamland. It's a fantastic achievement for them to get this on. Delighted when I was asked by Paul Bradley if Fairburn would host, and hopefully we have a good day and the weather stops good. So, yeah.
It's slightly unfortunate for you today not playing, but you're confident in the lads to hopefully level up the series this afternoon.
We are hoping it will be 1-1 in 7 or 8 hours' time. Obviously, gutted. I think as everybody's seen on my Facebook page, but it's difficult. We've got so many good players. Yes, you want to play on your home ground in an international, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Mark Wilson and Palms have done well, and they got the nod just ahead of me. So you have to take it on the chin and accept it, and instead I'll go around selling raffle tickets or whatever it may be through the day. So, but we'll have a fantastic day. Hopefully, we can turn it round from Littleborough, and as I say, make it 1-1. Couple of changes to the team. But yeah, we're good enough. But we know the Aussies are a fantastic side as well.
Yeah, of course. Just recently, we've seen the Lions side. You've been a part of just having a really close game, 2 weeks in a row, having a really close game with Australia. It just shows. Despite the bid squad, it shows that everyone in that squad can really put a tough test against the Aussies.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think the 30 plus squad. I think everybody's capable of playing. Against Australia, they're all good enough, and I think, as you said, both Lions games I've played in, you could say that they could have gone either way. I think it was 7 runs and 2 wickets. So we've put up a fantastic performance, to push them that close. We know all 17 of the Aussies are quality players. I think we saw, as you did on, and I forgot what day we're on, Friday. Friday. ODI Bridge, the thing with the Aussies is the bat so far down the order. Everybody can bat. We thought when we got Bill Blair at 7 down, there was a fantastic chance to win that game. But hats off to the Aussies. They batted well. We didn't take us chances, and you have to take your chances in this game.
Thank you, Kev. Yes, it's Kevin Watson there, Fairburn zone, ahead of England versus Australia, the second Grey Ashes one-day international. Join us from midday for ball-by-ball commentary.
Yeah, it's very disappointing there for Kevin Watson today, not getting to play at his home ground. And we've kept Owen Mason very busy this morning because he next had a chance to speak to the England captain, Edward Gordon-Lennox.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We're here now with the England captain, Edward Gordon-Lennox. Ed, nice to see you again. We're here at Fairburn this afternoon. We'd obviously look back at last week at Littleborough. It was a disappointing defeat in the end, wasn't it? What did you make of it at Littleborough?
Yeah, you're right, and we were disappointed after last Monday's game. We got off to, we kept the Australians down to 245. There was a point when they were looking at 280, so that was good. And then Steve Small and Paul Radish did a fantastic job to get us to 100 for no wicket. And there it all fell apart, and a few of us in the middle order didn't perform. We got ourselves out, we ran other people out, and it was disappointing. And so the guys at the end had a tough time, but of course Graham Shaw held it together with Phil Deakin towards the end. So a disappointment, but we know what we've got to do.
Yeah, of course. Squad-wise today, obviously Timor Allen comes in after his good spell with the Lions. How else is the squad looking ahead of today?
Yeah, so unfortunately Paul Radish had an injury, so we've replaced him with Tony Burbeck, who also got runs against the Aussies earlier on with the Lions. And then we, other than that, we're about the same. Sadly, Kevin Watson drops out. We're going with two seamers and four spinners. So Newman comes back in for this game, having been injured last time.
Yeah, of course. Here at Fairburn this afternoon, or this morning, you see this bit of an incline on the pitch. What do you think it will? How do you think it will go down this afternoon?
Well, it's interesting, Owen. It's it's been a bit damp overnight, and yesterday it's a bit green on top. It'll probably dry up as the day goes on. The boundaries are a bit shorter, so hopefully we'll defend those twos that the Australians are very good at running. So it's going to be a slightly different game, I think. I suspect there'll be a lot of runs if we get going, although the pitch may curtail a bit of that.
Just finally, Ed, a good thing with a 5-match series. Obviously, you've got this chance now to rectify it, to level it today. How crucial is that today? Yeah,
it's important. We want to go 1-1, as we did back in 2003, and that would set the series up very well. It's clearly very important.
Brilliant. That's the England captain Ed Gordon-Lennox there ahead of this afternoon's second one-day international in the Grey Ashes against Australia here at Fairburn. Join us from midday.
And that's fairly apt that you might now hear in the background the national anthems have just taken place and the England one playing out just as you see the end of Owen Mason's interview with the skipper. And just after that, finally got to work myself and had a chat with the Australian captain, Peter Judd.
I'm here with Peter Judd, the Australian captain at Fairburn Cricket Club. You've had time to reflect on last week's victory. Any thoughts about it?
Well, thankful we got over the line. It was one of those games where for a long while there it roller coasted. We sort of had our nose in front, and they did, and we did, and they did. So to finish up on as the winner, we were relieved and certainly pleased.
This is probably the quaintest, smallest, very English cricket ground we've seen so far. I know Terry Beck was licking his lips when he saw that short boundary when he got off the bus. What are your initial thoughts?
Tony Panacasio had been here a few weeks beforehand with Kev Watson and had a look, and he told us the quirkiness of the ground and the smallness. So I was actually expecting it to be smaller than it is. So I'm pleasantly pleased about that. Because I think the bigger grounds suit us with our running between wickets and the way we feel. But, it is what it is, and we're just going to have to adjust, perhaps play the game a little bit differently with these smaller boundaries. But, yeah, we'll have to think on our feet as we go.
And are you able to tell us yet who's rested today? Do you know the team?
Yes, I know the team. The 4 players for us resting today are Paul Matthews, Jeff Patterson, John Adamson, and Alan Muggleton. So a couple of changes from our other game.
And you've had a chance to look at the wicket already. Do you know what you're going to do when the toss comes?
I'm still thinking about that one. Yeah, I've got some theories. It's which theory we go with. Yeah.
England captain says really green, a lot of grass on top.
Yeah, it does have a green cover to it, and it does seem very hard. Certainly better wicket than we had in Uterbridge the other day, or it looks like it will be. So yeah, we just have to have a bit of a think.
So that's Peter Judd, the Australian captain here. Join us at 12 o'clock for live coverage.
So some lovely insights there this morning from captains and players and the backup team with Cheryl and Tracy. And we've done all the nice interview stuff before Rash had a chance to get out there and do the serious stuff with having a look at the pitch and seeing what happened in the toss.
We're expected to get a bit cloudy later on. May do a bit in the air, but I think, all in all, on this wicket, par score, you're looking at about 230 to 240, but it's going to be difficult for the team batting first for the first 10, 12 overs, I think. Well, good morning from Fairburn Cricket Club. Toss for the second one-day international between England and Australia has just taken place behind me, and with the two skippers, Peter Judd from Australia to my left, Ed Gordon-Lennox from England to my right. I'll start with you, Peter, if I may. Some discrepancies with the coin toss, but we'll gloss over that. I've never seen a coin roll on its side like that. But toss lost and put into bat. Just want to touch briefly before we get on to today's the workout that your boys got on Friday at my home club at Outerbridge against the Lions. The second time you played them in the space of a week, and you produced two absolute belters.
It was very good, wasn't it? Terrific for the crowd that you helped generate, and for us again with our preparation, that was the first time in our 6 games we actually bowled first and then had to chase. We didn't do it convincingly, but it's all good practice for us. Yeah.
So a couple of changes from the team that played at Littleborough on Monday, as my papers are starting to go out. J.A. John Adamson and Paul Matthews in Stuart Ridge and Glenn Pearce, but it's still a very, very strong side. You'll be hoping that your batsmen just apply themselves a touch better than they did on Friday, but you must be pleased with how the tour's gone so far, undefeated.
It's certainly. The undefeated part's a little bit of icing on the cake, you know. In some of these other games, it's very deliberate that we play certain people and put them in certain positions in situations in games, so that hopefully as the tour goes on, if they're called on to display their craft, they've had some preparation and they can do it with some success.
Super stuff. Peter, thank you for your time. Wish you and the boys the best of luck.
Thank you. Good luck, Ed.
Thank you. So turning to my right, Ed Gordon-Lennox. Ed, you had a week to reflect, but it's been a week not just about cricket for you. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this to you had a family event of some significance over the weekend.
Yeah, Rash, my youngest daughter got married on Saturday, which was a great joy, and last week was, it was a good way of recovering from what wasn't a great performance last Monday, but you come out of that and we're now fired up to see what we can do today.
Super stuff. I think it's a good toss to win the pitch behind us. A lot of green on it. I think there'll be a bit of help with the overhead conditions, a bit of lateral movement, maybe a touch in the air. Reflecting on that game last Monday at Littleborough, obviously disappointed me because England had done very, very well to limit that powerful Australian batting unit to 250 on what was a very good track. And at 106 with no wicket, I think it was heavily weighted, but we glossed over it. Just a couple of changes, in fact 3 for you today, a late one. Out go Razi Ahmed, Kevin Watson, and a late injury to Paul Radish. So in come Timor Alam, been playing very well for the Lions, who gets his call today. Nick Newman, who bowled magnificently well on Friday, and Tony Burbeck. So strength in depth again. You'll be looking to level this series up on what should be a very, very quick outfield and small ground.
Yeah, Rash, well, look, we made a few changes for the right reasons. Small ground, it looks a bit damp, as you say, early on. That's why we're bowling, and it should harden up. Difficult to defend maybe later on. So glad we've won the toss, and we can go and put them under pressure right from the start, particularly given their batting needs a bit of confidence after Friday. Lions did a great job. Again, another disappointing day for them. But yeah, changes. Kevin, it's a shame he can't play on his home ground, but that's where we are. Nick Newman tested fit on Friday and bowled very well on Friday. And Paul Radish unfortunately had an injury in the last couple of days, so replaced by Tony Burbeck, who's scored runs in the Lions and is a class player himself.
He certainly is. Ed, wish you and the boys the best of luck.
Great.
Thank you.
Rash.
Well, there you go. Views from the two skippers out here, Ed Gordon-Lennox and Peter Judd. England winning the toss, putting the opposition into bat, hoping to level the series at 1 game apiece. Live commentary and ball-by-ball coverage from Fairburn Cricket Club. From midday, join myself, Rash Mahmood, my colleagues Matt Evans and Owen Mason at 12.
So there we go, fantastic. A fantastic morning's work by the media team there, lots of insight. And the breaking news is England win the toss and choose to bowl. So we'll see Australia batting first. It was all up in the air. We were umming and ahhing about which way it would go all morning. And I welcome to the commentary table the hard-working, rocky nemesis of Owen Mason.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, great to be here again. These games come in thick and fast now, and we're here for the second one-day international here at Fairburn. But I've got some team news, as we heard a bit of it in the interviews with each captain, Ed Gordon-Lennox and Peter Judd. But I can give you the teams now for you. If you can see them on screen, if I actually get the all right there for you. Yes. So for England, Ed Gordon-Lennox, Steve Aston, Timo Allen. Tony Burbeck, Phil Deakin,
Phil Deakin, Nick Gayward, Mel Hussein, Nick Newman, Mike Palmer, Graham Shaw, Steve Small and Mark Wilson. Bit of a late alteration there because an injury, as mentioned by Ed Dorden, that's an injury to Paul Radage there over the weekend, unfortunately, for him. For Australia, yeah, there we go. You can see them on screen now for you. Peter Judd, Bill Blair, Graham Pavey, Darren Smith, Dud Murphy, Peter O'Reilly, Glenn Pearce, Claude Orlando, Terry Betts, Tony Panacasio, Stuart Ridge and Stephen Butler. So, yes, those are your teams there for you. So Matt, it's an interesting one. A few injuries in the camp for England. Obviously, bringing in the likes of Timur Allen. There was Paul Radage was injured over the weekend, but Timur Allen comes in. It's a boost for him. Obviously, shown how well he played in the Lions games. Gets his first over 60 start today, Matt.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased because we were there to witness that game, and the first thing we said is, how's he not playing for the England ODI side with a knock like that at Cheadle and Hume, I think, wasn't it? Be really good to see him. Hopefully he bats as well. We were discussing in the media bus over the weekend with Benny, the cameraman, how we want this to be an England win, really. Which if they finish the game off today 2-0, we won't be there covering the Fame third game. That's easy for me to say. Although we are trying to work on how we can cover that. We'll get the YouTube chat up soon, so do let us know where you're listening in from. I've just had a chat with the lovely Darren Smith, who gives us all his time in the world, and he's let us know that Peter O'Reilly and Doug Murphy will be opening the batting. Play starts at 12 o'clock as we have a bit of Jerusalem in the background, and the England team photo is going on, as you can see from the overhead picture. And the smallest ground we've been to, Owen, as we talked earlier.
Yeah, it's got a really small village feel to it. It's really nice, actually. Of course, home of Kevin Watson. Home ground for him. But yeah, as you can see, the England side just taking their team picture. There we're looking to rectify what we saw at Littleborough last Monday. As mentioned in those interviews that you saw earlier on from myself, Matt Evans and Rash Mahmood, that, they were really disappointed with, in any other word, capitulation that we saw at Littleborough last week. It was a shame to see it go like that after England was in such a good position. They'll just be hoping that, they're bowling first today. Australia, on this cricket outfield, as we say, I've never seen a ground like it, Matt, where it's a right old incline there towards the road end. It's quite extraordinary. That'd be interesting to see how that goes throughout the day. It's meant to be dry. A few spots of rain here and there this morning, but it's meant to be dry for the rest of the day, we hope. Of course, you can't ever depend on the Great British weather.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We've had 3 or 4 looks at the forecast and what have you, and we are hoping that it's going to stay dry. Certainly your Apple forecast says it's absolutely fine till 10 o'clock tonight, so that'll do us. So we are here. That's a bit of Jerusalem playing there for England. As we know, a bit of a key anthem for the England cricket team. We heard it loud and proud in the Hollies over the weekend, where England unfortunately lost to India to go 1-1 in the Test series, as Doug Murphy now and Peter O'Reilly, you can see from the pictures there, that beautiful overhead camera, are strolling out to get this second ODI underway. It's obviously 1-0 to Australia after the first game. And like Owen says, it's a really intricate pitch, this, with a big down slope towards this right-hand boundary as we look at it. We've got the pavilion end. We're back on that setup where the pavilion's behind the wicket, so we've got the pavilion end and maybe the flats end. But it'll be, I think this will be a really interesting one here with this little ground and this really green wicket. Most of the players mentioned how green that wicket was, Owen.
Yeah, it's a big factor, isn't it? As you mentioned, you have to call that the flats end, won't you? There's a great vantage point there for anyone watching. Because it's free of charge for all spectators here, but yeah, nice vantage point if you're in that top flat. Yes, but we're just about to get underway then. As Matt mentioned, Dud Murphy and Peter O'Reilly to get us underway here for the Australian batting order. Hopefully no stray cricket balls on kneecaps this time, Matt, but you can never be too careful. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting test. The sun's out, ready for a cracking day of cricket. England will be hoping to level it all up, Matt.
Absolutely, and we're going to be starting bowling coming from the flats end. I'm sure there's a better name than that for it, but wicketkeeper Steve Aston going through a real stretch here. And I guess what we're looking for here from England, Owen, on the comments we've made are a bit more urgency in the field, cutting out those 2 runs that Australia seem to rack up, and not dropping as many catches. And that's, I know I'm alluding to the Lions game there, but just a little bit more dynamic and alert in the field.
Yeah, you know, it got to a point in that Lions game where, you know, it was 93 for 7. And you look at it and you think, crikey, you know, a few more catches go the way of England. And it could have been wrapped up before Australia, of course, eventually got to that 168 in the end, but it got quite tight for them. England really limiting them, didn't they? Those final few overs just let themselves down a little bit. But here we go. England to get underway then in the bowling. And Dud Murphy and Peter O'Reilly, as we mentioned, getting us underway. Dud Murphy, we've spoken to him over the days. Matt, he'll be hoping for a bit of a better score from him. Of course, it was, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was the 4 and out, wasn't it, for Dud Murphy? 2 balls. First he had a boundary, and then the second, I say that.
Oh.
Close one there.
I think that was a stumping, was it? Oh, we got the little light up bails today, which is exciting. Got the Christmas bauble bails on that give us a little flash when the stump's been hit. Although that one is currently still going on the on the stump. I think there was an attempted stumping by Steve Aston, which was not in, but already 2 balls. And again, you say there's a decline on this pitch in this side, going down towards the road, which is going to take the ball away from the right-handed batsman, which is Peter O'Reilly facing now. And it's going to be a really interesting start to this game.
Yeah, it's definitely the steepest decline I've seen since I've been covering cricket this last year or so. Just crikey, it really goes down. The only thing I can think of is I was at a Cheltenham Town women's game in Bristol a few months ago, and it was just like that pitch at Bristol Manor Farm, where there's a decline of the pitch, quite a real big slant on it. But here's another delivery then.
So a little flash at that outside off stump. Yeah, Peter O'Reilly's had a flash outside. He's off something there and trying to cut it away to that short boundary, which I'm sure will be targeted today.
Yeah.
And again, it's gone down the leg side. And that'll be Wilson, will it? Starting the bowling. Presume it's Jockey, as they call him. He seems to open the bowling up. And quite rightly so. He's been very economical and
made an over there, Matt, for Mark Wilson. Really good start from him. England will be hoping for a few of them. We saw a few last week. Didn't we see about 5 in a row last week at Littlewood, didn't we? So it's that'll be interesting to see. Of course, we also saw Phil Deakin take 3 wickets at his home ground of Littleborough. So can something like that happen today? England needs something like that if they're to level up the series here ahead of Tame a week on Wednesday. No score then for Australia so far, as we're into the second over.
Yeah, second over is going to be
bit overcast, as we mentioned. Few blue clouds trying to peek their way through.
Yeah, sorry, that's Mike Palmer coming in from the filling
That's
ends
right.
for the second over. 0 for 0. Bit. Oh, he's gone.
Now isn't that an interesting start, Matt? Crikey.
Oh, poor old Doug Murphy, our mate. He's just totally played across that and it's wrapped him on the pads. It did look good from here. It was a fuller delivery. I thought he'd overpitched it. He was trying to clip it off his legs and send it down to that short boundary. I'm afraid Murphy's gone for a golden duck.
Goodness me, Matt. That is the start of dreams for England. But as we say, we've had a few conversations, haven't we, with Doug Murphy in recent days, and he will not be very happy with that. Of course, we saw in the Lions game, had his boundary, second ball he was out, and even before Australia have even registered a single run on the board, Matt. That's not good for Australia.
Yeah, I'm just watching his reaction here as he comes. I don't think he's very happy with the decision. I think he felt it was going down leg. He certainly, the shot he was playing suggested a leg side shot. And he was just talking to Bill Blair as he walked off the pitch there, a little shake of the head. Again, like I say, suggesting he wasn't too impressed with that decision, I'm afraid. But it's been made and he's gone and we're at 0 for 1. Can't get a better start than that, can we?
Yeah, crikey, it's the first time I've seen in my short cricket commentary tenure of a wicket being took before a single run is acquired on the board. Fantastic from England, though, and that's just what they needed to start things off here at Fairburn.
Yeah, and I know it's not traditionally in cricket this pitch will settle down and not be as lively second innings, which I think is why England bowled first, because that, I mean, you look at the ball now and Palmer and Wilson's hands, you imagine Blair and Bex with this movement. I think they would have loved it, and I think that's why Ed Gordon-Lennox is a really important toss to make and made the right decision.
Yeah, great decision in the end by the England captain. Thanks for joining us here, though, at Fairburn Cricket Club, the second one-day international. After last week at Littleborough, Australia were 250 for 7, a 44-run win for them. But a nightmare start for them. The early loss of Doug Murphy for the second time in about 3 days.
Well, I have to say, Owen, just a little spot there. You remember Darren Smith saying to us, notice how tight our field is. It looks like England might have taken a little leaf out of the book, because that's the first time I've seen them start wicky 2 slips. And the field is a lot tighter than we have seen. That red up on him there. Again, very good running by Australia and good backing up by Ed Gordon-Lennox there, but it was a cracking single taken there by Darren Smith. That ball really jumped up on him. Had to raise his bat and just pat it down. But yeah, for me, the England team maybe have taken a little leaf out of Australia's book, and they've got that really bit more of attacking, tighter field here as we start today's play.
Yeah, quite interesting to see that from England. Pleasing, actually, to see that as Palmer will come in once again. One on the board, as we say, for Australia, 1 for 1. Darren Smith acquiring that one. On the board for Australia. From an Australian point of view, Matt, they just need to settle down and form a partnership, don't they? Early doors.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a just a little defensive shot there from the Australian batsmen. They're 1 for 1 off the 2, so obviously not an ideal start. Again, I wouldn't even say Dougie Smith's a little bit out of touch. He's just been unlucky with some of his run out and his catch, and that, again, I say he was shaking his head coming off. I think he thought he was going a bit down leg. As we welcome on board Kev Ford, greetings from Sydney, Australia. So you'll be a local to some of these players we've been chatting to. And yeah, just steady the ship now. It's not, it happens a lot in cricket. It's not the end of the game. An early wicket gone. Obviously, Dougie Murphy will be disappointed, but it's down to the rest of the team now to pick up the slack and get some runs on the board. And interestingly, I mean, I think Rash called 230, 240 is a par score. And then talking to Kev Watson, we were in the bar, weren't we, about the honours board? Yeah. He was telling us strangely that here at Fairburn you have to get 6 wickets to get on the honours board, not like everywhere else where it's at Lords and your famous grounds. You normally have to get a 5-fer to make the honours board. He was telling us here at Fairburn. It's 6 to get on there, so he isn't actually on there, Kev Watson, with all his glory throughout his career. But also he was saying to us how big the scoring is around this ground, so whether Ash is a couple of runs short on that prediction, we'll have to wait and see. But I see what he means, because the way this ball is jagging around and catching the pads of players and LBW shouts galore, wickets could fall fairly quickly on this green-topped surface.
Australia will get that next run on the board then. 2 for 1 then now. Between Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith.
Again, that is very lucky. Smith, he's had a swing at that. He's totally missed it. Sorry, that's Peter O'Reilly's had a swing at that. He's missed it. The wicketkeeper's missed it. And it's flashed away for four runs. And yeah, Rash is just having a word here. Right next to our commentation station, David Mike Palmer, he's just saying the ball is moving a lot. So it's going to be tough batting conditions for the batsman. But again, these boundaries are short, and that little miss by the wicket there, and I think was kind of a deep first slip, has really just shot off for 4 runs. So you've got to be careful here. Surprised that the Steve Aston's so close up to the stumps on this, as Peter O'Reilly just guides one down there to backward point, and he's fielded easy.
Yes, I mean, really intriguing, isn't it, as the afternoon progresses on this ground. Matt, as another delivery will come in. Now look to get another run as it trickles down that decline there. But an England fielder on it. But yeah, it's 7 for 1 then now, and as Matt alluded to, you know, we had a word off air, Matt, about how that, you know, if you get it right on the seam, it can really shoot up, can't it?
And that's the shot
yeah,
there,
you
isn't it,
go.
down the hill. See, Darren Smith's clocked one there, not even really thrashed at it, and it's over that offside boundary before they've even got time to think. So you think the likes of Becky and Blair and the batsmen they've got, they could really rack up a score. So your bowling has got to be tight and economical today.
Yes, that's sort of game again, which makes for a really intriguing game of cricket. A cracking way that Darren Smith explained it to me was it's like a chess game. It certainly is, and I think that's going to be how it is as this afternoon progresses. 11 for 1 then, as we're just approaching 12:15 here at Fairburn.
Trevor and Juro saying great camera work and commentary, fellas. Cheers, Trevor. That's nice to hear. Down your way, Trev, on 25th of July, playing in the Truro Pro-Am, which is one of my favourites every year. A very wild occasion compared to your normal Pro-Ams, I have to say. It was the oldest one on the PJ West Region circuit, 50 years old this year, so I'll see you on the 25th of July.
Yeah, and another nice comment from Stephen Moore, watching from Sheer, Surrey. Come on, Aussies, he says. Thanks for that, Stephen. Great to hear you tuning in.
And just a little prod forward there by Peter O'Reilly into the offside. And we've actually got a few Aussie fans to turn up here at the ground today. Seen a couple of Aussie shirts and there's another Aussie flag somewhere. I can't see where he's based himself, but he turned up and said hello to the team. So a couple of people living in this area from good old Oz. As again, Palmer comes in, pavilion end, throws one. Oh, and again, there's a waft at that. Don't know if it got edge. It looked like it might have done. It's just bounced through. Slips have missed it again. So they've conceded a run there. I think Shaw and just there and Slips have let that go through, isn't it? Shaw and Phil Deakin and Slips there have just let that go past them. And again, wicket keeper's very tight and up to the stumps, which I'm surprised with the amount of movement. we're seeing off the surface here this morning. Good shot, just prodded into the leg side. So Rashmood seems to be having a word with Mike Palmer when he's down here fielding at third man, saying there's movement, which we knew there was going to be off this grassy surface. Going to be an intriguing day, Owen.
Oh, it certainly is. Certainly is at Fairburn. As Palmer comes in once more.
And that was very lucky. That was an inside edge from Darren Smith. It's missed his stumps and just trickled down there to fine leg. Got another single. Moving Australia on to 13 for 1. One more ball to come in the fourth over here. And obviously those regular listeners will know we have a little 5-over rotation in our commentary team. And Rash Mahmood will be joining Owen after the next over. Oh, that's jumped up again. There's a couple of little rises on these deliveries. And Darren Smith's turned round to the umpire there looking for a wide. But look how much that's popped up. That's past him mid over hip height, just below chest height. So it's a bit of a lively pitch is kind of what they were saying today. And these England fielders have got to be on the ball here today. Can't be having the dropped catches that we had again. I know it's a Lions game, but too many drop catches, Monty Douglas was saying, won't really cost them the game.
Yeah, they could have had it wrapped up, couldn't they, Matt? Yeah, they were 93 for 7. But just a word, as we say, on the international viewers, we had a great metric from our media man, Harrison, that 46 countries have been tuning in over the last 4 weeks to the YouTube streams, which is just a fantastic number, isn't it? All over the world, and we had about 1,700 viewers from Australia watching the first ODI last week, so welcome. If you're joining us from Australia or anywhere in the world, we thank you for joining us here on the England Over 60s YouTube channel. 46 countries, Matt, that's incredible.
Yeah, amazing, but it's a big old game around the world cricket. Much loved by a lot of people. And I think Cheryl and Tracy and the Aussie squad were really pleased to hear that 1,700 were listening in from home. Oh, and that's just zipped past the outside edge gain of Darren Smith and straight into Steve Astin's gloves. It's going to be a lively old innings, this, with that wicket. And I'm sure Palmer and Wilson will be rubbing their hands together here, being a couple of quickish bowlers. Oh, that's edged as well. Come down here, right where Palmer's fielding. The third man gets it in. He's literally 2 paces away from our commentary station. He's running and got that back in for 14 for 1. Australia are in the 5th over, just prodded forward there by Peter O'Reilly. Back towards the bowler's end. No run taken, so again, what Watson was saying, Owen may be fairly true on this. Sorry, what Rash was saying about the run par might be a bit closer than we thought with the difficult bowling conditions with the way the ball's moving. But again, another good over from Wilson. Only 1 from it so far. 7 for 0. 1 ball to come. Very interesting start, and if you're watching on YouTube, stick with us. It's going to be a very interesting game today, I feel, with this little small ground here in Fairburn, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Rash Mahmood and Owen Mason.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, we'll see you in a bit. He'll be roaming around Fairburn now, trying to get a few words with the locals. As we say, a lovely crowd coming here at the home of Kevin Watson, his home club. It's great to see a crowd forming here on this Monday afternoon. Nice sunny afternoon of it, after that rain we had at the weekend. But Rash Mahmood is joining me in just a moment. But yes, it's going to be a very intriguing innings on this style of pitch. It's going to be very, that decline. But yes, Rash, at early wicket, lost for Australia. Nightmare start for Australia, but a dream start for England. What have you made of it so far, 5 overs in?
Well, good morning, Owen. Good morning, everyone, wherever you may be. England taking full advantage of the overhead and pitch conditions. Those of you who joined the YouTube stream for the preamble, did the pitch report. Green pitch, slight bit of dampness, bit of a cloudy, muggy day. Michael Palmer, his first delivery to Doug Murphy, moved in the air. And Murphy just shuffling across his stumps, looking to play somewhere through the square leg mid-wicket region, wrapped on the pad, and umpire Tim Grogan standing at this pavilion end. Well, he had no hesitation in giving him out. But England have got to make use of these conditions, Owen. I think this is going to be like this for the next 6, 7, maybe 8 overs. I do expect the pitch to play a bit better. So if they've got to cash in, well, the conditions are in their favour, but a very good start.
Yeah, very, very, very good words there, Rash. Yes, it's a very good start from England. And as we are at the moment, 14 for 1 then, as we've just entered that 5th over. As we say, from an Australian point of view, O'Reilly and Smith just need to try and stick in there.
Got him.
Say that. Look at that for timing.
Got him. Great catch. Darren Smith on the replay, but just a bit too close to him. He's trying to chop that through the point area, and that's a fine catch at slip. Palmer strikes again then. Darren Smith out for 8 off 13 deliveries. Australia 14 for 2. As Graham Pavey makes his way out into the middle. Good bowling from Palmer. Don't think there was any movement in that, but it certainly bounced a bit. Darren Smith just trying to play it in one of his favourite areas, through the point area or just behind point. Just got a bit too close to him. Genuine edge and a very, very good catch by Phil Deacon. We've seen Phil Deacon take some absolute blinders at first slip. Went to him quickly. It's held on, and Darren Smith walks past us back into the pavilion. Brings Graham Pavey out, and we saw Graham on Friday. Very, very un-Pavey, like 15 deliveries I think it took him to get off the mark, Owen, and it was just frustration as he went for a big Yahoo top edge, and Steve Hunt ran round from his position at point at Newtybridge on Friday. Pavey out for 1, so rebuilding required for Australia. Excellent start by England, Mike Palmer in particular.
Yeah, Darren Smith walking past our commentary position, shaking his head there. He was not happy with that. Won't be best pleased with that, but Australia, as I mentioned before that wicket was lost, need to build a partnership if they're to get anything respectable on the board today. But it is still early days. 14 for 2. 15 for 2, I should say. But it's O'Reilly and Pavey to continue this Australian batting.
And a wide signal by umpire Grogan. Despite a valiant effort from Steve Aston. So a wide. Close to 1 run. 2 more to the total. 17 for 2 Australia move on to. Touch of movement again in the air from that Palmer delivery, just moving a touch to Graham Pavey. He was looking to work it into the leg side. And the sun's coming out, Owen, but it's imperative that England try and just eke out another couple of wickets and then really put the squeezy on the Australians. It's a high-scoring ground, short boundaries, so they've got to make hay. That's a slower delivery by Palmer. Just watched outside the off by Pavey, but good over from him. 3 overs from Michael Palmer from this pavilion and then here at Fairburn Cricket Club. 2 wickets for 6 runs. His partner Mark Wilson operating from the, what have you decided to call it, boys? The
Flats end.
The flats end. The flats end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7.
Yeah, as you mentioned in your picture report, Rash, you really need to adapt to the conditions here. You just said, like, if England can really take advantage of this now, but, in my short tenure of cricket commentary, I've never seen it, a decline on a pitch like that. That's imperative, isn't it? Because as you can see, 2 wickets, lost for Australia, but, crucial for England that they've got off to a start like this.
Yeah, it was a good toss to win. No doubt about it. At green top, atmospheric conditions in your favour. Bit of moisture in the pitch. That's the way it goes sometimes, but if it falls your way, you've got to take advantage of it. I don't expect it to last, but as I said, my pitch report, maybe first 12 overs or so, you're going to get some joy. And it's about, there's an inside edge from Pavey, who's looking to play that somewhere through point. Thick inside edge. Oh, very, very close to that leg stump. But no harm done. One more to the total then. 19 for 2. Australia. I'd just like to see Matt Wilson a touch fuller. Try and induce the drive. Well, that was slightly uppishly by O'Reilly, but you've got the 2 men in the covers. You've got Nick Newman. Looks like Steve Small. Tony Burbeck took a fabulous catch on Friday. He's at backward point. Just pitch it up. Try and get O'Reilly onto the front foot, looking to drive through the offside. Like that. Don't worry about that. It was a nice shot. You want him to be playing shots like that. Always got a chance. That occasion, Wilson just a touch short. Let's get it a bit fuller. 23 for 2 then, Australia. That's a better delivery. And a bye signal by umpire Nell Ford, standing at the flats end. Better delivery, better line, better length, and just allowing the ball. There was a slight bit of drift on that as well. End of that Wilson over then. 4 overs. He's bowled straight off from the flats end. One made and no wicket for 13. As Michael Palmer makes his way up from his fielding position at fine leg to start his 4th over. 3 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 6 runs. Good start by him. There's a nice crowd building up here, enjoying the sunshine. It's going to be Peter O'Reilly to face. 7 not out, 22 deliveries, however. Tough going.
Decided not to go for that run in the end, Rash.
Well, it is Graham Pavey style, isn't it? We've seen it. He always wants to be in the thick of the action. You see that in the field. He runs about all over the place, but trying to get down the other end. He's no slouch, Peter O'Reilly, but certainly not as quick as Graham Pavey.
In from Palmer. Again then. At the pavilion end. Oh, and again. Just at near side. There'll be no score there for Australia, but yeah, Tony Burbeck coming in, a late replacement, wasn't it, for Paul Radage, who obviously had a bit of an injury over the weekend, but a good replacement, as you say. As you say, he's really impressed, hasn't he, in recent weeks. You know, that Lions side, you're pushing Australia 2 weeks running now, which is just pleasing for.
That's the delivery.
Yeah, pleasing for everyone to see.
Good areas, good length from Palmer. That's the length you want to be bowling. You can see that O'Reilly's looking to drive that one. It's just what I was advocating the previous over from Mark Wilson. It becomes very tempting when the batsman sees that. Yeah, Tony Burbeck, been a good player for a long time. I said that last week. Good to see him back in the England fold. He was adjudged out LBW on Friday. Like all batsmen, he never thought he was out. But the England line showed a lot of heart again, Owen. We were really impressed with them. Fantastically marshalled by the line skipper, Jason Corm. 166 on that Uterbridge track, which was by no means a bad track. They knew they were a few runs short. An appeal for LBW from Palmer as O'Reilly just prods forward. You see it on the replay. Yeah, going quite a way forward. Hits him just on the knee roll though. So decent shout. Yes, it would have been interesting to see if England could have battered out their final 15 deliveries of their allocated 45. It may have been a bit closer in the end. Australia made hard work of getting to the target of 167, but an absolutely fabulous game of cricket. And the Lions boys have produced 2 fabulous games of cricket against this Australian side and demonstrated that they're not infallible, they're not superhumans, they're human beings and cricketers. And if you can get amongst them early doors, like any team, you've got a chance.
Yeah, he spoke to Peter Judd just after the toss, Rash, and he said, the unbeaten record is a bit of an icing on the cake in terms of their run in the UK so far, but they know they've been tested. I think that's the main thing, and I think they're really pleased with that. Even though they were run really close to the sword on Friday, and this early start here, they must be looking at it and thinking, we've got a game on our hands. They know they had that anyway with this England side, but they know they've really, really got to be careful in a game like this. Just those 2 early wickets lost. They know this series isn't done and dusted just yet by any means.
Well, so often in the one-day internationals between England and Australia, it doesn't really matter who you've got. I mean, for a long time, it was Darren Smith and Peter O'Reilly. Doug Murphy coming in for the first 3 matches of the series last winter. It was the platform that they gave them first off. 50, 60, 70, 80 without loss. It just gives you as a batsman coming in at 3, 4, 5, 6 confidence because you've got such a good start. And the big thing really was that you managed to accumulate runs very, very quickly early on. So they put the England boys under masses of pressure. And then when you've got the likes of Graham Pavey to come in, who is a quality batsman in his own right, but he exerts even more pressure by turning 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. Suddenly, despite your best efforts, you are well... Oh, just had a little nibble at that outside off stump. O'Reilly, taken by Steve Aston. Okay. 31 deliveries O'Reilly has faced for his 7. That's the one. That's the one. That's exactly it. Got O'Reilly driving. I mentioned it. Absolutely perfect spot. Straight to Nick Newman at cover. Wicket for Mark Wilson. Australia. 25 for 3. Peter O'Reilly out for 7 off 32 deliveries. I will take my commission fee off Mark Wilson. But that's what you want on this pitch. I mean, you want them driving. And we saw the previous over from Wilson. He tried it. He was hit straight, just a bit too straight. That offering a bit of width, giving the batsman. It was the length more than anything. O'Reilly saw it. Wasn't going to turn it down. But hit straight to Nick Newman at covers. Simple catch. Fantastic start for England.
Yeah, really, really pleasing to see from Wilson and Palmer so far. Palmer with 2, Wilson with 1 wicket. We've just had another comment in the live chat from number 1 Red Lead. Graham Pavey didn't fancy karaoke on Friday though, he says.
No, we bottled it, did Pavey. Bottled it despite masses of encouragement from the large group of people who were in the Cock Inn at Uterbridge, my local pub, and his teammates. Bill Blair got up though, but he was started by Claude Orlando. fabulous night we had on Friday. In fact, it was just a fabulous day all round. As Palmer, that's 2 short. Pavy's had a go at that. Short, wide outside the off stump. Bit of bounce.
The Aussie captain then, Peter Judd, to join Graham Pavey. Just in trouble a bit here. 25 for free. England really starting to lick their lips at this start at Fairburn.
So England, the Australians rocking, 25 for 3. Got to try and exert maximum pressure now in the next 3-4 overs, I think. Try and get a couple more Australian wickets.
Mike Palmer. In again from the pavilion end. Prevented any run there. As in a moment I will take my leave and Matt Evans will be rejoining us on the commentary desk. Wonder what he thinks since he left the table at 5 overs in. 2 wickets lost for Australia in that spell. Palmer in again then. Yeah, oh, there you go. There's a 4th then. What a start for England, Rash.
Well, that's right out the textbook on a green top with conditions in your favour. Mike Palmer just got that. That did 2 things, Owen. Moved a touch in the air, but as it pitched, it seemed, and you can see Graham Pavey was just walking off, looking down. He thought he was playing the right line. Just moved in. Very, very late movement. You can see it from our position quite clearly. And the off-stump knocked back. A wicket maiden for Palmer, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 wickets for 6. Australia in a real hole here. Pavey the man out. 25 for 4. Pavey gone for 2. As we welcome back Matt Evans to the commentary area. Matt, welcome back. Oh, there's big smiles on the England supporters' faces here. You mentioned that there's quite a few Australian supporters here. They're not looking so happy at all. As Mike Palmer walks back towards us.
Yeah, fantastic wicket maiden there by Palmer. And yeah, England have turned up to the party. 25 for 4. They really have the upper hand here. And I just spoke to Adamson there, walking around the boundary. John Adamson, is it, I think? Telling me that it's doing a lot. Not just sideways movement. He says that the worst thing is it's popping up and skidding. So height of the ball is really tough to guess. One ball will skid through at kind of knee level, a bit like that one you just saw on your screens. And the next one will pop up ribcage level. So they're really having to second guess it, Rash.
Yeah, particularly from this pavilion end when Mike Palmer's been bowling, Matt. He got one to Darren Smith that just reared up off a length. The delivery that he got Darren Smith was a bit shorter and wider, but he was certainly rising. He was trying to play it through backwards a point, and Phil Deakin takes a nice catch. Oh, that's out. Oh, that's out. It looked out. Yeah. Wilson, all the length that time, and going back in his crease.
This is unbelievable, Rash. 25 for 5. Australia are struggling to pick this ball out. We knew this wicket had a bit of grass on it. It was going to be tricky, but not this tricky, surely.
Well, it's movement. Again, I think that moved. It's a bit difficult to see from where Mark Wilson's bowling at the flats end, but Peter Judd back in his crease. If you bowl full and straight, we said it on Friday, you bowl full and straight and the batsman miss, you've always got a chance of either hitting the stumps or wrapping the pads and giving the umpire a decision to make. And on that occasion, umpire Ford had no hesitation. Peter Judd back in his crease. I think it's a good shout myself. Oh, Australia. Goodness me. 25 for 5.
Yeah, you called it off, Mike. As soon as the ball went, Rash did call out, that's out, and he called it correct. And Australia really need to steady the ship here. Again, John Adamson on the boundary there in my break said we need a partnership. We need one partnership to get a few runs. And my gosh, don't they? This could be a very short afternoon if it carries on this way. We've had 10.3 overs. Australia, unbelievably, are 25 for 5.
But sometimes it's the luck of the draw, and the coin toss is all important, Matt. It's all important on this. Obviously, a green top, atmospheric conditions in your favour. There's going to be some movement, as I said, in the air and off the seam for the first maybe 12 overs I estimated before the pitch flattens out. So it was imperative that England make the breakthroughs early. And they have done just that. But two very, very dangerous batsmen for Australia out in the middle. 21 on his back. The left-hander Stephen Butler, been in sparkling form this tour. And Glenn Pearce at the non-striker's end, yet to really fire. But on his day, he can destroy any attack in the world. But England in a great position. Got to keep attacking.
Keep that foot on the neck, you mean?
The foot on the neck, yes. Was it your granddad who said that?
My dad.
Your
Yeah.
dad?
Don't take your foot off the neck. He's got to keep the pressure on now. And yeah, just to reiterate all that, Rash, both captains said in their pre-match interviews, the toss is vital here with this green service and this short boundaries. And like you said, the England bowlers are just making hay while the sun shines. And again, I'd said before, they've got a tighter field out there. When you were in the first 5 overs, Australia, Darren Smith gave us a little bit of a hint when we had a clubhouse chat at the last game, how tight and close in their field is, very attacking. And I haven't seen it from England until this game, and it's really paying off.
And just what's the umpires change ends? Quick word and a big thank you to the Australia 60 sponsors: Global Travel Management, Kingsgrey Sports, Exotic, Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring and National Towels. On behalf of the Australian team and all the management and supporters, thank you for your continued and loyal support.
Yeah, you can talk about it all you want, Rash, before the game, but the bowlers still have to go out there and do their job, and you have to say Palmer and Wilson have really put them to the sword here. That was a little bit up in the air as well. That would have been in the air longer than Pearce would have liked there. We've also got 2 batsmen. Well, Pearce has just faced 1, Butler's faced none, so they really have got to rebuild. Sorry, Butler's faced 3, hasn't he? Yeah.
There's still time though. Don't know that this pitch will get easier to bat on. But what England have done well, and I agree with the field placings, they've been on the attack right from the start. I can't remember too many occasions when England have started out with with 2 slips, a gully, a man in close cover, a man just round it extra cover, and then orthodox mid-off. So they set the stall out early doors, hoping to capitalise on the conditions that were markedly in their favour, and they have done. But they've bowled in the right areas, Matt. They've got the Australians looking to play on the drive, which is always something you want to do. Oh, and Butler's had a nibble at that, and he's gone as well. A rising delivery from Palmer, and Butler, well, he couldn't help himself. Just had a little nibble at it. There you go, folks. A regulation catch to Steve Aston. 26 for 6. Butler, another man gone without scoring. Caught Steve Aston after the bowling of Michael Palmer, who is having the day of his life.
Absolutely. 4 for 7 for Michael Palmer. And that was another one of those, Rash. Just raised up off the pitch and came to Butler, I think, a little bit higher than he was expecting. And again, he couldn't resist nibbling at it. And he's shaking his head as he walks off here. You can see on the high camera, smashing his bat against his pads. And England are in the driving seat.
Well, Australia need a hero. So often the case, it's been this man walking out of the middle, number 30 on his back, the Australian vice-captain, Bill Blair. But my goodness me, what a spell of bowling this is by Michael Palmer. We mentioned the bounce, that certainly Rose and Stephen Butler, he just couldn't resist it. But as it steepled on him, he just got the edge, and Steve Aston behind the stumps. Nice catch for him. Goodness me.
Yeah, we know how easy it is to say here, Rash, but he should have pulled out that shot really early and left it. But it's very easiest place to bat is behind this commentary booth.
Yeah, it certainly is. It was a good delivery, but it bounced and it moved off the seam as well, Matt. That's the thing. There was movement off the seam. So as Butler's looking to guide that down somewhere between the gully region and backward point, it's just moved away, but he followed it.
Yeah, I mean, I only have to look at your laptop there, and you've got Wilson on 2 for 13 and Palmer on 4 for 7. That just sums the match up totally, doesn't it? The bowling has been incredible, and they're using it to their advantage. They're using the seam, they're using the slope of the wicket, and they are just doing an excellent job.
It's a really good point, that, Matt, because one thing that England may have been guilty of in the past, certainly since I've been commentating on them, is not using the conditions to their advantage when they were in their favour. But today, right from the start, I think it's a mindset change. They were bitterly disappointed after that performance at Littleborough. We were shell-shocked. I can only imagine what the team were feeling like. But they've come out here on a pitch that's friendly for them, and probably will be for a couple of overs more, I would suggest. They've made, oh, that's an appeal for LBW as well. Not out this time. Umpire Grogan shakes his head. But I'm pleased for the England boys. We said that these Australians, they're not infallible. They are human beings. They're in the face of some very, very good bowling, Matt. Very good bowling. Let's say that as well.
Yeah, in our media bus over the weekend with our couple of days off, we won't tell you everything we got up to because might get arrested. But yeah, we were just starting to say with the unbeaten run Australia on, it then becomes psychological. They're unbeaten all summer, and that another game to go unbeaten, it would have just started niggling the psychology and mindset, as you said, of the England players that can anyone beat these boys. So I think for the series, yeah, not looking so happy now, are you, Rocky? With your boxing gloves. I think this will be fantastic for the series and the mindset of the England players to have as a dominant, 12 overs, I've not seen anything as dominant as that. 6 wickets down and some fantastic bowling. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get young Mason back. He'll have a few words to say to Rocky. They've had a bit of a ding-dong this summer, and I'm sure it will continue in our little pieces pre-game.
Love is in the air.
Oh, he's another swing and a miss there as that turns away from the batsman. Yeah, I don't know if Harrison's published it, but there was a photo that Owen was trying to stare down Rocky, but it definitely looked like a Scott and Charlene little glance to each other. A bit of love in the air, especially for you. He's hooked that, yeah, it's loads. I was thinking of your comments about the dominant fielding position, because when I was watching in my break, I thought there was one on the leg side. I mean, I think the guy past the bowlers maybe leg side. So what, it's 8-2 field? It's really attacking what we wanted to see and what we've talked about, Rash.
Yeah, absolutely. England on the attack. Round of applause for Glenn Pearce as he gets a 4. I don't think it was the most authentic cricket shot he's ever played in his life. Fetched it, and there was a bit of a heave, a lot of inside edge in it, but it went away square on the leg side for 4.
Oh,
that's gone.
for 6, is it? Yeah. They'll take anything they can right now. And there's the Aussie fan, waves his flag over there where the 6 crossed the boundary.
Yeah, short by Wilson, just helped on its way. Glenn Pearce, well, he only knows one way to play. Normally, it's very, very effective. He's lacking a few runs on this tour. Had a slight injury into his back spasm last week that kept him out of the one-day international at Littleborough. That's short as well. That's crunched straight to Timo Arlam, who's out there on the boundary. Keeps it to 137 for 6 Australia then.
Yeah, well fielded, and not the debut that, well, exactly the debut Timo Allen would have wanted there. This dominant performance, ready for him to come in and make his start for England on the bat. Yeah, and then more attacking field now, as you see. Is that silly mid off that rush? Coming in to put the pressure on. Well, I think they've seen Blair and Pearce are going to go and play shots, don't they? And I know Terry Beck, I think, is in next, likes to swing the bat. So with these early wickets that have fallen, maybe the chat from the dressing room is just get out there and get something on the board. But I like to see it because a couple of games they haven't done that, Rash. They haven't manipulated the field to keep the pressure on the Australian batsmen. And with that silly mid-off going in, that's good to see.
Yeah, like to see that on the attack. 13 overs gone here then at Fairburn for the second one-day international between England and Australia. Australia put my teeth in, 1-0 up in the series, having won the first match at Littleborough last Monday. Losing the toss and being put into bat. And in all sorts of trouble, rebuilding required. 37 for 6. The man out in the middle, Bill Blair, the Australian vice-captain, yet to get off the mark from 6 deliveries, but Glenn Pearce with a 6 and a 4 from that Mark Wilson over. He's 12 off just 5. But this is about the time that I thought the pitch might start to behave itself a bit better. It'll be interesting to see if Palmer can induce any movement in the air or any lateral movement off the pitch. And Glenn Pearce has just had a long shufty at this leg side.
I think they've got to try and attack the leg side now, haven't they, for runs on the board. As, he drives it offside there, straight past.
Do that, Graham Shaw.
Sticking his leg out again, not getting down to it, 4 runs. And yeah, like you said, I mean, Stephen Moore's just said, I think most seamers would like a roll on this deck. He's from Surrey, but supporting Oz. And I was just going to say, Stephen, this is exactly what Rash was talking about. I think I said 10 overs before play started. Rash said 12, 13. I think we might see it settle down now. And if these Australian batsmen are going to get going, hopefully they can put a bit more on the board to defend.
Well, that one just sat up, Matt. Very nicely played by Glenn Pearce. Graham Shaw has got to do better than that, I'm afraid.
That's a swing and a miss. Slowed it down there from Michael Palmer, and Pearce had a swing and a miss. And I was just going to say before that, I played years ago and you played more recently than me, Rash, but you know yourself, once a lot of quick wickets have fallen, there's that super extra doubt in your mind, isn't there, that it's bouncing around, it's moving, and when you're out there trying to score, it's in the back of your mind constantly.
Because you've sat in the pavilion, Matt, and seen it, and then the guys come in and say, oh, it's doing a bit, yeah. And it has been doing a bit, but traditionally, it is going to be lively. And England have taken full advantage of that. But that was just a full toss from Palmer. No indication of any movement in the air there. So I may have been right. 12, 13 overs, it starts to get easy for the batsmen. And if it does, and they're seeing that, and they will have seen it, of course, you've got 2 very, very explosive batsmen out in the middle. Glenn Pearce, as I say, he only knows one way to play. When it comes off, it is extremely effective because he can demolish any attack. And Bill Blair's no slouch. We saw that at Littleborough, 30 off 15 deliveries. We also saw it in the Lions game at Cheadlehume, that great performance that himself and Darren Smith had out in the middle. Blair just well forward there as it wraps him on the pad. Loud appeal from Michael Palmer, but umpire Grogan not moved. 42 for 6 then Australia, having been put into bat. Just been a slight change in emphasis in the field, Matt. I don't know if you've picked that up. Particularly on the offside.
Yeah, they've, for the first time, they've got 3 men out deep, haven't they? One of them there's 2 on the boundary. First time. Again, I don't want them to take the foot off the neck too early. Keep the pressure on and keep it lively. But if that pitch is changing, then you can understand why a little bit, Rash.
You can, but as I say, it's early doors. These Australian batsmen are under immense pressure, so keep them under pressure. Make them play the shots if they want to play them, if the ball's there to hit. But have your fielders in closer, still gives you a chance. You basically, Mike Palmer's got to be absolutely on point, because anything short and wide is going to get hit, and there's a boundary rider on the offside. But another good over from him then. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 12. His opening partner, Mark Wilson, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. Australia 42 for 6 after 14. And at the end of this over, drinks will be taken. And it will be Owen Mason to come back into the commentary area.
Yeah, superb start to the innings by the England bowlers and fielders. They've been a little bit tighter in the field for me, stopping shots that got through on the last ODI. As Wilson's going to start his 8th over from the flats end. And again, there's a couple more fielders just a bit further out now, as they obviously field in this pitch, just quietening down for the England attack.
Well, if Mark Wilson's looking to bowl it in and around off stump, it wouldn't surprise me if Glenn Pearce tries to go inside out.
Yeah, missed it and got a little something on it to go down leg side, and the fielders run again. Nice and round, quick, good throw in, good fielding by England, and decent cricket all round that, Rash.
Yeah, good cricket, as you say, Matt. But Glenn Pearce is the type of player, he'll try and fetch it from in and around off stump and look to hit it on the leg side. England have cover on the offside. But he's very adept at lofting the ball over cover as well. So he's a difficult man to bowl to when he's in the frame of mind that he seems to be in. As Wilson continues, Blair on strike, beaten outside the off stump on that occasion.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd 0-1 red leg, saying give Jockey and Palmer a rest and give Newman and Deeks a go. I'm not sure I'd agree with that, with how well they're bowling, Rash. Just make hay while the sun shines, I would say. They're throwing down some brilliant balls here. And again, it's quite easy with this small ground for Australia all of a sudden to put a few on the board and turn the pressure around here. So I'd like to see that field stay up. I'd be backing these bowlers. They've earned being backed this morning.
Yeah, agree 100%, Matt. Nothing further I can add to that.
So that's a cracking over there by Jockey Wilson. Just end of the 15th over as Rash Mahmood leaves us for the Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson? What's the actor? Owen Mason coming in. Just thinking there out loud to myself that we were on about Dobson having a go for the bowling, but with bowling like this, you can see why they haven't changed it as we get the England sponsors up, which is Stonehill, Sporter Tours, Envy Play, MacTech, The Jube, and Clean Clad are the England 60s sponsors. And like we've said many a time, do look them up, do see what they do. Without them, this wouldn't happen. A lot of people backing this, the England and Australian sponsors, to make these tour matches happen. And we are all very grateful for their contributions. So it's 15 overs, 43 for 6. Absolutely stunning bowling from the England bowlers. 8 overs for Wilson, 2 wickets, 25 runs. Run rate 3.1 and over. And on a small ground like this, that is incredible. Michael Palmer, 7 overs, 4 wickets, 12 runs, 1.7 run rate. Runs per over, sorry. I mean, that is just sublime bowling. As I was saying, we were all talking after the Lions game how Dobson and Newman had such an economical run rate in their little spell that we thought he might get a shout up here for, Shaw was knocked for a few more than Dobson, and maybe he'd come in instead of Shaw and have his first cap with Timor Alam today. But they didn't get in, and I have to say you can't say they've got it wrong with bowling like that in the first 15 overs, and it's been a good watch, Owen.
Certainly has, and we'll just speaking of someone who likes to take a few wickets, Phil Deakin's in now, but at the moment his first delivery gets another 4 for Australia, just looking to stop the rot. But I've got to say, Matt, in this year that we've been doing the England over 60s cricket, that is easily the best bit of bowling, best spell of bowling I've seen from an England side. That was absolutely exceptional, wasn't it? Australia shell-shocked, but they've just started to steady the ship a little bit.
Yeah, got to be careful, England here. The job's not done. I mean, there's 15 overs on, so 1/3 of the game gone. We didn't have drinks there, did we? I wonder why that is. We don't have drinks on 15 there. Sort it out, Fairburn. Yeah, no, joking. Drinks normally come out 15. Didn't have them. Maybe they're coming next. But yeah, they've got. There's 2/3 of the game gone. And if you look at, you've seen already the last couple of overs how easily these Australian batsmen can find the boundaries. They can soon put their foot down. And like I said, with Beck's coming in next and Claude Orlando, oh, that's. Cool, I'm surprised that he's totally missed that. You look on your replay here. He's tried to play across the line and flick it onto leg. Completely missed it. He's wrapped the front pad. For me, just looks like it took a couple of steps just outside off stump, and that's probably why it's not been given. With old Blair and Newman having a bit of a giggle there about the chance. But so yeah, I mean they can soon wrap up some boundaries here, Australia, and turn this brilliant start into a not so brilliant start. So England have got to stay on it. Again, I was just mentioning to Rash, we talked about attacking field in the first 5 overs when we commentated, Owen, and they've just let that go a little bit now, and I'm not overly happy with that. I know the boundaries are coming, but they were taking catches. They had a silly mid-off in. They were really piling the pressure on to this Australian batting outfit. And for me, they've just taken the foot off the throat a little bit early.
Certainly so, Matt. But yeah, Phil Deakin, as we say, he got 3 wickets at his home club of Littleborough last Monday. He'll be looking to gain a few more, and then the pressure is ramped up on Australia then. Of course, they've only got 4 wickets in hand. At this point in the game, 15 overs in, goodness me, it's still, as there was a spell, wasn't it? It was 25 for 4, 25 for 5, 26 for 6. An absolute collapse there. Deakin in again then. Oh, my goodness.
See, again, I know they didn't have a silly mid-on, but that's if there had been a short fielder, that's a catch. Yeah. If they'd kept that attacking field in there, there's a catching chance. Then they've just let everyone, I don't know if you can see on your pictures, but every England fielder's just stepped out 5 or 6 paces, and it's put a totally different complexion on the game. And the Australians are starting to find shots, starting to get a few more runs on the board. And for my money, England have let them do that. I think drinks are coming out now. I don't know if certainly the Aussie sub Muggleton was walking out there with some water, but he has been sent back. And the umpires are carrying on. Maybe they've changed the format for this game. I haven't heard anything officially that the drinks breaks are going to be different, but we're now starting the 16th over. And still no drinks break.
That is an intriguing point, especially all the games we've had this summer. We've had that 15 over mark. Interesting turn of events here at Fairburn. Yeah, 49 for 6 then. But Len Pearce, 23 of 13 deliveries as he looks to try and steady the ship. And that's nice. They'll at least get to 50 runs with that.
Well, that would have seemed a long time coming for Australia as the 50 is brought up. 16.1 overs, 90 minutes, 50 runs on the board for Australia. As we just see Paul Radic to our left here, he pulled out this morning with injury. He's just talking through it with the boys on the sidelines there. That's had a bit of a foot slippage in a game at the weekend, which has just tweaked something, which has kept him out of today's game. Which I'm sure he'll be annoyed about now with this start. Everyone will want to be a part of this. England bowlers, as we've said, fantastic performance. We've had a change at the pavilion end. Phil Deakin coming on, so 0-1 red leg, you called it and got it right. As that's going to be a... Oh, well done. Did really well, Team Ireland. Just fielded it well and had a little fumble after that, but stopped the boundary. As Liv Clark joins us on the chat. Do let us know where you're listening from, Liv, and who you're supporting, and that the coverage is going okay.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Over 200 viewers live watching us along. Thanks everybody for joining us wherever you are in the world. Fantastic to see you on this England Over 60s YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Yeah, I don't know if you have got that coming yet. Yeah, I think he just pulled up there and held. I thought he held his groin for a minute, but he's come a bowl. I thought he'd injured himself there for a minute, Wilson, but he delivered that second ball okay. And now the wickets are drying up, Owen. They've just got to see again, keep momentum going. They've not. Oh, that's a short, long hop. That's going to be sent for 4. This is my worry. Bill Blair in there who can smack it all around the park. You got Terry Becks, Claude Orlando. Those sort of batsmen could really destroy this little pitch here at Fairburn. So England have got to be careful and stay on top of it. Not let them. Don't give Australia the upper hand when you've started so well.
Yeah, it's getting past that point for Australia where they were really stuck in a rut. And now, as we've mentioned quite a few times before, Matt, it's all about those little, those next few goals to get to. Obviously, you've just hit 50 runs. Yes, it took you an hour and a half, but, you want to try, no, apologies, it's an hour. My time's, it said 90 minutes when it came up, didn't it? That's quite interesting. But, yeah, it was an hour and a bit. But, yeah, that's the thing, man. When they can get then to 100 runs, if they've still, at this point, still got 4 wickets in hand, that would be seen as quite a success at this point. When you look at that spell of, what was it, 25 for 3, 25 for 4, 25 for 5, 26 for 6. Really, really lost. Yeah, the game could have been won and lost there. I know, of course, England have got to come out and bat on this as well. As we saw in that Lions game, fine margins. Yeah, it's all about that scoreboard now. If they can get to a certain point, keep building. If they can play out these 45 overs, it'd be quite a miracle. When it was 26 for 6, it'd be quite a miracle if they can play out their 45 overs. They'll look to then try and reach quite a decent target.
Yeah, it absolutely will, and Shaw's gone to stop that, and it's absolutely wrapped his hand. I think that's a bit of a stinger. But yeah, you're right. I think they were 26 for 6 after 15 overs or 14, so it'd be amazing if they bat out these 45. But the pitch has definitely calmed down. As Brian James joins us. Hi, Rash BJ from Brisbane. He's not actually on at the moment. He'll be back in a couple of overs, and that's well dived and stopped by Wilson. Just backward point, deep gully maybe. He's dived and stopped that very well. Would have been a certain boundary, but they only give 1 run away. It's 57 for 6. 17.3 overs. Blair on 6 and Pearce on 24 now. And yeah, 10 past 10 over there in Brisbane, I believe. Mr. James, so well done for staying up and catching the coverage. We were talking to TP before the game started today, how much he's looking forward to the Ashes this winter. He's got himself a ticket. Going to get down there and watch it. we discussed in the new order, what with a couple of building projects going on, stadiums ready for the Sydney Olympics coming up. Or was it Melbourne? I think it's Sydney. Anyway, the Olympics is down in Australia. They're building on a couple of the grounds that are normally new, so the traditional rotation of the Ashes has been changed. But we've still got the Boxing Day one, which we all love. And hopefully by then we'll have the Ashes in the hands of the England over 60s. Certainly if the bowling attack like this carries on, it won't be far off. Steve Aston jumping up there for an appeal, but that was definitely drifting down leg side for my money. High up on the roll knee as well. And Deakin is 0 for 8. He's got one more ball to come off this over. Could do with a nice little dot or a single here. And he does get a dot ball. Well done. So, end of the 18th over. 58 for 6. Blair on 7. Pearce on 25. Deakin's bowled a very economical 0 for 8. And it's just a bit of a lull period here on the game. We're messing up our iPad here. Yeah, Brisbane. It's Brisbane Olympics. Oh, of course, it's Gold Coast. Kevin Ford.
Yeah, 2032, isn't it, for them? Obviously, LA in 2028. The return of cricket, actually, to the Olympics for the first time in over 100 years. And Andy Burrows has also got in touch. Hi, Andy Burrows, listening from the Black Sheep Cafe in Bristol. He'd prefer to be in the Black Sheep Brewery, Masham. I've been there. Yes, it's a lovely, lovely brewery up in here in Yorkshire.
Nice little tipple, isn't it? And there, from my neck of the woods there, Andy Burrows, over 50s third team captain for Gloucestershire. Enjoying the over 60s cricket. Yeah, nice little win for the one-day team of Gloucestershire last year. Surprised everyone in the, I think, Vitality Blast, wasn't it, Harrison? Gloucestershire took. It's a nice little reminder of the good old days when Gloucestershire were a very strong one-day side. That was when Mark Allen was captain, and of course now he's team coach, manager, whatever you want to call it. So we've got a little change here in the bowling. Wilson has been rested. And we're going to see Nick Newman, who bowled so well for the Lions last match, Owen. Yeah, and obviously just reminded next to me by Harrison Burridge that Wilson's bowled his overs. He's done 9. I keep thinking it's 10 like the 50 over rules, but poor old Benny's got to leg it around there to a camera.
Oh yeah, because they just moved the sight screens, hadn't they?
Yeah, so it's they're just in the way a bit, isn't it, Newman? Oh, I thought he was going to signal wide there. First ball.
Yeah, not too far from here, that Black Sheep Brewery in Masham. Great trip. Went there last October. That's a lovely shot, and that's going to be out for 6, isn't it? Fantastic. They need a few more like that, don't they? Don't they, Matt? 64 for 6 then now. Cracking shot.
Well, again, and what do we say? It's 26 for 6 after 14, we said. So 4 overs later, they've more than doubled, and that's nearly tripled the score. And this is what Blair and Pearce can do. And like we said, Terry Becks, Claude Orlando, some real hitters of the cricket ball. So the job isn't done. England have got to stay on this. And again, I'm a little bit annoyed it's a bit strong, but a little bit worried that they've just stepped back in the field there, not so attacking already, was the way it was going. Of course, in cricket home, when there's an attacking field, it's in your head. If I get this wrong, I'm going to get caught out. By sitting back, the batsmen are willing to have a swing, because if they get it wrong, there's not fielders close enough to take that mistimed shot for a catch. So we'll see what happens. Kev Watson there rattling his charity jar at us there. He's obviously doing the raffle. We should buy some raffle tickets. Actually, we haven't done that yet. I shall do that in my break in what will be on 1 over's time. We'll get some media raffle tickets as Nick Newman just strays down leg and it's clipped off the hips by Blair. And they're clapping every run now, quite rightly so, the Aussies, because they need as many on the board as they can muster. 19 overs, 65 for 6. A mini comeback here from Australia. Wouldn't say it's job done yet. And of course, like we said, every game, the bowling attack of Australia is so zippy and quick and efficient themselves. You can't really say, you know, the England batsmen have got to get in and get on that wicket as well. I know it's not going to be so lively second innings, but the way Blair and Bex can throw it down, it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it's going to make for a really intriguing Australian innings. And as I mentioned just earlier, if they can play out their 45 overs, they will look to get a commendable score on the board. As Rash mentioned, it was about 230, didn't he say, about par score for a ground like this. Of course, we saw a few high scorers on the board at Fairburn. Kev Watson was showing us earlier on. But, yeah, you spoke about the raffle prizes, Matt. One raffle prize that stood out to me was a bag of 600 Yorkshire tea bags. So that would keep you going in the camper van, wouldn't it?
That sums the difference up between us, because I was eyeing up the Gentleman Jack, bottle of bourbon. So mind you, I've been doing all the driving this trip, so haven't had a single drink. Honest, Governor. Nice little forward defensive there from Blair, just onto the offside. So nice steady little couple of dot balls for Deacon to start this 20th over. And as I'm sure you're getting used to now, we're reaching the 5 over mark, where I will switch myself out for Rash Mahmood. Have my little break, and things are still going along. I was hoping to get Darren Smith in for a chat when I return, or send him over to these boys. Hopefully he's calmed down enough just to let us know what's happening out there on the wicket. He's been out there and faced it, so he's seen it firsthand. So John Adamson told me it's just jagging a bit sideways. Oh, he's just clipped that off the leg there. Down there, and is that more applause by the Australian spectators? They're just boosting morale every run they can get here, Owen.
Yeah, that's what they need, really. That's what they need, that support, as we keep mentioning, but it will be a metric of, you know, wherever the game is today and wherever we finish this afternoon, but that where they were, 26 for 6. Well then, 66 for 6 then. As Rash Mahmood's ready to join us once again. Matt, you're taking your leave, but final word from you, Matt, before you leave us.
Yeah, cracking start by England. I say, just turning round now with Australia staying in, and scoreboard starting to tick over. I think we're going to try and get you an England player to come and have a chat. Paul Radic is going to come and sit and join, and maybe talk you through his injury and his thoughts on the game so far.
Thank you, Matt. Rash Mahmood's joined us. Australia have steadied the ship, Rash. And as Matt mentioned, you know, you've got a partnership now of Bill Blair and Glenn Pearce. You know, you look at Pearce now, 26 off 20 in this partnership, 15 off 32 for Blair. Job not done yet for England.
No, 42 runs this partnership, Owen, and hello again, everyone. There's still some consternation on the Australian faces to my left on the pavilion balcony. But England made a wonderful, wonderful start, and this pitch certainly looks like it's flattened out and it's easier for batting when you've got two batters of the calibre of Bill Blair and Glenn Pearce. England have still got to do the fundamentals the correct way. As Newman comes in from the flats end, and Blair just watchful this time, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. And as Matt Evans takes his leave, I'm delighted to say, well, I won't be delighted for him, but Paul Radic has joined us in the commentary area. How you doing, Rads? You good?
Morning, Rash. Yeah, I was just going to say it's not so delighted to be sitting here, but here we are. Somewhat of a recovery, I think, going on at the moment.
Yeah, late scratch for you, Rads. What are you allowed to tell us? Is it? Well, it's just past the watershed. Are you allowed to tell us why you're not
Yeah,
playing?
well,
Is it as a result of that injury from last
we were
week?
playing last week at Littleborough, and I sort of went over a little bit on the ankle when I was fielding, and sort of fielded the rest. I think it was about halfway through the innings, and fielded the rest of the day and batted, and sort of felt okay. Stiffened up a bit overnight, and then it's been improving over the week, getting better daily and just sort of gentle sort of exercising.
Yeah, that's nicely played by Blair. Just flighted from Newman. Just rolled his wrist over the ball. Tucked it nicely. Fine leg area. Steve Small does the fielding. 2 more to Bill Blair then. 70 for 6. He moves on to 17 off 36 deliveries. His batting partner, Glenn Pearce, 27 off 21. So going back to that game on Monday, Paul.
Yeah, so there's an improvement over the week, and then Newman just Bolsman was padded and poked out into the offside, no run. So there's an improvement, and then just trying to up things over the weekend. It just felt a reaction to it in the same ankle. So unfortunately there was no way I could guarantee sort of 100% fitness for today.
I take it you didn't play in the game on on Tuesday, Yorkshire-Cheshire. Were you held out for that as a result of playing on the Monday?
I didn't play for that. I decided, I think on the evening and overnight, I'd sort of decided to give it a rest for that one anyway. Obviously with the intention of not doing any further damage that might have impacted today, but I think in hindsight that was the right thing to do in any case. Give it some rest, and so it's certainly a lot better than it was. So we'll see how it goes over the next few days.
Just talk us through then, if you can, what happened last Monday at Littleborough. I mean, to restrict this Australian lineup to 250 on what was an absolute belter of a track, I thought was a phenomenal effort. As Deacon comes in, and Blair just prods that back down the pitch to him, and there's no run. And then yourself and Steve Small. Difficult early on against a very aggressive bowling and fielding by the Australians, but you soon got into your stride, and 106 run partnership between you and Steve. And it just went a bit pear-shaped for 20 minutes after that.
Yeah, 106 for none, I guess, wasn't it? I think, and then I can't recall what the, when it was.
Well, it went from 106 for no wicket to 130 for 6.
Right, so 24 for 6. Yeah, well, it sort of the game ebbed and flowed a little bit, no more so than during that 24 run spell. I mean, I think the first half we were pretty pleased at tea.
Oh, what a catch! Oh, what a catch! That's an absolute beauty. Well, England strike again, and it's Bill Blair hitting it wide of mid-wicket. The fielder there has taken an absolute worldie.
I think it is Graham Shaw.
Well, we think it's Graham Shaw, folks, and that is an absolute blinder. Goodness me, hit very, very powerfully by Bill Blair. Ball going above his head, 2 hands to it. Blair out for 18. Australia lose another wicket. Caught Graham Shaw off the bowling of Phil Deakin. Australia 71 for 7.
Yeah, and Paul say, you look at this now in terms of what a start it's been for England. You look at, I was just saying to Rash, I'm saying to Matt as well, that spell where those wickets were lost. You had, what was it, 25 for 3, 25 for 4, 25 for 5. That Palmer and Wilson, an absolute barnstormer of an effort. One of the best spells of bowling I've seen from this England side.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you were talking in the interviews earlier on. I think you can look from here and see there is a bit of green around that suggests that maybe there's a bit there for the seamers. But what a start! 25 for 5, and then not many more for 6, I think, as well. Australia was sort of staging a bit of a recovery there, and it's strange sometimes in these low-scoring games that having such a start as England did today, if Australia were to just eke out, I don't know, get to sort of 140, 150 or something like that, then a total that ordinarily you'd be more than happy with at tea chasing. If you go from 25 for 5 up to 150, maybe the batting team at tea there are just a bit happier, a bit more up for it than they might have been.
Do you try and... I know it's happened to me personally, but no one wants to hear my views, so we'll listen to you.
Graham Shaw.
Just been assaulted by Graham Shaw.
Very friendly.
Yeah, very friendly. Well, he's I'm just going to challenge him about his attempt to field with his feet, which very, very poor. But say Australia do manage to get up to 140, which in the circumstances would be a fabulous effort, much like the Lions on Friday getting up to 166. Do you try and second guess yourself? Because the pitch is flattening out. The atmospheric conditions are changing. That bit of dampness and moisture that was in the pitch is going to dissipate. It should theoretically become a much easier track to bat on, albeit there are lots of green tinges to it. But do you try and second guess yourself? I mean, particularly you as an opener, Paul, because you'll be sitting there thinking, no, you just play.
Well, that's what the mind tells you to do. The mind tells you to play and just go and, let's say 140 or 150, which on a normal game, 45 over game, that's below par. So all things being equal, you should be knocking off 140, 150, say, quite easily. But the other team's already batted, and you've seen wickets go down. There's a bit of a tinge there of this greenness. And things, the mind can then start to play games. Especially if you get one maybe early on as a batter, that just nibbles around a bit, or a bit of uneven bounce or something, and then you get one or two of those, and maybe you're not playing the forward defensive with as much authority as you might ordinarily do, and maybe don't go looking for the shots that you would, or maybe look for shots that you wouldn't normally play.
Well, that was the impression that we got on Monday at Littleborough, because having made such a good start, you were well ahead of the curve. It's a very, very talented batsman to come, and the Australians were completely frazzled out there.
Yeah.
And it was on a pitch that really wasn't, from our vantage point and talking to people, wasn't doing particularly much.
No, it was a good day. It was a good pitch.
Oh, he's got him. Nick Newman's got him. Got Glenn Pearce. Flighted delivery. Beaten in the flight. Well, 2 quick wickets for England. Bang, bang. Pearce goes. 27 off 21.
I think he's flighted that, and he's tried a decent length, or maybe even half volleyish length. He's tried to carve it out over mid-wicket somewhere, I think, and just playing across the line. Has played around it, and Newman's bowled him, leg stump. And that, of course, as we were doing last week, that's not what you want to do. Having lost a wicket, the 7th wicket just gone there, you don't want to lose as Australia there. You don't want to lose another one straight away.
Well, we're just approaching the halfway point of this Australia innings, folks. Fairburn Cricket Club for this second one-day international between England and Australia. Australia losing the toss. And the England skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox, no hesitation to put the opposition in on a pitch. Certainly, with the atmospheric conditions, green top. It was, could England exploit the conditions, which was certainly going to be in their favour for the first 12, 13 overs. And they did that with real gusto, vim and vigour. 4 wickets for Michael Palmer, 2 for Mark Wilson. Rebuild job that took place between Bill Blair and Glenn Pearce. but bang bang. Blair out in the previous over. Wonderful catch by Graham Shaw off the bowling of Phil Deacon, and then Nick Newman there, as you hear Paul Radish said. Good delivery, flighted. And Glenn Pearce is the type of player he's not going to try and turn down the opportunity. As you heard Paul said, he's trying to whip it through the mid-wicket area. Hits the leg stump, so England in complete control here. 72 for 8 Australia.
Just thinking back to last week, and obviously Steve Small and myself were opening the innings last week, and that's a lovely straight drive for 4, well pitched up, half volley length actually. I think Orlando, who's just come in, foot down. And drove straight past the bowler.
Oh, I think it's gone into the front yard.
Oh, there we go. There's somebody coming out. So Steve and myself were talking sort of after every over about, and once we got through the first few overs, things were going well, and we're picking runs up and batting well. And the conversation was very much, let's do nothing different. Do nothing differently, because we were picking runs up. We were pretty much up with the rate, and as importantly, we were no wickets down, and so all of a sudden, the match becomes from chasing 250. You're down to chasing 150 with 10 wickets in the shed. But I think maybe there's a bit of. That's another 4 by Orlando, just cut through just in front of point. Newman dropping short on that occasion.
I mean, in all fairness, Steve went for one, and it was a decent catch by Claude Orlando, running towards square leg. It was up in the air a long time, and then you got a good one from TP, I think.
There are all sorts of things you do differently. I mean, I think I went in the over after. Or the over after, or 2 overs after Steve, and maybe in hindsight you say, okay, well, do you then make the decision to sort of just make sure you get through a couple of overs and just block out? But at the time we were picking runs up, and so I was thinking to myself, just don't do anything stupid, but don't sort of necessarily change the tempo, because it wasn't about going gung ho at any stage last week. It was just about playing proper cricket, just batting sensibly.
The term I used was game management.
Absolutely, which obviously, having lost Steve and then myself, maybe I could have done something different. I don't know. But then, given that, we're still 112 for 2 at that stage. Still with 140 to win with 8 in the shed, and I think sometimes there's no rhyme or reason, is there, to sort of what goes on a cricket pitch, and it was hopefully just one of those days. There's probably a few of us can look back on that batting, sort of our innings last week, and say, well, we should have done this or that or the other.
Oh, Bex. He gets an inside edge. A quicker delivery from Deakin. Batted very well on Friday, didn't he, Owen? Terry Bex was in for an eternity, but Australia needed him at that time. I think he got 35 off 84.
Yeah, that was that crucial spell, wasn't it, for Australia? Yeah, he did well. Just looks to try and steady the ship again here. But with only 2 wickets in hand, they've really got to be careful. The way England are bowling today.
I think from an England point of view as well, and Australia have had a great series, well, just tour so far. I think they've won every match. I think just from a momentum, I mean, obviously England want to win today. We want to win, absolutely. But just from a momentum point of view, I think if we can pull this back to 1-1 today, then it just sort of in a way just resets. And I think we saw that down in Australia before Christmas as well. That once we'd picked a win up, the next, what's it, the fourth and then the fifth ODI just took on a different feel in some ways.
Yeah, it really changes up that. Really changes up the dynamic of it. Come Tame a week on Wednesday. You know, that really just, like you say, 1-1. It's on as even, ready to go again, and goodness me, it ends up being a hell of a contest, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does. It keeps it alight for even. I mean, we end up hopefully 1-1 today. Then either way at Tame, it's 2-1. That's right. Yeah. Which then brings, the fourth game is then in play as well, and is a crucial one. Another cut from Orlando. Deakin on this occasion just dropping short outside off and cut through backwards square for 4.
Notwithstanding the result last week, but how impressed have you been with the England Lions, who have really pushed the Australians close from 2 absolutely fabulous encounters? Cheadle-Hulme the other Friday. There's Orlando prods forward. Spinning backwards, nearly hitting the stumps. And they pushed them all the way again on Friday. Did that actually hit? I think that has actually hit the off stump, but Bale's not dislodged. 90 for 8 Australia, 24 gone. Claude Orlando, 12 not out. His partner Terry Beck's 3 not out. These Australians, they come with an air of invincibility, but we saw down under. They're not superhuman. They're a very talented outfit, and you've got to play exceptionally well.
Yeah.
But we've got the calibre of players to put them under pressure. We've seen today conditions in England's favour, but they've taken full advantage of it, and that's the thing that's probably pleasing the England skipper and the management more. On occasions when we've had conditions in our favour against the Australians, we haven't really played to our maximum and our potential.
I think the two games of the Lions, the first one at Cheadle-Hulme, which I was part of that game, and then the match on Friday at Outybridge Rash, that and as with the first ODI as well, I think sort of going into that and going through those games, I think that they've been very close games. Certainly 2 of the Lions in the end. So that's demonstrated that we have the capability and the talent to go close and to win those matches. We've got a great squad, big squad, all very good players. So we've got the ability to do that. But I think both of those games with the Lions especially have demonstrated.
It was a direct hit, great bit of fielding, not out by umpire, no forward. Terry Becks was on his bike. He's played it into the leg side. Steve Small, clean pick up. And good game awareness. Claude Orlando would have been very difficult to see Small with the angle that he attacked the ball to stop and then try and throw to the keeper's end. Made the decision to go to the bowler's end. Direct hit, but Terry Becks had just made it home.
Yeah, so both of those Lions games, the Aussies just keep fighting. In matches that occasionally look as if they might be drifting away, they keep on plugging away.
Well, it's the mantra of Peter Judd, Rads, that he find a way.
Yeah.
Find a way. And in fact, we're very fortunate as the Australians had their pre-match huddle just in front of our commentary area. The final words from Peter Judd were, it's a one-match series.
Yeah.
So you play this match on its merits. You can forget about the fact that you're 1-0 up in the series. It's a one-match series. We go out and win this one.
At any point, I mean, it's absolutely true, and at any point in time, you can only sort of affect the next ball, can't you? You can do nothing about what's gone. It might weigh on the mind, but you can do nothing about what's gone. You can do nothing about what's coming up in overs time. You can only really affect the ball in play at any one moment and take it ball by ball, second by second.
So 25 gone here. at Fairburn Cricket Club in this second one-day international between England and Australia. 93 for 8. Australia have reached Claude Orlando, the Aussie stumper, 13 not out. His partner Terry Beck's 5 not out. I don't know if Owen's... Are you going for a little wander, Owen?
Yes.
Owen's going for a little wander to rekindle his relationship with Rocky Roo. Let us know your thoughts on that. I've got my own thoughts, but...
I think I need to know more about this.
He's been getting to know Rocky Roo very well, as Owen. And Matt Evans will be shortly coming back into the commentary area. As Phil Deakin going to continue from the pavilion, and then Terry Beck's on strike. Yeah, just watchful that time. Big left pad down the wicket. Orthodox forward defensive shot straight back to Phil Deakin, and there's no run. It's not a particularly cold day here, but Mel Hussein looks like he's got about 4 jumpers on.
Obviously very good at self-regulating his temperature. Underneath that, just wears that all the time. And
welcome back, Matt.
Thank you. Another wicket fell as I was away. But there are a few more runs on the board now for the Aussies. Again, keeping that pressure up, Rash, and not letting them stay in the game. And I heard Paul say exactly what you said, that their motto, they've told us, is find a way. And like those Lions games, they're just hanging around a bit longer than we wanted here.
Yeah, game management, they know they've got to bat very, very well to see out their allotment of 45, or the allocation of 45 overs. We saw the Lions on Friday get oh so close to doing that, but it was really sensible batting by Jason Cornton and Kevin Watson initially, and then Nigel Moore. So to get England up, those 15 deliveries from the end, who knows what could have happened if England could have batted out those 15, maybe get another 10, 15 runs. I think it would have made for when it was a grandstand finish as it was, but I think it would have made it even closer. These two have got a big, big job.
Yeah, well picked up in the field there by England. And just to confirm that, Owen, yeah, the next on the chat here, the next ODI is Friday 18th, Tame. So if things go here as we would like, and England draw the series level at 1-1, it'll be a very interesting encounter down there. Any dealings with Tame Cricket Club, Paul? You played there before?
no, I don't think that'd be a new one for me, not being there before. We were close last year. We had a match at Wormsley, which is very close. I think we stayed in Tame, actually.
Yeah,
But
beautiful.
never absolutely gorgeous.
John Paul Getty ground at Wormsley. We were there for matches against the Vatican.
I think it's the first time I've seen a thatched pavilion, and definitely the first time I've seen a thatched scorebox.
Brilliant. It's
Which
the right
is-
part of the country
which
with that,
is,
yeah.
Above and beyond. That's
Well,
going above
the great and the good were gathering there for I think it was an opera event, dressed in the finery.
I thought they'd come to listen to us.
Well, I think they initially did, but they were there in the tuxedos and the ladies in the ball gowns, and very glamorous it was as well too. Marvellous that was.
Soon realised the main event was later on, didn't they?
I think it's when they saw Mr. Bradley waltzing around in his shorts. He said, "Who let the commoners in?" If you're listening, Mr. Bradley, and I hope you are, we're from Malta. Everybody connected with the England team and the Australian team. I know I was speaking to a lot of them on Friday. They're wishing you well. We hope you're back with us soon, and I'm sure the Maltese nursing staff would echo that sentiment. But we wish you a speedy recovery, Paul. You are missed, and we know how much you do behind the scenes to make sure that these things go off without a hitch. I certainly found out how much you do on Friday when myself and my wife Mel had the England Lions and this Australian outfit at our club.
We had a match at Grappenhall earlier in the just in this tour. I was involved in the organisation of that, and whenever there's a question, you sort of look around, don't you?
Yeah.
And I'll just go and ask Paul.
Where is he?
And he's not there.
You could spot his knobbly knees from a
Yeah.
mile away. No, I'll just go and ask Mr. Bradley, or go and speak to that fella over there.
Yeah. Yeah. Get well soon, Paul.
Fancy that. Came off the pad. We'll have a look. Signal from umpire Nell Ford. And there we go. Very elegantly done, Mr. Ford. Leg bite. One more to the total. 98 for 8. Nick Newman bowled a wonderful spell on Friday. In tandem with Mel Dobson. Rads, I don't know if you caught it, but 18 overs between them. 4 maidens. 2 wickets for 30 between them.
I think I kind of just, so I wasn't at the ground. I think I just tuned in just at the end of that spell. I think I spotted Mel just finishing off, I think.
Well, he's been very impressive in the 2 games for the Lions, particularly at Cheadle, and I mentioned it in my match report. I don't think his figures actually did him justice, but he bowled magnificently well. There was just one loose delivery that Matt Evans picked up on from Mel Dobson in 9 overs, which is saying something. Nick Newman gave absolutely nothing away and could have even better figures. He had 2 drop, Matt, didn't he? So it was a real pleasure watching those 2 bowl in tandem.
I think Mel as well at Cheadle, of course, it wasn't the biggest of boundaries that he was bowling against the right-hander with the short boundary, and he's as an off-spinner he's turning it that way as well. So yeah, decent, very, very decent spell.
And having mentioned Mel Hussein, the previous over, he's replacing Phil Deakin at the pavilion end. Claude Orlando, the Australian wicket-keeper, will be taking strike. 15 off 15 for him. Terry Beck's his partner on 7 not out. Australia 98 for 8.
He's still left all his jumpers on, hasn't he? All his layers on. Almost said all his clothes on then. I thought that might come across the wrong way.
And that new ground, Paul, would that affect your preparation a lot? I mean, there's obviously a couple of players here who probably never played here before. Do you do anything different, or do you just ask local knowledge from some people who have played here?
Bit of an edge down to 3rd man. That might go.
4 runs.
Yeah, slightly fortunate, Claude Orlando, with that boundary to bring up the Australia 100. 102 for 8 they move on to. Flighted delivery from Mel Hussein. And he certainly wasn't looking to play it through the slips. Genuine edge. So the 100 up, 27.2 overs with that boundary. Claude Orlando moves on to 19 not out.
I think with grounds that you play at regularly, it's nice and easy to sort of turn up at those, and you generally have a good idea as to how they play and how they sort of develop or change through the game. I think whenever you come to a place that you've not played at before, well fielded at deep square. I think it is. Timor, deep square, just a single. Then, you know, especially here, for example, it's a smallish ground, quite a slope from one side to the other, and also one sort of from end to end actually. So there's sort of as we sit now, and Mel Hussein's bowling, so you've got the highest part of the ground at deep extra cover, dropping down to deep backward square. Probably 6, 8, 10 feet difference, I think. Another single pushed out into the offside. So it's then, obviously we normally get there well before a match, but it's sort of local knowledge, have a chat with the groundsman, obviously try and have a good old look at the wicket as well, try and second guess what it's going to play like.
I suppose that's the home advantage of the tour. Were you part of the Ashes tour in Australia?
I was. We went over there, and which is the first time I've been over and played, done anything other than watch cricket.
Okay,
This is the first time I've been over there. I was actually quite surprised. I personally thought that the tracks were going to be faster than they were, and there was it was certainly before we got over to Perth. I think that was the first time we saw anything that had any sort of pace in. Up until then, early on in the tour, we had quite a bit of rain up in Brisbane, but up until we went across west to Perth towards the end of the tour, I think a lot of the tracks had just bounced a little bit more, maybe almost like not quite a tennis ball bounce, but there was almost an exaggerated bounce and not quite the pace there. And I personally found that difficult to sort of adapt to, having had an idea in my mind as to what I was going to go out to face. And I think the soil over there is different, the grass is different, so it is a help if you know if you're playing on ground week in, week out, or you're aware of the conditions as well. It helps.
Yeah, we were a little surprised that obviously Kev Watson didn't play today. That no one has more local knowledge than him here.
Yeah.
I mean, we can hardly knock it now. We've seen the start of this bowling attack doing the job, but I thought they'd use his local knowledge to their advantage today and play him.
Well, just going back to that first one-day international at the Don Bradman Oval at Bowler, that was certainly a toss you wanted to win, because I chatted to the groundsperson or the curatress to stay out there. He said it was going to be an absolute nightmare for the first 90 minutes or so, and then it will flatten out. Now, it transpired that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Australia winning the toss and putting the England boys in, and it was tough going for Nick Gaywood and Mark Eames. I mean, Mark Eames got an absolute brute of a ball from Mark Trafford Walker. I defy any batsman in the world not to get a glove on that, and he was out caught. Nick Gaywood smashed one back, and again, Mark Trafford Walker put his hands up, but we were under the pump, and then it just flattened out, and Pavian Jensen strolled home. The second one at Caulfield was a bit different. That England were well in the game, and just an unfortunate turn of events. I remember you took an absolute worldie out at deep square leg, Rads. You were running in, I think you tripped up and you caught it by your ankles.
When I fell over and putting my hands out to break the fall.
It was an class right out the top drawer. That could have gone either way, and then the third one at Tanunda, well, it ebbed and flowed, and
should have possibly
won the third one.
That one, and then we were talking about position in the series earlier on, and obviously at 2-1, it's going into the fourth one, everything to play for. Then with a bit of momentum as well, but again, that was down to the wire, that match, and. You find that so many of these games actually turn just on one or two just specific incidents or instances throughout the match.
And what was the heat like? Because that's obviously slightly warmer than Yorkshire. That must have been the first time you played in those sort of temperatures, Paul.
Yeah, there were again early on in Brisbane. We had a lot of rain, and it was not too bad, but certainly later in the tour.
Adelaide was warm when we played at Chateau Tanunda, South Australia. That was a warm day. Certainly when we went out west to Bunbury and Perth, Donnybrook was where it was. It was the flies. That was up at 40 something.
I remember the flies, and then the day after as well. It was. I think we played another game, and it was touching 40. I think.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very warm.
Again, that is, I think, for locals, it's energy sapping. But when you're not used to it, it's something else. It's
just gives you another thing to deal with in a difficult game anyway, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know they've still got it. Yeah. These, you did reconnect all these, but just take them off if you. I've got mine off. We're getting a lot of buzz feedback on these ears now. Yeah. When you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, some nice cricket all round there, and we 29th over, 4th delivery. Mel's keeping it nice and tight, and we're going to have Owen Mason come back. So Rash and Paul Radic are going to leave us, and Paul, we can just say thank you for your time. It's been very insightful, and it's lovely when new players come and join us at the desk and talk to us about stuff we you know far more about than we do.
Absolutely, I'm not sure about that anyway. Thank you for the vote of confidence. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
No,
Thank
thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you all enjoyed that out there. That was Paul Radic, who's unfortunately picked up a little knock that prevented him playing today, but he's enjoying this England bowling that's going on here today. And obviously Rash Mahmood, we know well from the commentary team, is going to take a little break. And the Australians are just hanging around now. As Paul was alluding to, they just do this. They just know how to find a way and stick around a little bit longer than we expected. And all of a sudden, they're 111 for 8. They've made the 30th over. And yeah, when we were talking about, gosh, we're not going to make half these overs and we'll be home early and all that sort of thing, all of a sudden, they've just found that partnership they were looking for that's sticking around. And I have to say it's an exciting partnership for me, Orlando and Bex, because I know they can hit the ball, they can find the boundaries, and I think we're going to have a really interesting last 15 overs. Wouldn't you agree, as young Owen Mason joins us back at the commentary table?
Oh, goodness me, could have been a wicket loss
Orlando's driven that straight back at the bowler. Nick Newman, he stuck a hand, I can't believe he got a hand to it, it went so fast, but he did, and he just couldn't make it stick in his hand. And Orlando survives one there, and the Aussie boys on the balcony are giving a cheer and a shout.
Yeah, as it stands, Matt, they're looking to reach this run rate, of course, you know, that's barring any boundaries coming in, but if they were to stick at this rate of 3.7-ish, they'd be at about 165, 170 odd by the end of where they were. Goodness me, that's a decent total to put on the board. But yeah, that last wicket loss was 71 for 8, of course. So that's where, like you say, they can still stick in there, and that's exactly what they've done. This, you know, as you say, this partnership now between Orlando and Betts, just what they needed. And if they do play out their overs, as we mentioned way earlier in the match, Matt, it'd be quite a testament to this Australian side. You know, 71 for 8 they were.
Yeah, absolutely. And Newman just gets one run from that over. I think everyone's moved apart from the umpire, so I was being thrown off guard there by the umpire, to be honest. And we're just hoping Darren Smith might come round here and have a chat with us about the batting conditions. He obviously fell fairly cheaply for Darren. He's used to getting a few on the board. That was early doors and the ball was turning, seaming. It seems to have flattened out, and the Australian partnership of Claude Orlando and Terry Bex have stuck around for a few balls together now, and we'll probably look to accelerate this in the last 15. And then, as I always allude to, you know, you've got to just respect that until you see both teams out there, you don't really know what the standard or the kind of pass score is. I know the Aussies aren't going to have that moving ball like they had in the early overs for the England bowlers, but there's still a formidable force in the bowling lineup, especially with that Bill Blair who can really get it moving down there. And Terry Bex, who's currently batting, he can certainly ping it down there, so that England batsmen still have something to deal with this slope from left to right as we look that Paul Radic alluded to. Oh, that's a full toss. Oh, I thought he would have appealed there, but it was obviously way outside the stumps.
Yeah, building a nice partnership, as we keep mentioning, but Orlando 25 off 28 deliveries, 12 off 29 for Terry Betts. As they say, they needed that just to steady the ship, because they could have been 100 all out the way they were going. That's better. They'll get another run there. That's what they need. They don't mind that, do they? You know, just trickling away, one run, get a few twos in there. But for England, Paul Radic was really pleased with how you know, like you say, he was itching to be out there, wasn't he? It seemed, but you know, he had a really interesting take on it. As you say, if they get this win here, really does open up that game at Tame a week on Friday. I did it right.
Straight to the fielder there by Claude Orlando, and Timur Alam's doing a lot of fielding down there. A kind of deep backwards square leg, deep square leg really now. He's come round, but he's fielded a lot of balls down there. But again, this is the determination of this Australian side. They're just sticking around, popping a few more. Oh, risky one we're going for then, but Terry Beck sent Orlando back as we get to the end of the 31st over, 32nd over. Yeah, 32nd, the sunshine's just on that screen where I can't see Rocky the Roo there on your pictures.
There
Looking
he is.
a little bit happier, but you're not in control at the moment, Rocky. We're going to get it back to 1-1. Owen Mason's coming for you in the next interview. He'll be having harsh words with you when the series is hopefully back at 1-1 after this game. But there's a long way to go. It's a lovely afternoon here now. A lot of people watching. Obviously quite a big event in the local calendar, I feel.
Yeah, if it gets to that 1-1 as well, Matt, it gets to that point of the series, gets to the point of the tour for the Aussies where it's food for thought for both sides, because you've got, you know, a good, you know, a week on Friday, as we say, it's almost 2 weeks till that next game. You know, 10 days till that game on Friday, the 18th of July. Ooh, done this. But, you know, Australia now have a few tests against, you know, a Midlands 11 at Loughborough, which will be there. Got that Lions game at Stratford this coming Thursday, which we'll also be there for. And but we've got a Chairman's 11 game there as well. And another England Lions have got another game against Wales to come on the 17th of July. So it's, ooh, doesn't this me? Another close one there. But yeah, it's that's that point of this tour for both sides. It's 1-1, dead level, food for thought for both sides. Ed Gordon Lennox and Peter Judd will really be taking stock at that point.
So Steve Aston just whipping the bails off there very efficiently and asking for a run out. He gives the leg side umpire a really long, hard look. He's smashed that. Orlando's well fielded there. Oh, he's lost that under his head. Gordon Lennox, the skipper, got him there. Did a whole 360 before he spotted the ball. He had stopped it, but I think it was kind of shielded by his hat. You see it on the replay. Great shot by Claude Orlando, who's definitely looking to strike the ball, and they've just brought someone in here in mid-off. Stop the covers he's gone to there, really. Oh, he's flicked that off the legs. And that's he slid there and got it all wrong. That's definite misfield. Oh, I can't believe they didn't run two there. He slid in there, the fielder. I think it's Wilson, is it? He got his slide completely wrong. Went down too early, the ball went past him. But luckily for the England fielder, the Australian batsman decided not to take the second run, which I think was definitely there to be had. Oh, that's really inside edge again. Claude Orlando just getting the line wrong there. It's end of the over, 117 for 8. And again, Orlando and Beck's just sticking around here, giving the England bowlers something to talk about at the start of this game. 26 for 6. We thought we wouldn't see 100 on the board, and I don't know, I think that would have done a... Will this knock the confidence anyway? And even if they do go on to win this game, you know, if they'd given them a real thumping here, England, and bowling, let's say, Australia out for 99 and just, you know, got the job done early doors, that would have been a real positive boost to the England team after that initial defeat. But now, that's a great dive by Ed Gordon Lennox, and a good throwback. I think he's felt it that a little bit. He went down a bit hard on the floor. Even if they do get the win here, you know, the Australian team have kind of taken back a bit of the confidence already.
No. Another England player will be joining us in just a moment. One who's featured heavily for the Lions this summer, Monty Douglas, will be joining us in just a moment here on this commentary. See what he thinks of it. We had a word with him just pre-match. Yeah, 120 for 8 then. Trickling over are the Aussies. Orlando and Betts proving to be a decent partnership at the moment as they look to try and play out all of their overs, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Monty makes of what we're saying. You know, obviously a dominant display with England start. And happy as Larry, 26 for 6. But now they've just taken a bit of shine off it here, Australia, by sticking around. Getting towards, what, 35 overs now? You know, they're going to take a bit of shine off that amazing start England made. It'd be good to ask Monty, you know, has that ruined it all, or do you still take encouragement from that going into the summer? And obviously they're still favourites to win this game at this point, because there's a lot of good English batsmen as well that can knock these runs off fairly easily. So hopefully Monty will be over shortly to have a chat with Owen. And it hasn't half warmed up now, Owen, has it? Wicket keeping work was brilliant again. Yeah. It rolled on the floor pass. I think Claude got an inside edge. They thought he was going to hit the stumps, but while everyone was still oohing and ahhing, Steve Aston had picked the ball up and flicked the bails off and appealed to the legs side umpire, but nothing doing. 120 for 8 England.
I love those light up wickets, Matt. What an innovation that is. Fantastic. We can just mention now that joining us on the commentary desk is, we had a word with him pre-match, but he's here again now. Monty Douglas will be with us. And Monty, welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes. What have you made of the game so far? Of course, at one point, 26 for 6. England, some of the best bowling we've seen from them in recent memory, and it's now at 120 for 8. Australia's still in this.
Well, I won't say the game is evenly poised, because the Australians, they've batted well and they came back well. Even though England had them 25 for 5, the two batsmen, they batted and put them in a position. As I sat there walking around looking at the situation, I said, on this type of wicket and the type of bowling that Australia have, if they score 150, it can be a good total.
Yeah, that's right. And say, just break off as we get the delivery in. But yes, it's as you say, the Lions have really pushed this Aussie side, and as you see today, England really taking a leaf out the book of Australia when it comes to the fielding. You've been pleased with them so far, England, but this. What a partnership it was early doors. Those 6 wickets lost, 4 for Palmer. It's a fantastic start to Finns. Where do you see the rest of Where do you see the rest of this game going, Monty?
Well, I think if these two batsmen, they could bat it until they reach for 40 overs and the score about 130, 5 overs, anything could happen. Yeah. Like I said, at this situation now, if Australia get 140, 150, they're well content with that, because the bowling attack is very, very good. Yeah. And Australia, they don't give you anything to hit. They bowl it just half of a good length. And this type of wicket would suit their bowling.
Yeah, exactly, Monty, what I was thinking. I just said to Owen earlier, if it's taken a little bit of shine off it, but you must have been impressed with that bowling start by England. They got off to the races very quickly, didn't they?
Well, they got up very good. But this is the first time I've seen that the opening attack be so consistently, not only bowling line and length, but the wicket of itself helped them, and they're getting a lot of bunks and movements in the wicket. That's why they experience and they're getting such all of those wickets so far. It's good opening attack.
And just to switch those couple of Lions games we chatted to you before, you really pushed Australia close in those 2 games. Were you happy with the performance of the team? Happy with your personal performance?
Well, I'm happy with my performance, yes. But then again, I'm a man who likes scoring runs. I'm not happy with not scoring runs. Yeah? A scoring run was not as much as I should. The overall performance of the Lions team is incredible well. The guys, they bowl well and they field well. It's just that the Australia, they're very, very good. And they bat from 1 to 11. But when you push the Australian there on the rock, that's the time that they get stronger.
Yeah, we just had that from Paul Radish. Is that they just seem to find a way and seem to dig in and get the answers needed, as they're 123 for 8 here in the 36 over, and it's Mel Hussein coming down, and Terry Becks has had a swing there. I think that was inside edge, not really where he meant it to go, and Timur Alam's beautiful throw in there right at Mel Hussein over the stumps. And what do you think, Monty, that England would want to kind of restrict Australia to now? They've got a little bit of foot back in the game with this partnership. They'd obviously be hoping to keep it, what, under 180?
Well, I don't think the feeling team at this moment thinking about a total how many Australian thing. All they're thinking about is getting the Australian out. The Australian, right this moment, they're thinking of batting out these overs and scoring as much runs as possible and put England under a lot of pressure.
I don't think that was a catching chance, was it? I think it was hitting to the ground, wasn't it? No, it was a chance, was it? Oh, Rashford tells me it was a chance. And we've seen your batting style, Monty, with those big shoulders on you. You like to give the ball a heave over the boundary. You must be licking your lips at this short side boundary here around this ground. If you were having a go at this ground, I could see the ball flying around everywhere.
Well, everybody know I'm an attacking batsman. I always like attack the bowling. And that's my style. Yeah? Everybody know my style. Even to when I go out to bat the Australia, they start spreading the field. Because as a man, I don't like blot the ball too much. Yeah? Once you're there, I can attack you all the time, whether you're a spinner or a bowler.
Made for the Bazball era then, are you, Monty?
That's correct.
Excellent. That's a good little cheeky running game by Australia. Have you played at this ground before, Monty?
No, I've never played at this ground. This ground looked like a nice ground, and the outfield looked like it is very, very quick, very fast.
Where do you play your club cricket normally?
It's in Nottingham, but I play in the Yorkshire Premier League. I play for Caribbean Sports Club in Sheffield.
Another Sheffield boy, just like our Ash then, eh? You've come across him on the circuit. So the Caribbean, has that got a lot of Caribbean heritage? Is it all Caribbean players, or do you mix it up?
Well,
a
it's
bit?
a mix. Yeah.
Sam's still down at Caribbean?
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, 126 for 8 then now for England, for Australia, I should say. 31 off 43 for Claude Orlando. 19 off 40 for Terry Betts. 9 overs remaining then. Australia still knocking on the door and still got those 9 overs. 2 wickets in hand.
Yeah, we spoke to Paul about the experience down under, which you were part of in Australia last year, the Ashes. What was your take from it? Did you enjoy it? How was the weather? Everyone said it was very hot.
Well, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
The whole tour of itself was well planned. The Australians, they look after us. The games was competitive. We had a wonderful time. It's not only playing the cricket, but the friendship between ourselves and the Australian is very, very good. I enjoy it immensely. The team enjoyed it immensely. And we had a good time.
Just a little square cut shot there from Becks. He's facing the ball from the flats end. And obviously, if you get there next year, you'd be hoping to take the little Ashes trophy with you, winning it this summer for the England team, Monty.
Well, hopefully we could win it, because this year we got a lot of new players, a lot of very talented young players. And most of us in the squad is over 65. With these young guys that come into the team now, the team will be more stronger, especially going to the World Cup next year. It will be more stronger. And we just wait and see. But with the Australian, everybody like play Australia because they play hard cricket and they bring the best out of you.
Big round of applause at the sidelines for Australia, really jeering them on and keeping them going. So you're obviously a true West Indian then with the big hitting. They've really turned away from Test cricket and dominated the one-day stuff, haven't they, West Indies? They've really concentrated on it.
I know, but I don't really concentrate too much on the West Indies team because I feel to myself that the right type of players that should be playing are not playing. And if you could play in the IPL and play around the world in these T20 games, why is it that you can't play for the West Indies team? Because you're very good. If you get in so much money to play T20, why is it that you can't play for the West Indies? I can't understand that. It's a bit frustrating for the players then because they still have the ability that they could play in the test matches. And the guys them that they're playing, they don't have the experience. Because when you come against Australia and India and South Africa, they're very formidable teams. And they could destroy the West Indies easily.
Yeah, it sometimes does look a little bit sad for such a proud cricketing nation.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, Monty, but I guess the sad truth is that money talks at the moment in cricket, doesn't it? Especially that IPL money. They're all going to it. But I certainly, from my childhood, watching the West Indies side was a privilege with those rapid bowlers. We had one down in Gloucestershire. Ambrose was a Gloucestershire cricketer. Courtney Walsh. Courtney Walsh was down that way.
Walsh,
yeah. We had them in our neck of the woods, so it would be brilliant to see the likes of that back again. And obviously one of the best batsmen ever to tread the planet in Brian Lara. Memories from my childhood. Who was your West Indian cricket hero then for your days, Monty?
Well, to be honest, all of my cricket, I love watching attacking batsmen. And most of my attacking batsmen is from the Australia. I always like it, especially Ricky Ponting. But I always like watching Brian Lara because Brian Lara is an attacking batsman. I watch a lot of videos about him. Not only of his style or because he's a left-hander, because he's an attacking batsman.
Yeah, and bags of talent, and yeah, no, Ricky Ponting, another one, but you're absolutely right. He always went for it. Brian Lara. As the Aussies are really getting their scoreboard ticking over now, aren't they? 130 for 8. We didn't think we'd be anywhere near that, Owen, at the start of this game.
Yeah, that's right. They've really trickled over onto 131 for 8 now. Fantastic to see from them. That 50 partnership was reached a few minutes ago between Claude Orlando and Terry Beds. So, no, it's a big call, and he's gone.
He's got him. He's got him. You'll see that replay. He swung right across the line there, Monty, and missed it.
Yeah, that's a bad shot. At this situation of the game, he should have never played a shot like that. He should have played straight and wait for it. Now the pressure now is back on Australia. And they give England a chance now. England got a chance that they could bowl out the Australia now. It all depends now on the number 8 batsman. What's his name? Tony.
Tony Panicasio. Yeah, coming in now.
It all depends upon him now.
Yeah, it's a shame that, really. I mean, he's had a great knock there, Bex, 22, but like Monty's alluded to, shouldn't really be playing that shot at this stage of the game, and they want to just see their overs out, and that might just be the wicket that England needs to get the job done.
Yes, this brings England right back into the game, because, like I said, if Australia, if he had batted there and they scored 140, 150, this game would have been really, really interested.
Yeah, because, that last wicket that was lost just before the one we just saw moments ago was 73 for 8. And you look at it and, like you say, like we mentioned, Australia have really got themselves almost back into it, and it's now at 131 for 9. 1 wicket remaining then. Yeah, it's an at this rate, I know it's tough to call, but do you reckon they will play out their 45 overs the way this England bowling units are at the moment? What do you reckon, Monty?
Well, it depends on the number 11 batsman, because we all see how Tony could bat. Yes. But let's see how the number 11 batsman bat, and then we could see. Because if he bat the way how he should be batting, yeah, they could reach 140, 150. You understand? But I know this Australian side, they could bat right down. And when the pressure is on them, they could take pressure. You understand? And they could give, when they give him pressure, they give you hard pressure. So this can be a really, really interesting game. It's not that the Australia, they were short of 20 runs. 140, 150, and the bowling attack that they got there, they could win this game very easily.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Monty. The first thing they're going to come out and do is pile pressure on, isn't it? They're going to have a really attacking field. They've got some really quick bowlers, and the job is certainly not done yet for England in this game, because I know one thing the Australians don't do is give up too soon. Oh, that's gone. That's 6. That's in the road. Oh. Claude Orlando has just flicked that off his hips there. I'm not sure if you got the replay, but it sailed over the
almost went into
the
the
leg
road,
side
like
boundary. Yeah, nearly took a few Australian cricketers out, sat on the bench, and I think it did make the road.
They're going to go for it now, though, aren't they, Matt? You know, last wicket in hand. They need to just try and get as high as they possibly can.
Yeah, and with the man to your left, he'd love to be out there now with a a license to swing the bat and just get as many on the board as you can. Monty would be licking his lips if he was in that crease now.
At this stage, I could say the game is evenly poised, because I face the Australian bowling attack. And the Australian bowling attack, they don't give you nothing. They don't give you nothing to drive, nothing to cut, unless it's a bad ball. And when you get a bad ball from the Australia, they get angry. Yeah. And if these men bowling like how this wicket is, because they got some men who bowling the ball in swingers, being swingers and out swingers. And we know about these English batsmen, how they're so fragile. Hopefully, when one out, you got a big collapse, just like how the Australian collapse. And hopefully, if they could go there and steady the head, they could bring a victory for England, or the Australian could put pressure on them, especially in the field. Because the Australians are very good in the field. Yeah. And running the singles between the wicket can be very, very hard.
As Claude just swings at one outside the off stump there. Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Monty. We've seen a batting collapse already this morning, so there's nothing to say that Australia won't replicate that when England are at the crease. So they've got to be careful, England, and not let Australia get away. Monty talking about that there. They've just hit the 140 mark, so that's one milestone gone. And if you're out there now, Monty, I guess you'd be just aiming for targets. The next target 150, next target 160. Just pacing yourself like that.
That's how it is, because when I bat in, that's what I just do. I start from 1, then I go to 10, then I go to 20, and that's how it is. I'm not quite sure these men, they have an idea in their head what they're doing, especially the batsman who is the non-striker at this moment now. All he wants now is his stripe, and hoping that the other partner, if he could play down the ball and let him take out the stripe, that'd be great. Australia could easily get 150. Anything over 150 is a bonus for them.
Yeah, certainly is, Monty. But yes, Tony Panicasio comes in. Claude Orlando on to 40 now. As he's 40 off 54. Not a bad return at all from him. As he's approaching a possible half century. They can really do with that. And as Monty mentioned, finely poised at this stage, because as you say, that strict bowling that we've seen from Australia in recent weeks, not letting anything go. They could defend this with their lives now, couldn't they, Matt?
Oh, that's a cracking delivery, that is. That's Deakins is coming. I think he's just turned that away from the outside edge, and luckily for Panicasio, he's had a real fish at that. And luckily for him, he's got nothing on it. Oh!
Come on, finish off.
So Monty's going to leave us now. Monty, thank you so much for your time and your insight. It was really enjoyable, and good luck in that Lions game.
Thank you. Yeah, you come and finish off. Sorry.
Rash Mahmood will rejoin us now at a stage 38.5 overs in.
Brilliant that from Monty. What a great insight to an attacking batsman who likes to go for it, and just at the right time is when the Australians need a bit of that out there themselves. If they're going to put some sort of defendable total on the board with 39th over down there. We've got one more to see us into the 40th, and as you heard, Monty's invited Rash Mahmood back a bit early, so I'm always one for a longer break. I'll let him take over.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yeah, Rash rejoins us. A wicket coming at a good time for England, Rash, because losing Terry Betts at that stage, Australia were just looking to, that last wicket beforehand, as we mentioned with Monty and Matt, was at 73 for 8. So Australia had started just ticking along. So now they've only got that one wicket in hand, so they really have to go for it with 6 overs left.
Yes, thank you, Owen. And thank you to Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, very much like we saw on Friday with the England Lions game, Owen, when England were in a hole, 7 down for less than 100, but really sensible batting by Jason Corn and Kevin Watson on that occasion. It was very sensible batting by Claude Orlando and Terry Becks. We saw what Terry Becks was all about on Friday with that 84 ball innings, and I think he got up to 35. But in the context of where Australia were at the time, it was vital. That's been a vital partnership between him and Orlando, and I fancied if they'd stayed out there for a couple more overs, 175, 180 would probably be on the cards. As it is, with 6 to go, if England could just winkle one of these last 2 out for below 150, I think it's a pretty good return. But the pitch has certainly started to play a lot better. But it was sensible batting, Owen, that they got you there. Game management, we spoke about it with Paul Radage when he was with us earlier on. England still with work to do then to try and restrict this Australian final pair. And a big thank you to Monty Douglas. Always good to hear from Monty.
Yeah, great to hear from Monty Douglas. Always, you know, David, great insight pre-match, and just really good to hear from someone who, as we know, loves to hit that cricket ball. Rash, you know, he's really pleased with how England have done. But even he says at this moment in time, with these 6 overs remaining, this game does remain finely poised, because we know how strict Australia can be on the fielding.
Yes, we know what a good fielding unit they are, what a good bowling unit they are, but if they're defending in a total of 160, for example, they've got to be on point right from the start. And as I said, I don't think the pitch is playing as lively as it was right at the start of the Australian innings. Certainly there doesn't seem to be as much movement in the air and movement off the seam. So fingers crossed that suits the England batsmen when they get in. They can just play the way into their innings. As Palmer comes in again, and Panicasio just plays that nicely out into the leg side. Going to be runs there, looking for 2. Just keeps it to 1. 1 more to the total. But it's the nature, and Paul Radage mentioned it, it's pivotal moments, isn't it? And how matches can change. We saw Graham Shaw take an absolute worldie. Brilliant. But then put one down, which was hit very, very hard to him. Let's put the caveat on it. But it was a chance, and it was a big chance. And hold that, well, Australia are another 24 runs less. You know, and they're sitting at 120 for 9 rather than 144 for 9. So it does, the cricket match does turn on moments in the game. But the blitzkrieg start by England, Australia, they've fought back well. And it can the England batters, when they get in, have the right mindset.
Yeah, that is the important thing, isn't it, Rash? Because, you know, we saw a spell, you know, like you say, early on, you know, 26 for 6 Australia were, and you think, my goodness, and, you know, it got to 70, was it 73 for 7, and you looked at it and you think, my goodness, like that is a spell and a half from that England fielding unit. And, you know, you looked at it and there was a spell when it could have been, they could have been 100 all out, Australia, and it really could have been a different complexion to this England innings this afternoon.
I'll go one further, Owen, and say I didn't think at that point when Australia was 6 down and the ball was zipping around all over the place that they were going to reach 75. Yeah. England was so far on top. Listen, it was a good toss to win. We knew that. We were out there doing the pitch report, Owen, and we spoke to the skippers, and there was a rueful look on Peter Judd's face, the Aussie skipper, because I'm absolutely convinced that if he'd won the toss, he would have put England in. But the pitch has got better, as I've said, and Australia weathered the storm. A couple of good partnerships, and a very good partnership from Bex and Claude Orlando. It's an imperative that they see the last 5 overs out. We know how important that is. We saw it on Friday. The England Lions all out, batting first with 15 deliveries to go. If they could have just managed to get another 15, 20 runs in those 15 deliveries, which is entirely possible, that becomes a completely different game. So Phil Deacon from the flats end. It's Tony Panacassia. First time I've ever seen TP bat, I have to say. Oh, he was beaten. That's an absolute beauty by Deacon. He's telling me he's no shabby batsman himself.
Yeah, 4.5 to go, and then as Deacon comes in. Over 230 viewers on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us here. It's just on 2:30 here at Fairburn Cricket Club. As you join us, 144 for 9. Oh, the Aussies. Who will take another single there. They'll be happy with that at the moment, Rash. Just trickling along. As you say, getting to the end of their overs is pivotal for them. Yeah, it's about 42.5, wasn't it, if I remember rightly, or 43. Like you say, with 15 deliveries left, wasn't it, where the Lions were on Friday at Ooty Bridge.
What England have got to just be wary of, after having the Australians 6 down for not very many, to come off whatever score Australia have and think, oh, that should be out. No.
Yeah, but Tim Allen does well to prevent the boundary. It was just starting to trickle over towards us. They will have another 2 to add to the total. Orlando moves on to 43. He's going towards his half century. 147 for 9 then.
Yes, I'll just finish up the. He's got a thick edge on that. Nick Newman chasing that. He's not going to get there. It's a 4. Edged. 150 for Australia comes up. 151. Another 4 to Claude Orlando. As Owen said, inching towards his half century. Yeah, whatever score Australia end up at, England are going to be well pleased with how they've played. They've used the conditions to their advantage. Okay, you're talking against a quality team. A quality team when the pitch is flattening out and the conditions are in your favour. You know, you've got to appreciate that at some point, 1, 2 or 3 of the Australian batsmen are going to get in. And Bex and Orlando have showed that as the pitch has got easier, they can play their natural game. But England shouldn't be disheartened as Michael Palmer from the pavilion end. He's going to bowl his final over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 15. Phil Deacon, well, he's finished from the flats end. Very good figures for him. Just spoke by that streaky 4 from Claude Orlando. But 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 33. Very, very good in the context. Australia 151 for 9. Did Monty give you any indication of what he thought was a decent score on here, Owen? I was having a chat with Jason Corn, who's driven up from Nottingham today, the England line skipper.
Yeah, Monty was saying about, you know, the you know, if they can, as we've just seen, they've got to that 150. Anything at 160, 170 is really a bonus for Australia. And that's going to trickle over for a boundary and a big roar from the Australian crowd, Rash. They are cheering on any boundary or any runs that adds to this Australian total. 155 for 9 then.
Well, for the vast majority of his game, Timor Allen has been down on that boundary, and he's fielded pretty well. That not the best bit of fielding. It is difficult when you're fielding on there because the ball's coming down the hill at you. Yeah. Maybe it would have been better advised to have a little dive at that rather than trying to pick up the ball one-handed as it's bouncing, and it bounced straight over his outstretched right hand for 4. Oh, and he had a little nibble at that, did Panicasio. Ball outside the off stump. Replays the shot that he should have played. 155 for 9 then. Very, very pleasant afternoon here at Fairburn Cricket Club. Sun's out, just a touch of wind. Nice angle shot by Panicasio in the end. A slower delivery from Palmer. He's tried that a couple of times during his spell, but nicely watched and recognised by Panicasio. Just opened the face of the bat. Ran it out into the offside. One more to him. He moves on to 7. Australia 156 for 9.
Yeah, as I say, everywhere you look, Rush, I keep looking around to my left and right, and it's a great crowd forming here at Fairburn. Really enjoying the sunshine, and as we keep saying, enjoying a fantastic stand of the cricket. The grey ashes fixture. Kev Watson spoke beforehand how proud he was to see this at his home club. That's up in the air. That's a great shot, isn't it?
That brings his 50 up. Well, Orlando wasn't exactly the place he was looking to put it. I think he was trying to deposit that somewhere over extra cover, the thickish edge. But he puts his baggy green on the end of his bat. Acknowledges the warm round of applause that he's getting. 51 not out for Claude Orlando. Of 62 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. Well battered to him. Came in when Australia were in desperate trouble. 160 for 9 then. Well, Mike Palmer finishes up his 9 over spell. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 wickets for 25. Very, very good spell of bowling from him. Used the conditions to his advantage early doors. Trapping Doug Murphy with his first delivery, I think it was. And then his opening partner, Mark Wilson, tore through that Australian top order. Interesting. Graham Shaw, who's going to come on, replacing Phil Deakin, who's bowled his 9 overs from the flats end. There's a big gap on the leg side, Owen, which Claude Orlando has just had a little sneaky peek at. Got a fielder at deep square leg. Nick Gaywood at back of the square on the 45 on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket and long on, but there's nobody from deep mid-wicket to long on.
Yeah, that is quite a considerable gap, isn't it?
Oh, Claude Orlando really got hold of that. Absolutely clobbered it back. Straight into the stumps. There's no run. 161 for 9 then.
One more added to the total, 162 for 9. Just over 2 overs to go. Orlando on 53 for 66, Panacasio, 7 off 12 for Tony.
Well, I'd like to see the field move in a bit for Tony Panacasio. No, that's not going to do it. That's going to be signalled a wide. Yeah, try and restrict him. 3 balls of this over to go then with that wide. Try and get 3 dot balls. He's played that nicely out into the offside. It's a lofted drive. That's gone for 4. The delivery that allowed him to free his arms. He played it very nicely indeed. So 167 for 9. And that boundary, Panacasio moves on to 11 not out from the 13 deliveries he's faced. Claude Orlando, his batting partner, 53 from 66. And that squirts off the outside edge.
End of the over then, 168 for 9. 2 to go then. And at the moment, as Monty alluded to, as Matt alluded to, and as Rash has alluded to, you know, a decent score now of 170 after where they were at 20. I know we keep going back to it, but it was an astonishing point of the game, wasn't it, Rash? 26 for 6. You thought, goodness me, I think we're all in for an early break. It was getting to that point where you thought, that's, you know, and that's something we've seen from this Australian side. But to then get back from that deep of a hole to then get to 168 for 9 with 2 overs left is not a bad return at all. To, you know, depending where you were.
What does the Aussie skipper Peter Judd keep saying? Find a way. It's like Mr. Bradley's mantra: subject to change. That's what Mr. Bradley always says when you ask him about things. Yeah, we're doing such and such, subject to change. But it's the mantra that the Australian team operate on. Find a way. And I think these Australians have found a way to put up a score which they're going to be able to defend. That's the biggest thing, Owen, because if they were skittled out for 75, which it looked like it at one point, then they were really up against it. Because you'd fancy the England batsmen, even on this pitch, which I think is, as I said, is getting easier, to knock off 75 runs in 45 overs. Score of 170 plus will concentrate their mind a bit more. And if Australia can make a start like England did, then it's game on. But it's been a very good effort by the Australians rebuilding. 6 down for less than 30 to get where they are. Very good effort indeed. And it's good from Mel Hussein. 2 dot balls to start. Well, Mel Hussein giving Tony Panacasio absolutely nothing to hit. So he might have a little swipe at this one. Try and get Claude Orlando on strike. There you go. Oh, well fielded by the England skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox, diving away to his left. So 2 more deliveries to go here, Owen. Another dot ball, and then I think you'll probably see the field spread out a bit to give Tony Panacasio. No disrespect to Tony, but I'd rather have him on strike than Claude Orlando, I would have thought. And he just blocks that back. And there you go. Out the fielders go. It's imperative they just keep it to a single, though. Blocked out, surprisingly. Maiden over for Hussein, then 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 30. Australia 168 for 9, and importantly for them, Claude Orlando on strike.
That's right, Rash. You know, a crucial half-century. You know, without the runs of Claude Orlando, you know, and Terry Betts. You look at some of the, you know, I'll tell you, we've had some conversations with Dud Murphy just recently on Friday at the Cock Inn after the game on Friday, and he was saying about the rotten luck he's had just recently in terms of just that. You know, you looked at the start of the innings on Friday. First ball, he went for a boundary. Looks like he's going well. Second ball, out. So you know, even today, it's 0 for 1. And it's like then you look at it and you think it's a shame for him.
Well, 37 runs this partnership off 39. Well, that's the perils of being an opening batsman. Certainly. We've seen Doug play some wonderful innings. Got his debut in the first one-day international at the Don Bradman Oval at Barrel. 2 wonderful innings in the first 2. Missed out in the third one, which was a fantastic piece of fielding from Kevin Watson. That's short. Hit out into the offside, but Timor Alam does the fielding. Deep point boundary, 1 more to the total. But yeah, strikes the first ball. It was a nice, juicy full toss for him, so you would like to see that as an opener, and an opener of his calibre as he dispatched it through mid-wicket. But then just reached for one that was a bit fuller, a bit wider. Flew off the outside edge, but it was a very, very good catch by Tony Burbeck. He made it look exceptionally easy, Owen, but we were there live, and he wasn't too far away from the bat, and it absolutely flew at him. And he took a very, very well-judged catch. So, yeah, 4 and out for Doug. But on his day, he's still a very, very good batsman. Got a good one from Mike Palmer. Moved in the air. He was just trying to play it down through square leg. Just shuffled across his crease a touch, and as a result of doing that, the ball was moving in the air, but he'd moved across his stumps, and I think it was a good decision by umpire Grogan. Doug will no doubt disagree. So Australia 170 for 9. Oh, that's straight to the fielder, out in the deep. Keeps it to 2. Just for a minute. Thought that was going to go straight to him, but just bounced in front. 2 more to the total then. 172 for 9. Now, this will be the final delivery of this Australia innings. Big swipe by Claude Orlando, bottom edge, goes absolutely nowhere. So Australia end up after their 45 overs, 172 for 9, which looked improbable when they were sat at 26 for 6. But good batting by Terry Becks first off. Claude Orlando, 56 not out at the end of 71 deliveries, and Tony Panacasio, first time I've seen TP bat. And he acquitted himself very well indeed. 13 off 22. So, England, when they come out to bat, after the 40-minute tea interval, will require 173 runs to level up this series, Owen.
Yeah, really good Rash from Australia in the end. They will be pleased with that, and that's something, as we've mentioned, that they can defend. We've seen that all too well from this Australian side, but yeah, it was as you say, Dud Murphy went 0 for 1, and Palmer and Wilson, what an opening field that was. I tell you, those 6 wickets were took, 4 by Palmer, 2 by Wilson, and then you look at it, it got to 71 for 8. Glenn Pearce was out, and this is the comment that really sums up this whole innings. Rash, over 100 added since the 8th wicket fell, and that's the big story of the day, really, because as we say, they could have been 100 all out, but at the moment, as we say, 172 for 9. And as we say, we're at the innings break now. England will be out to bat in about 40 minutes' time. So join me, Matt Evans and Rash Mahmood on the commentary desk when we return this afternoon. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
And welcome back from lunch. What a beautiful tea it was, as we found on the road everywhere we go. And you see the Australian team out there in a huddle. They've got a total to defend here, thanks to Claude Orlando. And a couple of little partnerships as the umpires make their way out. The English batsman just sat on the side here waiting to go. It's myself, Matt Evans, and Rash Mahmood starting you off. And yeah, Rash has heard a few thoughts and ideas. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, isn't it, Rash?
Yeah, it certainly is. Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. 71 for 8, Australia were. And it was worse than that at one point. 26 for 6. Top order blown away by Michael Palmer and Mark Wilson, the two England seam openers, on a very conducive pitch for them. Green top, touch of moisture. Got swing in the air and movement off the seam, and they just blitzed them. But some good batting, some good partnership from Australia. The last 2 wickets, 101 runs, Matt. Very sensible batting. First by Bill Blair and Glenn Pearce. And Glenn Pearce and Claude Orlando, and Terry Becks. I think that was the key one. And Orlando went on his merry way, making a very well-made half-century, but supported. Last man in, Tony Panacasio, got Australia up to a very improbable total. Bearing in mind they were, as I say, 71 for 8, 172 for 9. So it'll be Steve Small, the left-hander, and Mel Hussein opening up for England, Matt.
Don't think I've seen Mel open. Doesn't normally open, does he? He's not a bit further down the order normally.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rejigging of the order.
Any reason you can think of knowing his batting style better than I do? Is it the short boundaries or anything behind that, do you reckon?
The short boundaries, Matt, that's a really good point. It may come into it because, as you know, Mel Hussein is very, very strong through the leg side. He likes to whip it off his hips, and he plays a lot through the square leg, mid-wicket area. There's an opportunity if he's batting at the far end where Steve Small is. If you just stray down that leg side, he's going to look to whip it away down the hill, lightning fast outfield. Yeah, conversely, at the far end where he is now, at the pavilion end, that's quite a short boundary as well, but up the hill a touch. Simple answer, I don't know. I think you back Mel Hussein, you know, he's a decent bat for England. Opening, he can get his eye in and then look to play his shots. But Terry Beck's going to open up from the pavilion end then.
I have to say, we ended up sitting on a table at lunch where all the Aussie boys come and sat around us, and they were really proud of what they got out of that. And again, the motto we've heard all summer, find a way, was said about 10 times around that table. And that's just made me worry for England's chances this afternoon. They just seem to have that grit and determination as Beck gets one flying past the outside edge. You see on the replay here, Smalls had a little prod forward and he's totally missed it. Yeah, that grit and determination, Rash, it just gets the job done. Just leaves me a bit worried. We should be sat here comfortably thinking this is in the bag for England, and we're not.
Well, they don't give up, and having got 172 on the board, they know it's a way below a par score on this pitch. But you've got the caveat that batting for the first 12-13 overs was an absolute nightmare, and to get to where they got will obviously buoy them. They'll know if they get a couple of wickets early. We've seen England with their batting frailties, and that's down the leg side. Well taken by Claude Orlando, but umpire Grogan, standing at the pavilion end, signals are wide. So, first runs on the board for England.
Yeah, we sat next to Doug Murphy, who obviously didn't have the greatest of innings. He was telling us his whole family had logged on to watch him and spent longer turning the computer on than his innings lasted. So he had a few harsh messages from the family back home. Great shot there by Steve Small, driven straight for 4 runs. But yeah, they were saying that the early up problem was really the skid and the bounce rather than sideways movement. They were obviously in Australia, you get it like you were saying, but Monty was saying as well, and Paul Radich, the tennis ball bounce. they were expecting that. It looked firm this morning, but you'd have one skid on and then one pop up on you. So it was really the height of the ball getting to the batsman that threw them off their guard early doors.
Yes, it was certainly difficult for batting early on. No two ways about that. But you've got to cash in when conditions are in your favour. England certainly cashed in, and as the sun came out, the pitch dried up a touch, it became a lot easier to bat on, that's for certain. Oh, he's beaten again, that's a beauty. Bowling with good pace, Terry Becks, myself, Matt and Owen, really impressed with him the other day at Outerbridge. Himself and Stuart Ridge, wonderful opening spell by those two. And so Australia will be hoping that the England batting frailties that we've seen a few times resurface again here today, make inroads early and often. That flicks off Steve Small's pad.
And he's done it again today with the bat, hasn't he, Terry Becks? Just when there was he hasn't scored a load of runs, but he steadied the ship, didn't give his wicket away, and like you said, played sensible cricket with the guys that came in and around him. And the worry, I suppose, for all cricket nations of this age, he's the youngest in the team. I think he's just 60, so they've got a couple of years of him being around.
Yeah, he's played 2 knocks that on the score sheet, people will look at it and go, well, he only got that. I mean, they'll look at it from Friday and go, 35 off 84 deliveries. Ooh, that's not a good strike rate. Yeah. In the context of the game, that was one of the key innings. You know, obviously John Adamson coming in and doing what he did, but without that contribution from Terry Becks, just steadying the ship, Australia, I don't think they would have got home on Friday. And today, they're in awful trouble, but he batted very, very well with Claude Orlando. As I say, 101 runs, the last 2 wickets for Australia. And they had, I think at one point, I'll have to double check, I still think they had something like 21 overs to go. So to bat out 21 overs, you know, when you're 8 down, is pretty impressive. So the first over from Becks completed. A nice boundary. Steve Small just easing it through the colours for 4. Raced away down the hill. 6 with no wicket. And Stuart Ridge from the flat set. Steve Small, he's on strike.
Yeah, and then, in all honesty, the other side of that coin is that's just not good enough from the England fielding side. You know, 21 overs, down to 8th, you know, your last 2 batsmen, and they've let 101 runs go for it. So, you know, there's got to be some sort of inquiry there, I'm afraid. I know you can say the Australians played well, but that's your job as a fielding side, is to get rid of the tail. I thought I had a little nick there, but just bounced before Claude Orlando by about 4 or 5 foot. They're not having it all their own way here, the English batsmen, as they're out there. And it's not a new wicket, but they're still getting it to zip around a bit, the Aussies.
Yeah, they're going to be charged up. They'll be trying desperately to get an early wicket, as England did. That's a bit shorter and allows Steve Small just to rock back in his heels, just punches it out into the cover area where Graham Pavey does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, it was betwixt and between, I think. I would have liked to seen England go on the top like you, Matt, and challenge the Australian batsmen, because with so many overs to go and the wickets running out, if they're going to hit you over the top, they're going to hit you over the top. That's out.
It's out. Oh, great Smith's taken one. That was a sloppy shot there. Was that Steve Small?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, just got that, Benny. Well done. Yeah, he's gone to cut that, hasn't he, to point, and it's gone straight to Darren Smith at point. Safe hands there, and that's just what England didn't want. A little early wobble. He's just going to get the Australians' tails up. And the debutant for the England side here comes in when England are 6 for 1 in just the second over of the day. Yeah, well, I mean, I grumbled about it a couple of games ago, Rash, but that field just needed to be more attacking and give the Australians something to think about. Like you say, if you're going to hit one over the top for 6, you'd probably do it anyway. Push that field in tight and attacking, and you're putting pressure on the batsman.
Well, I think it works 2 ways, Matt, because with so many overs that the Australians had left in their innings, they would have been mindful that if I do have a go for it, you know, and I'm out, then we've got one person to come in with 20 plus overs, which is immensely difficult to do. And we seem to just give them a bit of momentum. Now, the Australians took full advantage of it and they batted very, very well, but they were sort of allowed to do it. Now, look, England was listen, they would have snapped your hand off if they said, listen, putting Australia into bat first, we keep them to 172. Absolutely no two ways about it. But in the context of the game and what we were seeing visually, for them to get up to that total, and then obviously losing Steve Small there, bit of a loose shot from him, play it with much conviction, just trying to guide it. That's positive from Alarm straight off. Nice way to get off the mark.
It's a brave old shot for your first knock in the England team, isn't it?
Well, the thing about him, he comes into it with no fear whatsoever. Very, very good 90-odd at Cheadle against the Lions the other Friday. He's tactically versatile, but I think he'll enjoy himself out here if he gets in. Which brings Mel Hussein on to face his first delivery from Stuart Ridge. 7 for 1 England.
He's an underrated bowler, isn't he, Stuart Ridge? We've mentioned Blair and Beck a lot. Just looking there, I mean, that's a wicket for 1 run there. He's had very economical figures, and we don't tend to talk about it as much as the other two.
I think because he doesn't have the certainly doesn't have the pace of Bill Blair or Terry Becks, but what he does do, it's very similar to Jason Corn. It's wicket to wicket. He genuinely makes you play every single ball, and if you miss, he hits. It's either hitting the stumps or it's wrapping the batsman on the pads, and obviously the possibility of LB. So he isn't flashy, but what he does very, very well indeed.
Yeah, and if you're still on YouTube joining us, we've got a good 137 on there. Do drop us a message. We've all had our lunch, and second half's in. The Aussie flags are flying upside down there. That epitomises down under, doesn't it?
Well, constant encouragement for Terry Becks from his teammates. That's close.
That is quite close.
Well, it was definitely worth a shout. The only thing I can think of with that, it was a tall man, Team Morale. I mean, he did get that front pad down, maybe height, but well worth a shout.
I think he thought that was a wide there, didn't he, Alan? He gave the umpire a right glare after that ball shot past the bat. Becks turns at his mark, pavilion end, charges in again, looking for another breakthrough. Flashes past the outside edge, and Adams had a bit of a swing and a miss there, and I can hear the voices all around the ground, Australians clapping and applauding and just boosting the team morale of this team. We've got a really tight target to chase. I certainly think they got it in them to do it.
You know, as England batsmen, you're going to face quite a hostile opening spell. Bowlers will be G'd up. Just play sensibly, get yourselves through it. That's a nice shot off the back foot. That's beautifully timed. Graham Pavey out there. Oh, wonderful bit of fielding by Pavey. That's first class. Absolutely wonderful. Died full length. Got his right hand out. Prevented a boundary, but a good shot from Alan. Good chase, good cricket all round, Matt.
Here's one for you, Rash. How many DRS reviews do you get in over 60s one days international? If DRS stands for did Rash see it, then about 20 and over. No, I don't think the DRS facility is available at these all grounds. Hawkeye is not cheap in all the sports that use it nowadays.
Well, we talked about it with Paul McFarlane, head of the umpires in South Yorkshire on Friday, about technology now, how umpires at the elite level, IPLs and the Big Bash or what have you, how they're sometimes just afraid to make a decision. They don't even look at the front foot anymore. It goes straight upstairs and you know, the square sign is made. But no, don't have that facility here.
I don't mind them not calling the front foot. I think that just takes a job off their hands, doesn't it? You know, they're looking down, then looking for the LB. I know the old boys did it, but I don't mind that. I do mind, like you said, in the England Test match just gone, the amount of times they say not out just to cover their back, and then obviously it's a close call and goes with umpire's call. There was 4 or 5 wickets I thought would have. Oh, inside edge there. It's just trickled down there to third fine leg. Sorry.
I think that gets me with that though, Matt, and Paul McFarlane mentioned it, is the amount of times the umpires are absolutely spot on.
Exactly what I had a chat back at home went to Cheltenham Cricket Club, a chap called John Cropper, saying that, you know, it's just highlighting how good they are, really. The review system has really shown them how good they are at it, because it's a hard old job, especially at this level and this speed.
That's nicely played, nicely fielded by Darren Smith. Just backwards a point, Timor Allen just chopping down into the offside, bit of width offered by Stuart Ridge, but a good bit of fielding by Darren Smith, number 88 on his back, keeps it to 1.
It just remind me there, seeing Kev Watson. Rash, you'll love this story. A member of this club just found 50 quid on the far side over there in notes, brought it straight into Kev and said, someone's dropped 50 quid, can you ask everyone when you go around with the tickets, and if no one claims it, stick it in the club funds. And that warms the heart, doesn't it?
Yorkshire. Yorkshire.
Wouldn't happen in Scotland. It'd be straight down spoons.
No, that's a very nice gesture by whoever whoever found that.
Fantastic that was, I thought. Very honest and honourable. They're doing what they need to do here, Australia. They're just keeping the pressure on. Run rate is low. And the tight, aggressive field that Darren Smith spoke to me and Owen about is in place and really making these England openers work for this.
There they are, Matt. Well, we're just taking a quick break in play. The overchange. Big thank you to our England 60 sponsors. Without them, this wouldn't be happening. Thank you to Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Juve and Cleanclad. Thank you for your continued and loyal support.
Yeah, it's superb, isn't it, Rash? The people that help fund it. Without that, we wouldn't be sat here doing this. So it's very commendable. As Bex comes in, there's a cut shot there. Out to the deep, fielded. Just the single. Nice cricket all round that.
Well, I know it's early in his innings, Timor Allen. 9 deliveries his face, Matt, but he got off the mark with a very expansive drive. Nice shot there. I don't think he'll be holding back.
Well, brave's the word I'd use so far, Rash. I mean, it's your debut for the full England side over 60s. To swing that drive first one, and he's not stopped since. I just hope it doesn't catch him out. I think that was going down leg, judging by where the ball ended up. Yeah, he looks confident and brave. He's playing his shots. He's not going to be intimidated by this debut against Australia.
No, he shouldn't be. It's one of the matches that we mentioned. I think it might have been the Cheadle game. You should play your game. Back yourself. You're in here because of your talent and your abilities. You're here on merit. Back yourself. Play the circumstances, of course. Game management. Mentioned it with Paul Radage, but he's a player who is very tactically versatile. I think he's a good fit coming in at 3. He wouldn't have liked to have come in as early as he did, but I think he's a good fit at number 3.
Yeah, what a shot. Just talking about that, Rash. He spanked that straight back over the bowler's head. I was unlucky not to get a 6, actually. That's 4 runs. What a shot that was, Rash.
Well, that's right out the top draw. That, for me, is the shot of the day. Just stood there, foot down the pitch and absolutely clobbered that. That's coming, and that's bounced and it's gone miles. That's coming back with air miles on it. It took one bounce and there was people taking avoiding action at the far end. It's still not back.
Well, that's the most middle sounding shot I've heard today. You can tell the difference, and that was absolutely out the sweet spot.
Yep, certainly was. He moves on to 9. England at 17 for 1. In their pursuit of 173 runs to win, so another 156. The man out for England, Steve Small. Yes, basically guiding a catch to the point gully area.
Yeah, the Bread House has made a good point online there, Rash. Another early wicket or two. A really interesting match. I think we've got a really interesting match on our hands anyway, with this the Australian bowling attack.
Yeah, regardless. And I think it's been an even start, really. The Australians getting that early breakthrough. Oh, swing and a miss on that occasion. That's the end of the over then. 5 overs gone England, 17 for 1. A quick word from Matt Evans, and then it'll be Owen Mason to take over.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the cat playing with the half-dead bird in the garden here. It's they've made a solid start, Australia. Just pouring away at it. They've got that early breakthrough, but then Alam's come in and played a couple of shots just to warn the Australians what they're capable of and what they can do. So it's been very brave and honest of him. It's his debut for the full England over 60 side here, and he's not shied away from the challenge. I welcome back Owen Mason after 14 slices of cake at lunchtime.
Very nice they were as well, mate. Yes, welcome back. Yeah, good to be back. And it's, yeah, as you just mentioned with Rash, going to be a very interesting innings now for England. Early wicket doesn't seem to have hurt them at this very moment in time. And that's another great shot.
Yeah, lovely little clip off the hip there from Hussein. I say I've not seen him open before. Rush says he doesn't normally open, so very interesting decision. There's obviously a bit of tactical nous behind that. Just shoving him up the order. Rush seems to think his strong leg side play, which is exactly that shot he just played. That's got in the single and put a lamb on strike. Ridge from the flats end, that's got to be close. Oh, he's got away with that one, I think. Look at this, Owen. He's dropped back, it's hitting pads. I think it's high. It's got to be high, that one. Just going over the top of the stumps, I feel.
Close one now. And that's another cracker, I think that. Oh my goodness me, it almost went into
casualty there.
Yeah, it's a six, isn't it? But oh my goodness me, it almost went into the picnic.
Hit the deck there. Lost her skull in her tea there. Oh, I hope she's all right. She went to stand up there, and the chair went. Yeah, I'm not twisted mind, but a replay of that would have been nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, bless her. She tried to get off the chair, got a bit stuck, I think. Oh, get your lead wrapped around. Oh, good. Yeah, and he's definitely playing his shots, isn't he? He looks like he wants to just get the job done, doesn't he, Alam?
Yeah, 24 for 1 then.
Did you hear that, Ivor? Nick Newman wants to speak about streaming at Loughborough. Nick Newman wants to speak about streaming at Loughborough. Okay, where is he? Do you want us to send him over? Yeah, I don't know if you didn't want to be disturbed.
24 for 1 then for England as they look to reach, of course, 173. Very attainable target, but as we know with this Australian side.
Oh, that's the problem with Alam's playing, isn't it? It's all good when you find the sweet spot, but when he has that, this Australian bowling soon going to find an edge if he's going to swing it that wildly. But fair play to him.
Yeah, almost 200 viewers on the YouTube live stream. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We'll just have a word to talk about our Australian sponsors. As you see, they've just turned up on screen now. Global Travel Management, Kinsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring and National Tiles. Thank you very much for all your support in the Australia 60s over 60s cricket team. Thank you very much indeed. In comes Terry Betts again. That's another big call right towards the umpire, but Matt, no movement.
Terry was keen for that one, wasn't he? Had a big old roar at the umpire there. And there's obviously getting a little bit of movement. There's too many kind of swing and misses here for it not to be doing something off the surface. And I do fancy Becks to get a couple in. We haven't obviously seen the lightning quick Blair yet. Oh, that's middled, and it's well fielded. That is by Blair, fielded there. I thought that was a guaranteed boundary, but Blair was over there in a flash and got down to stop that. Just, I don't think they even ran a single, did they?
No, I don't think they did that.
I was just going to say a single. I don't think they moved.
No.
Oh, that's a great shot.
That's
That's
nice.
the leg side that Rash was on about. That's Mel Hussein, and his leg side just flicked it away. And it's over the boundary in a flash. 4 runs. England move on to 28 for 1 in the 7th over.
Yeah, doing very well. Excuse me, doing very well. I don't know words out. Goodness me, very well for it, aren't they? You know, you look at the same metric when Australia had 28 runs on the board. They had lost 6 wickets in that time. So 28 for 1 then. Alam and Hussein building a nice partnership at the moment. Just what they need, England. And if they keep on at this pace, then they'll reach 173 at a decent time. Another comment from 01 Red Lead. Mel opens for his club Dunmo. There you go. So not a rarity to see Mel Hussein opening up.
Well, that's quite often the case, isn't it? You know, the kind of top 4 or 5 England batsmen would be, or to 3 or 4 would be openers for their club side. Different level when you get here. I just haven't seen him since last summer when we started. He's never opened for England, but here he is and doing a very good job of it. And I have to say, Rash has called it spot on, because I think most of his runs have been just flicked off that hip at the moment. Oh, crikey, that one stayed really low. He dropped his bat down there, got a little bottom end of the bat to it, and luckily for Mel Hussein, it just shot straight past the stumps and didn't clatter into them. As we get to the end of the 7th over, 28 for 1. Alam's on 15, having faced 18 balls. Hassan's on 6, having faced 13 balls. And I do believe it's going to be Ridge again from the flat end. What's your thoughts so far, Owen? It's kind of in the balance, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. It's be interesting to see where England are at that first drinks break. I was about to say that. There wasn't a drinks break, was there? 15 overs. First of all, but you know, when they get to that 15 over mark, how many wickets they have in hand, and where they are in terms of runs. Of course, no panic stations just yet. But if you know, between 6.5 overs in as we are now, and that 15 over mark, if they have if Australia have just really limited England, that's it'd be an interesting metric to see where they are come 15 overs. As you say, Butler. In again then. Nice run up. No score there.
Again, nice shot by Team Alam. Just driven it through covers. But the fielding is spot on. As Ridge gets to the top of his mark again, charges in. Oh, and Timor Alam has sent that for days. That's over Dorothy falling off her chair and into the clothesline behind in the gardens. He's absolutely spanked that. You'll see there on your screens. Number 21's going to go look for that. He's going to have to hop this fence.
Oh, goodness.
Hopefully he doesn't do himself an injury. He's
in the garden.
Past the laundry. Careful the Rottweiler don't come out. We want to get that live on the screen, would we? Getting mauled by the pit bull as he retrieves the cricket ball from the gardens. It's back there.
But that's why, Matt, isn't it? They've brought in someone the like of Timor Alam, as Rash mentioned, just over a week ago at Cheadle Hulme. Great score of 90 in that Lions game, and they pushed the Aussies right to the bone there at Cheadle Hulme. And this is, look at it now, 15 off 19. I think that's about to update, isn't it, actually? Should be about 19 off 20
that's a
deliveries. That's
beautiful shot.
fantastic.
It's just
Alam,
cut
number
back.
4.
Opened his blade up, let the ball bounce off it. He's cut it down here to third man. And he's just getting his eye in here, Timur Alam. And again, the run rate's creeping up there. So run rate at the moment is 3.91. Run rate requires 3.83. So it's all they have to keep doing. Is plodding along at this rate. And it's job done. It's sensible batting, controlled, sensible batting, which is what we didn't see from Australia in the early moments of the game. Oh, he's missed that one, but that's leg side.
Scorers were mesmerised with Alam's 4 and 6. That hasn't been updated in just a little while. I think it should be nearer 40 at the moment. 38 for 1 at the moment, it should be.
Yeah,
what we should be
just
on.
lagging behind
Yeah,
here.
yeah, there we go. 38 for 1. Thanks, Harrison, for pointing that out to us. Yeah, for Alam. Yeah, there we go. It's just coming up to update now. 25 of 22 deliveries now for Alam. A really good return from him.
Off the leg, I think that's going to be leg buys off his pad. Don't think there's any back to that. Looking for the umpire's signal. Is he? Yeah. Leg buys. So England seniors 39 for 1. Alam 25. Hussein 6. We're still on Becks and Ridge for the bowling. They normally bowl 5 or 6 in an open spell. So far what we've seen from the Australians. Although we have got a change here. We've got Bullet Blair coming on.
Hey.
Oh, Rocky, he's eyeing you down, Mace. Look. He's coming to get you. Thought you had the victory in the bag. These Aussies ain't going down without a fight.
He's watching on. Will we see a first Australian defeat of the summer? He won't be hoping so. After his travels in York at the weekend. $220 of you watching along live at the moment. Thank you for joining us here on the live stream. Get in touch. It's just on 4 o'clock here in the UK. What time is it? Wherever you are.
Yeah, just be interesting here. So what was that? 5 overs for? 4 overs for Becks, I think. Because Blair fires one down.
That's a delivery at half, isn't it, Matt? My goodness me.
Absolutely rapid. I don't think even a... And again, Alam's not got the old helmet on, has he? He's just got the cap on. Proper old school.
Steve Chilton, where is this taking place? Yes, we're live at Fairburn Cricket Club in Yorkshire. Great crowd forming. It's been a really nice, great hospitality again, hasn't it, in the clubhouse all day. A few more runs will be acquired, maybe just a single. Yeah, there you go. On to 39 for 1. No, on to 40 for 1 now for England.
I think there's probably as many here as there were at Uti Bridge. If you look, they're all around the ground here. I know it doesn't look it because they're spread out on the balconies, not as big, but there's a lot of bodies around this playing field here.
Yeah, really always nice to see.
A little edge.
Oh.
I don't know if he played that or that was an edge, but if we get a replay of that, I'm not sure if we did. Hassan just pressed forward. I think it was kind of a thick edge. Straight down, there was no catching chance there. It hit the deck early and then just shot off down to a third man for 4 runs. So here we are in the 8th over. Bill the Bullet Blair bowling. Absolutely, oh, he smashed that. He ain't stopping that. Oh. Okay.
Talking with yes now, Matt, aren't they?
Yeah, Mel Hussein's just drilled that past the outstretched arm of Becks and past Blair and into the sight screen for another 4. And yeah, it's nice to see positivity. They mean business.
Yeah, on to 48 for 1 then now. Fantastic to see from England as they look to level the series here at Fairburn. Yeah, we can assure you that England are on 48 for the loss of 1 wicket. We'll just wait for our friends in the scoreboard to update the system. It might have gone down on them, and we know how. We've seen that before, didn't we, at Littleborough last week. Yeah, approaching 50 runs then now, Matt. They're doing all right. At this stage, this is where you want to be, really, isn't it? Yes, you've lost 1 wicket. That's the only blemish, really, so far.
And we're going to have a bit of Darren Smith medium pace turn, I feel, here. Claude Orlando's called for the helmet, which Uggleton's kindly ran onto the field with. So, again, another change, just 4 overs each for the opening bowlers. We've switched now to Blair, who's had 1 over 9 runs. England will be pleased with that. And now we're going to see Darren Smith, who didn't have the greatest of days with the bat. He's going to be bowling from the flats end. Just loosening up here. Well fielded. There was nearly a mix-up there by Alam and Hassan, and Judd was round super quick to pick that up and throw it in. So this will be interesting. I like Darren Smith's bowl, very intelligent. A lot of different deliveries he throws down. We spoke to him a couple of times though, and he's a very intelligent cricketer, and he's kind of scholar of the game.
Yeah, certainly so, Matt.
That one had a bit more pace and zip on it. And they're obviously looking to mix it up early here. Australia, they've obviously got not a lot of runs to defend, so they can't hang around making the same old mistakes for too long. Bowled him. Oh, he's the wicket did that, did he? Oh. I like the flashing stumps though, that's good.
Yeah, clever, isn't it?
Yeah, so I thought he bowled him then, but Orlando took it. We didn't get a replay of that, did we? No. So already he's offering something a little bit different here, Darren Smith. He's enjoyed all 4 of his deliveries here, Darren Smith. His hands on head every time. He feels like he's been close to getting through the defences of Timo Alam as he queues up for his 5th delivery. Sends it down, that's a little bit short. It's cut away there, but Bex is there. It's a misfield. Very unlike the Australians there. Terry Bex letting one go, and Peter Judd throwing that in with a bit of frustration on the back of that throw. I'm sure Darren Smith won't be too pleased to lose a run there. So Darren Smith's going to come in here for his last delivery. I know the scoreboard's a little bit behind at home from signal issues or the like. We're going to say goodbye to... Oh, Darren Smith wasn't happy with that, was he?
No.
I do apologise. Taking over it. I'm off and Owen's staying, so back in your box, Matt Evans.
Thanks for that, Matt. Yeah, he's back. Here we've come in a few overs' time, but Rash Mahmood joins us. And Monty Allen looking very, very good at the moment. Timor Allen, I should say. And Mel Hussein, and partnership building really well with them. The only blemish really, Rash, that lost wicket. Other than that, England doing okay at the moment.
Yep, they are indeed, Owen. Loss of Steve Small. But since then, Timor Alam, I think he set the tone with his first delivery. Beautifully timed shot. Hit straight to Stephen Butler, but he's hit 2 very, very accomplished shots. Shot of the day for me that went for 4. And then a 6 a couple of overs ago. off Stuart Ridge. So Australia, as Matt said, had to try and change it up a bit. I think both these batsmen will like the pace on from Bill Blair, but he does sometimes go for a few runs, Bill Blair, but he's always challenge you and probably get a bit more bounce. Good carry through to Claude Orlando. But they had to change it up at the other end, and Darren Smith coming on, and you saw from his first over. 6 completely different deliveries. Flight, pace. There's a little inducker that, nips into the right-handers. But England will be very pleased with the start that they've made after the loss of that early wicket. 49 for 1 then. Timor Alam 27 not out. His batting partner Mel Hussein, he's been out there from the start. 14. Oh, that's edged and gone for 4. Oh, Bill Blair, his head on his hands. Thick edge. Raced away for 4. Brings up the England 50. 10.3 overs. 53 for 1. 4 more to Timor Alam.
You see like the old commentator.
He moves on to 31 off just 34 deliveries with that boundary. And at the end of the over, we've got a very, very special guest who's joined us in the commentary area.
And joining us now, Rash, great to have another player on the commentary booth alongside us is Kevin Watson. Kev, it's your local club at Fairburn. How have you enjoyed proceedings so far? An intriguing game at your local club.
Brilliant game so far. Aussies are probably delighted at tea till we got to 170 odd. After being, 20 odd for 6, 20 odd for 5. So yeah, they'll think they're on the front foot, but obviously Timor making his debut has taken the attack to them as he does bat. So I think it really is in the balance at the moment. If Aussies get a couple of wickets, then it's game on. If these two could put another 20, 30, 40 on, then that's taking game away from Aussies. Obviously we know that TP Tony Panacasio's got to come on yet. I'm sure he'll be on shortly. Billy Blair on as well at the moment. So obviously the Aussies are going for it, but yeah, I think the lads have got to be fairly pleased. I think at the beginning of the game, if you'd have said 170, then they would have taken that.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, where like you mentioned, where Australia were, you look at them at 20. It was 26 for 6. Then we're in the oh my goodness, just a bit short of that catch, and it will go for 4 just about now. The boundary just prevented. A few runs out of it though for England, but yeah, where they were, Kevin, you don't get to the point now where with 2 wickets remaining, they put 101 runs on the board. It was a hell of a turnaround from the Australian side. Just how, that just shows they never give in, do they? Just how much of a test this opposition is.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with the Aussies. We know that, one, that they bat all the way down, and their attitude, as it should be with every cricketer, to be fair, but their attitude is, we never give up. We know we can post a score. We know we can all bat. And I think it showed there, Claude Orlando got 50 or 60, and the tail batted round him, and they've posted a score. They've posted a score. So, the England lads will be under no illusions that this, it won't be easy to get 170 on here. Yes, it's a small ground. But I think it just shows with field placings and things like that you can defend if your bowlers bowl well enough.
Well, your home club here, Kev. 55 for 1 then. Kev, obviously, as Owen said, your home club, they'd be massively disappointed not to be playing in front of your home crowd. But that aside, how do you enjoy your experience on Friday at ODI Bridge? Another wonderful game.
I think first of all, Rash, many thanks to yourself and Mel and the team down at ODI Bridge. It was a fantastic effort from everyone there. It was a pleasure to be there and play there. and the hospitality afterwards was superb. Yeah, the game again, that's 2 Lions games now that could have gone either way. We think, oh well, I catch Billy Blair out 7 down. We know they can back down the order, but we just need one chance probably. And unfortunately, we did have a cotton ball chance that went down. And as we've just said, the Aussies back well down. Terry Becks and John Adamson batted tremendously well to see them home.
Yeah, it was a pivotal moment in that game when you were down at fine leg when John Adamson tipped one up in the air and it was coming straight to you, and unfortunately you were a little tumble.
I was sniped.
You were sniped. It just looked for all the world, having taken that wonderful catch to dismiss Bill Blair, and it really was a good catch, Kevin. Going backwards, swirly wind. But that one looked. We had a great position looking at it, and it was followed fantastically well by Benny. And just as it was about to drop into your bread basket, over you went. Maiden over then from Darren Smith.
Yeah, I think one or two lads found it difficult over that side of the field because of the football pitch. No excuses. You've got to play on what you're playing on, and it was just a little bit uneven down that end. And I caught my studs in the ground and went over on my ankle and looked an idiot, and that was it. 4 runs and a missed chance. But yeah, I think from the Lions' point of view, where the Lions have come from 2 years ago, even last year, when there wasn't a great deal of structure and format to proceedings, whereas now we have a squad that hopefully are all pushing the lads that are playing today. That's what we need. We can't rely on 12, 13 players. We need a decent squad that can come in and do a job, as Timor's doing now. Tony Burbeck's coming to the side today. So yeah, I think the strength we have is excellent. I'll probably get shot down for this, but there we go. We're live anyway. So, but yeah, when you just little things, when you look at the sort of professionalism of the Aussies and how they go about the start of the game and where they are and all that type of thing, then we've still got a few things to learn. I know we said after Chennai and after Australia that there were a few things had to change, and we're getting there. We're getting there definitely, but we've still got work to do, and we know that. Like I say, the way they've sort of restructured and battled hard today to get up to 170 just shows their mentality and how they play the sport.
Absolutely, Kev.
And this is where we need to be. We need to take some things from their game. We've got a lot of positives in our game, and if we can get those right, then we know the Australians are beatable. But we have to be on as their game, and unfortunately at Littlebrew we weren't, and in the 2 Lions games, we just fell short. So there's a hell of a lot of positives to be taken so far. We just need to now up it that 5-10% and probably be more consistent, I think, is the way forward.
Well, a couple of deliveries ago, Timor Allen, rising ball, just helped himself, tucked it very nicely. Down to square leg for 4, which brought up the 50 partnership between himself and Mel Hussein. 60 for 1 then. Chasing 173. Timor Allen moves on to 38. His partner Mel Hussein 14. 113 more to win. Yeah, it's a mentality thing in Kinsnickman, but I think the England boys showed. It's a nice shot. Now it's going for 4. Glenn Pearson able to stop it at mid-on. Nicely timed by Mel Hussein. He moves on to 18, 64 for 1 then. Yeah, we showed it was a a rude awakening in the first one-day international at the Don Bradman Oval at Bowral. Could have gone either way. The second one at Caulfield, really. Bit of bad luck for us when we were batting. The third one was an absolute nail-biter. Maybe England should have got home. The fourth one, well, an improbable victory, 51 with 5 to go, and Razzie Ahmed and Simon Ralph get England home. One Australia probably thought that they should win. And then I think the most complete performance, and a lot of people were talking to me out there, Kevin, that, yeah, but Australia had won the Ashes, so they weren't trying. They were trying. Mark Trafford Walker getting... oh, that's gone miles. It was a full toss, deserved the treatment. Oh, it's bounced on the wall and gone for 6. They were trying. Mark Trafford Walker getting Stevie Aston with an absolute beauty first off. They certainly weren't laying at us, but I thought it was the most complete performance of the tour.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think whatever anybody says about the Aussies, they're never going to give you a game. They're never going to give up just because they're 3-0 up. You know, they desperately wanted to beat us 5-0. No ifs or buts about that. We'd have been the same if it were the way around. You know, if you get your opposition down, then you try and grind them into the dirt. So I think you're right. I think we turned up and we put a performance in where everybody in the team, you know, did the job that they were asked to do. And as you say, Rash, that was the most comprehensive victory of the tour. Yes, you know, you can say in odd games, third one, as you say, we should have. In my opinion, that's the one we should have won. It should have been 2-1, all to play for. Fourth one, we got out of jail a little bit. Just, you know, I genuinely thought there was some poor bowling to Razzie, but he can only eat what's served up to him, and that's exactly what he did. So hats off to him and Simon for the way they got us over the line. But yeah, the fifth one definitely was. Was the one where we performed the best on tour.
Well, it's a blockbuster summer here, Kev. I know you're going to be heavily involved in a lot of things. The West Indies first off, a comprehensive series sweep 3-0 for England. And they're only going to get better as they get more exposure to it. You know what you're getting with the Australians. The 3 Lions matches, I think it's a great initiative because those players that have been good players for a number of years are getting an opportunity to pull the England shirt on, test themselves against some of the very best senior cricketers in the world. And if you perform, and you perform to a high level, you get the recognition as Timur Alam has shown. 44 not out here off 43 to go with his 90-odd at Cheadle the other week. Provides healthy competition, but a series against the USA as well at the back end of the summer. It's a lot of cricket, plus your county commitments as well. You've got a game tomorrow, Kevin? Here,
yes,
I believe.
Yes, we're playing at Fairburn tomorrow. We play Derbyshire, so for all you millions that are listening, get yourselves down here tomorrow, 1 o'clock start, to watch Yorkshire over 60s play Derbyshire over 60s. And that's the end of my advertising for that game. Yes, I think Simon Ralph stopped at our house last night while he's been here to watch the game today. And we were chatting about how many games we've played so far this summer. And I know certainly for my club, I've only played 4, 5, 6 games. Because as you say, Rash, there's that many games on. And I worked out, I think I've played 23 games already this season. And we're not far over halfway. So it is a lot of cricket. You know, obviously we're all trying to stop as fit as we can and do what we can. There's a bit of a misfield there, which is unusual. Is that the Aussie skipper, Peter? Unusual. I mean, it is very dry out here, the ground, and it is a little bit bobbly, so we'll probably give him that one, but he'll be disappointed with that. So yeah, I mean, it's a massive summer, you know, to get 5 games against the Aussies and then the West Indies and USA, as you say. We're not sure, you know, we're not sure what the USA will bring. West Indies were slightly disappointing, but you know, was that more to who could afford to come rather than picking the best team, which is always a problem in seniors cricket when you know there's very little funding. If there's any people out there that wish to sponsor 60s cricket, then please get in touch. I'm probably not allowed to say that, but I've just said it.
Now, it's a point that we bring up a lot, and I know Darren Smith has talked passionately about it. It's a common and recurring theme in seniors cricket. It's a great product. 15 teams in the IMC now, with Scotland gaining membership a few weeks ago, and congratulations to everybody involved in seniors cricket in Scotland. And it just gets more exposure. Obviously a marquee series against the Australians. Harrison to my left, who does all the media for the England seniors. He's been beaming like a Cheshire cat. So he's got Mr. Bradley off his back.
Takes some doing.
It takes some doing. Oh, you just beat me to it. It takes some doing. Yeah, as I said earlier on, best wishes to you and Mr. B.
Yes, all the best, Paul. Sure you're listening. Just get well soon and get yourself back over here and join up with your England colleagues.
So 71 for 1 then. Apologies, I was beavering away trying to get the score on the feed for you. I've got my laptop out. 71 for 1. Timor Alam on strike. 45 not out of 46 deliveries. Mel Hussein 18 off 29. Bill Blair. Well, from the pavilion end, 3.1 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. I did mention I was walking around the boundary. As good a bowler as he is, Bill Blair. He can go for a few. 7.6 runs and over so far.
Sounds like my sort of figures, then, Rush.
I think you've bowled well, Kev. You've bowled well.
I think the interesting thing is once Tony comes on, you know, the good thing is that obviously Timor's new to the England setup, so you know there's no sort of skeletons in the cupboard there.
Well, 4 more to Timor Alam. Kev will just break in. He moves on to 49. Bit uppishly. Played through at backward point. He won't mind a job. 75 for 1.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing, but when you know Tony's got to be on soon, you would think now what do we need? Less than 100, and it just you know let's play him on his merits and do what we need to do. Pick singles and twos off. If it's a bad ball, yeah, you put it away, but you know don't let him dictate how he bowls to our batters. That's what we have to get into our mindset.
Just on that, Kev, I mean, we know the reputation. He's a fabulous bowler, Tony. Let's
quality, top
you know,
quality.
He really is right out the top drawer.
Yeah.
Quite rightly, the IMC over 60 World Player of the Year. 33 wickets in total last year during the whole Australia bit, the World Cup, the Ashes. It's a difficult view because you're a bowler, but from a batsman's point of view, when you've got somebody who is a game changer, and we've seen it many, many times. We saw it in the World Cup. He took 6 for against New Zealand in the semi-final. He took 4 in the final against us. 2 wonderful catches, you know, to dismiss Monty Douglas, and then the second one to dismiss Graham Shaw. He just makes things happen. We saw it at Littleborough. First delivery to Paul Radage.
Yeah.
Paul got a good one. It's a mindset with him, and don't let him settle, like you say, but it's incredibly difficult to do. It's easy for him, me and Owen and Matt sitting here.
It's so easy sat here. Great shot. Great shot. Yeah, we know how top draw Tony is. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He knows I love him a bits and all that, but I do think that he has that bit of a hex on us, and you know, 1 or 2 players who maybe got it in their heads that you know he's more difficult. If he's bowling well, as any bowler, you know, Bill Blair, whoever it may be, you know, if they're bowling well, you see them off, you know, and try and you know. But what you must do, this is, you know, I've had this conversation with some of the players in our club here that you know there's some good spinners in the league. And instead of just patting them back, you've still got to look for your 1s and 2s. You've got to keep it rotating. Don't let him bog you down where you're not getting any runs at all.
Well, that final delivery from Bill Blair 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32. Beautifully tucked through. Wide mid wicket by Timor Alam. Brings up his half century. 53 off just 51 deliveries. 6 fours and 3 sixes. England 79 for 1. Beautifully played shot. England 94 more runs required. They're going along a smidge over 5 runs and over the required run rate, 3.2.
Yeah, he's looked fantastic, hasn't he? You know, that 90 at Cheadle Hulme, and now half century here on his England over 60s debut. Brilliant to see from him.
I think the thing with him, Kevin, you might know, is I spoke to him at Cheadle Hulme and said, look, you're here on merit, play your game. You know, obviously game management and recognising the situation, but plus a good shot by Mel Hussein. It just sat up from Darren Smith as he kicks to turf in disgust, but it just sat up. Mel Hussein took full advantage, dispatching it through the covers for 4. 83 for 1 England. Hussein moves on to 22. Yeah, just play your game, back yourself. You're here because of the performances that you put in, and it just comes back to something you said earlier on, Kev. If you put them performances in for the Lions against quality opposition, it gets you recognition. When you get it, take your chance.
Yeah, and rightly so, and that's how Timor does. And I think the other thing is when some of these lads come into the team, we don't want them to change the game. As you said, Rash, you're in because of the way you play. You don't need to change anything. You might need to show a bit more respect for better quality bowling, but you don't change your game. If that's how you play, then that's how you play. We know it's about game management and that type of thing, but Timor's in there because of what he's done in county and then what he's done in Lions, and he's earned that right and that opportunity to play for England, which is fantastic.
So just before coming from that Darren Smith over, 16 overs gone here at Fairburn Cricket Club, this second one-day international between England and Australia. The England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox winning the toss, putting the Australians in on a greenish wicket, tiny bit of moisture in the pitch. Atmospheric conditions at the time of the start of play at midday, very, very conducive to the England bowlers, and they made full use of that. Mike Palmer, 4 wickets for him, 2 for Mark Wilson. Really got amongst the Australians. 26 for 6 they were, but they didn't knuckle down. Did very, very well indeed in the circumstances. The last 2 wickets putting on 101 to get them up to 172 from their allotted 45 overs. A half century for Claude Orlando. And in reply, Steve Small opened up with Mel Hussein. Struck a really nice boundary through the covers to get off the mark, and then just guided one to the point gully area. He was out for 6, I believe. But since then, Timor Alam set his stall out right from his first delivery, which he connected with beautifully, well fielded by Stephen Butler. He's played very well. Maiden half century on his full England debut, so congratulations to him. Proud moment for him, his friends and family. England going well in their pursuit of 173. I was just about to hand over then, but what's young Matt doing then, Owen? Oh, he's on the camera. Where's Benny gone?
Yeah, Kev, it's you've been in and around your local club today. How pleasing is it just to see this much of a crowd here watching your local club being host to a England international like this against Australia? You've been handing out raffle tickets all over today, and you've been doing all the jobs today. But just we spoke about it pre-match, but that's a big level of pride to have with your local club, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a massive day for Fairburn Cricket Club. Obviously thanks to Mr. Bradley for asking us to host the game. Same as Rash and Mel at Outibridge. To be where Fairburn have come from the West Riding League and through the Ponty League, to where they are now as a club and the status and they were delighted. I think 2 years ago or last year when we put the first Yorkshire game on, but to get a full international and as you said, the level of spectators that are here today, we're very proud of everything that's been done. It's a great turnout. Obviously, the weather's helped, but for a Monday, I think we're delighted to to have this many people here, and I can't thank, as we will do later on, but everybody at the club has put a big shift in, as Rash well knows, to get these games on. There's a hell of a lot of work goes in behind so the least I can do is walk around with a few raffle tickets and try and badger people into spending a couple of quid. And it all goes to a good cause. We have a good junior set up here. So it's, it'll go well with the club to, hopefully to, buy some kit for juniors or whatever it may be. But, I do thank everybody for the support and what they've done for the club today.
Oh, it was a shorter, quicker delivery from Peter Judd, who was replaced Bill Blair from the pavilion end. I'm not sure Mel Hussein got anything on it. I'll just wait for the signal from the umpire, but 3 runs, good run in. Well, they must have got a bit of a bottom edge on it. No signal from the umpire at that end. Tim Grogan. So 3 more to the total then.
Yeah, we're just going to, sorry Rash, I'm interrupting. I was just going to say I will be absolutely gobsmacked if TP wasn't on now, and he's coming on now at the apartment end, and I think that's the right decision. I think that you've got to get your best bowler on now. They need some wickets, and it'll be interesting to see what happens now in the next 5 or 10 overs.
Yeah, it will come. I mean, the run rate at the start of play wasn't prohibitive. It's 5.1, the required rate 3.1, so it's easier said than done, as I say, but you can try and play Tony Panicasio out. If he goes for maiden after maiden, fine. If you can nick a couple of singles and go 2, 3 and over, I think that's a bonus, really. England in a really strong position here, 87 for 1, 86 more runs required then to level up this 5-match Ashes series. As Tony Panicasio comes in for his first delivery. Just turned round the corner by Mel Hussein. We'll wait for the signal from umpire Ford. And a very dainty leg by signal. Just do that well, umpire Nell Ford. 1 more to the total then, 88 for 1.
Yeah, big, massive 5-10 overs this. As you say, Rash, run rate's not an issue. It'd be interesting to see how Timor plays TP here. But run rate's not an issue, so as you say, they can have a look and play it about, not do anything silly, and let's see what they've got at the other end.
Well, tossed up by Panicasio. Hit very forcibly out into the deep. Slight misfield by the fielder. He did well to stop it initially, but good recognition by Mel Hussein, calling his partner back for 2. England move on to 90 for 1. And jack of all trades, Matt Evans, just from his camera duty, joins us back in the commentary area. Matt, England going along very nicely indeed.
Yeah, doing exactly what they've got to do, haven't they? Like Kev said, run rate's not a problem, just don't lose those wickets and it should all be good, which would be fantastic for the series going forward.
Third one-day internationals taking place at Tame. Kevin, is it a place have you played at Tame?
I have played at Tame, yes. I think I've skipped once or twice for the...
Oh, he's gone, he's got him.
That's it, he's back, surely.
He's not happy with that. He's waving his bat at the umpire, Alan. He's really not happy.
Timor, you've got to walk, pal. You've got to walk. As I well know from Friday.
Well, Timor Allen, he's out for 56. LBW off the bowling of Tony Panicasio, and as so often he does, takes a wicket in his first over. Alam out 56 or 58 deliveries, 6 fours and 3 sixes. I fancy he thinks he got an inside edge onto his pad. But nevertheless, umpire Ford made his deliberations. Up went the finger of doom. England lose their second wicket on 90. But a good debut from Timor Allen.
Just passing the ingoing batsman. Timor Allen said it hit my bat.
It's hard for us to see. We have the benefits of the replay as well, but the interesting thing on that was that the only person who really, really appealed was Claude Orlando, and he's probably the closest to it. It moved very funny for a ball that possibly didn't take the inside edge, if that makes sense. It looked like it got a ricochet onto his pad and then squirted out, rather than hitting the pad flush. But umpire Ford is in a better position than me or Kev to make that decision.
I think that we have to respect the umpires, and without them we don't have a game anyway. But Noel I think's had a great series so far, and we do respect him. Timor's very disappointed, but at the end of the day, you respect the decision, and you have to walk off.
Yeah, absolutely, Kev. I hope I'm not being too flippant, but
no, sorry, I didn't mean that.
It's the way Timor Alam actually sort of remonstrated and was pointing to his bat, which we don't want to see.
No, we don't.
He may have thought he got an edge. It looked on the replay that he may possibly got an inside edge, but regardless of that, the umpire deliberated fully, and he was given out. He may not like it, but I don't think standing there pointing at your bat and chirping away is going to change anything once the decision's made. But there you go. Panicasio strikes in his first over. England reduced to 90 for 2, but a good partnership between Timor Alam and Mel Hussein comes to an end.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to see us now just consolidate 5 overs. We don't have to do anything silly. The bad balls will come. There'll be odd bad balls.
Yeah, it's kind of what they did in that batting collapse the other day, wasn't it? It's like playing shots when you didn't need to. Like you're saying, Kevin, it's consolidate, don't do anything silly. Take the bad balls when they come, and apart from that, just play sensible cricket.
Yep, absolutely.
It's quite funny, Rash, what you said about Mel is, I think every one of his decent shots has been off his hips. You said he's a very strong leg-sided player, and it's where all his runs are coming.
I wasn't privy to the conversation between Ed Gold and Lennox and his squad. I just thought that coming out here, if he gets to that far end where Graham Shaw, the new batsman, is, down the hill, anything middle and leg, he'll look to whip it away, and he's played 2 very, very good shots through the leg side. He's played some good shots on the offside. Looks in good nick, does Mel. But the pitch set up nicely for him with the gradient here.
I would Kev had any insight on that. I don't know whether the reason for Mel Hussein coming out as so high up the order.
No, I wasn't privy to the conversation. Well fielded. Not privy to the conversation, but as always, I'll give you an honest opinion. I was very surprised. They brought Tony Burbeck in to replace Paul Radage, who was injured. Tony's an opener or a number 3. So I thought it'd be a straight, Steve Small and Tony Burbeck opening, and Mel still probably at 3. So I know he struggled a little bit in the ODIs so far this summer. So possibly this is this is what he maybe needed and wanted, was to not have time to think about an innings and just go out and do it straight after tea. Which at the moment, touch wood, is working very nicely.
Yeah, it looks like a good decision, doesn't it? Because he stuck around for 41 balls, and with a couple of wickets falling around him, he's still sitting there on a nice, comfortable 26, Rash.
Yeah, well, we know Mel's quality. Has been for a number of years. Bowled well again today, I thought. Scoring runs for his county Essex and his club side. It was a bit of an eye-opener. I know we still have Nick Gayward, who's dropping down the order. Nick, so long, an opener with his long-time batting partner, Richard Merriman. Richard just carrying a slight injury. As Panicasio comes in, Graham Shaw just very watchful. Which is outside the off stump, and there's no run. 94 for 2 then. But the England team are just stacked with batsmen. a lot of them are openers. They open for their counties on a regular basis. So it's always going to be difficult, but yeah, I was quite surprised. The likes of Tony Burbeck. Good to see Tony back in the fold.
I think I believe Tony's down at number 7.
Ooh, goodness me.
I think it's Ed will be next, I would have thought. And then it'll be Nick Gaywood at 6. And then I'm guessing it's probably Tony at 7 and Steve Aston at 8, which is not a bad lineup. But then we thought that last week as well. So, you know, let's just keep us fingers crossed. And
Shaw sent Mel Hussein back halfway down the wicket there, and nearly a bit of trouble. You'll like this one, Kev. The King online. Outfield not hilly. It's a slight slope. It's being played at Fairburn Cricket Club, a really nice friendly club, brilliant for families, and they make everyone welcome.
Absolutely true. Is there a name who sent that one, or?
He's called the King online, so.
Where are we?
There, the King. I don't know if you know anyone there.
I know. I think unfortunately that's what they call me here.
Oh, is
so,
it?
Yeah. Which I'm not overly fussed about, but yeah, that's a nickname I've been given at Fairburn.
That's your wife in the clubhouse messaging on your phone.
Is that what they call you to your face, though, Kev?
They do actually, yeah, they do. So.
Yeah, we've heard a few other names this afternoon.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be one or two things I've been called. Yeah.
No, I don't ask you, but you must be immensely proud, Kev, coming to your club and a day like this, and loads of people here, and great festival of cricket. It must make you really happy.
And yeah, I'm quite emotional today. It's yeah, I'm absolutely delighted. I don't think it could have gone much better so far. Hopefully we have a good meal in the club afterwards, and but yeah, I'm absolutely delighted, and you know, weather stopped good, and we've had a good turnout. You lads are doing a fantastic job as always. You know, can't thank you enough.
That's been brilliant, and thanks for joining us on commentary. Your insight's been brilliant, and what a fantastic day you've run here. Rash is going to take a break. We're going to say thanks to Kevin Watson, and really thanks for your time and your insight, Kev. It's been brilliant.
Absolute pleasure. Cheers, fellas.
Yeah, big thank you to Kevin Watson there for joining us on the commentary. Always good to get the insight of players. You know, we trialled out, didn't we, at Newport with the Welsh manager. And ever since then, we've just had so many great voices on, haven't we? We've had the likes of Roland Butcher on. And obviously when we had Darren Smith on, the infamous Kylie chat. But yeah, it's always good to get a player on. Just get that insight, doesn't it? It just, you know, adds a lot more to what, you know, as we say, it's easy enough watching from the sidelines, but getting that insight from a player that's playing in the day means a hell of a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, like Kevin Watson isn't playing on the day. No, I get.
He knows his ground.
I get what you mean, and it's yeah, and it's for the listeners and the viewers out there. You know, let us know. I hope you enjoy. You certainly don't want to hear me and Owen and Rash just rattling on all day about what's going on, and we do think it brings a nice point of difference and insight when we get a player from the squad who can come and sit and just give us 4 or 5 overs. I really enjoyed Monty Douglas earlier, talking about his love of attacking cricket and his idols in Lara and Ponting, and that's a great pick-up by Terry Beck. One-handed, leaning over there. Was it Terry? It wasn't Terry Beck, it was Pavey. Leant over and picked that up and thrown it in one-handed. That was a lovely cricket. Yeah, I really enjoyed Monty Douglas' attacking cricket. Sounds like my sort of cricketer. Loves Brian Lara and Ricky Ponting, and really, really good to chat to him. And like you say, getting anyone in the chair here just to give us a different view of things is lovely. I was hoping to get Darren Smith earlier, but it's he's out there concentrating on winning this game. I think he's one of the oldest in the squad, Darren Smith, but you had a voice. I don't know if you would have got it over the feed, but someone was screaming, "Come on, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie," and geeing the boys up, and it was good old Darren Smith. I think he's probably one of the biggest competitors in this team. He really wants to win.
Oh, certainly, yeah. We've known the Australian team just short of 2 weeks now, Matt. And my goodness, every time we've met them, that spirit and determination just to fight for every run. Just brilliant, and we'll see them in action again this week. a bonus game on this YouTube channel. Australia playing that Midlands 11 at Loughborough on Wednesday. That's when we next live review as Graham Shaw hits a nice shot actually, and it will go for 4. Oh, well fielded.
No.
Oh no.
Absolutely cracking effort. It just got away from him, went for 4. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Doug Murphy being our favourite might get him in trouble here with the lads at home. Every time he's finished, he's come off the pitch and bought me, Owen and Benny and Ivor a drink from the media team to say thank you every single match. I just thought we'll have his mates texting in now from home going, never buys a drink at home. But no, Doug's been brilliant. And the whole squad's been brilliant. They can't do enough for us.
Bit of a call there. Shake of the head from the umpire on a call out from Graham Shaw, but nothing given.
And that 100, that boundary there that was nearly stopped, brought up the 100 for England. So, as we were just saying with Kevin Watson before you came on, that they're doing exactly what they need to do here, England. And just really sensible, easy cricket like that is all they need now. The run rate is 4.69. The required run rate is 3.08. They just need to tickle this ball around this ground and get the job done. They're just 22nd over in. Shouldn't be any stress at all. Famous last words.
Very true indeed. Should be fine for England.
But it's kind of what was needed the last game when they had a bit of a batting collapse, wasn't it? They should have stayed in and made it an easy job last time, and then 3 or 4 of them threw their wicket away with run-outs and all sorts of shenanigans. And he's out. He's out. That is so unlucky. Yeah, watch this replay here at home. He's gone for it. He's just dubbed it into the ground. It's bounced up in the air and come down on the wicket. So I don't know if that's a bowled or run out. We'll have to find out from someone who knows, but that's a very, just as we were mentioning, a bit of a crumble. Talk about commentator's curse. And that was Mel Hussein. He was really steady, and then he's got very unlucky there. I think that's one of his longer knocks this summer, so he'll be fairly pleased with it.
Yeah, we had a great chat with him, didn't we, pre-match. Really gave a good insight. And in comes the captain then, Ed Gordon-Lennox. He'll be hoping for a better hit than he had at Littleborough last Monday. Just want to shore it up from the captain. It's been an assured performance anyway from England so far, 21.5 overs in. But alongside Graham Shaw, 10 off 19, he hasn't had a bad hit. And we don't have a drinks break at the halfway point. But as we've said, Matt, this just opens up the series. You know, a week on Friday, the next one-day international in this grey Ashes. And a win here for England, of course, would level the series at 1 game apiece, 1 win apiece, ahead of Tame. Sparse Holt on the 21st, which is 2 weeks today, and Royal Ascot on the 24th of July, which ends the Australians' tour of the UK.
Yeah, for very selfish reasons. We were worried that it was going to, if it went to 2-0 today, it could be game, set and match at Tame, which we're not covering. Unfortunately, before this was all organised, Ivor's got a gig that's already booked his van out for outside broadcasting, so you're not getting the full coverage from Tame. I know Rash is going to be there, maybe just Facebook reporting on it or something like that, but we were quite upset last night when we worked out the connotations of them going 2-0 up here today, and it all ended at Tame when we're not there. I think me and Owen might go down and have a watch and a day out rather than commentate for a change. But still not job done. We need to just wait until they get the job done, because, you know, a little crumble again and they're in trouble. It's not an easy wicket, I don't think, even at this stage of the day.
Well, certainly we've seen how volatile a game of cricket can be. You know, you look at Littleborough last Monday. You look at this afternoon's start from Australia, 26 for 6. You know, losing wickets like dominoes they were early on, Australia, and you know, yes, they've got 7 wickets in hand. But it's just to watch it now, because, you know, you looked at the spell last week. They don't want that to happen again. Yes, they only need 70. Where are we? 73. Yeah, 73 to win.
So drinks break. First ball to Gordon Lennox as he's come into the fray. Unlucky dismissal for Mel Hussein. He just fends that one off. Last one of the over. He's 22 overs down. 101 for 3. Gordon Lennox has just faced the 1 ball. And Shaw's been in there for 19 balls, 10 runs. And again, just like we'll reiterate, the run rate is well above what he's required. So just some sensible cricket here from the England over 60s should get the job done. It's an absolutely beautiful afternoon here in Yorkshire. So a few white fluffy clouds, but very high up, and plenty of blue sky around as that's driven straight down the ground. But I think Blair is right in line to pick that one up. And you just wonder what the Australians have got up their sleeve here. You know, they're not going to just roll over here and let the England team have the victory, as the skipper's brought himself on to take control of it in his 4th over here. I wonder what they've got up their sleeve, Owen, of just mixing it up a bit. Maybe some of the quicks will come back on, or there's no point in them just letting England dab away at this and get 1-1 on the board.
Yeah, it's an interesting point in the innings. You know, you looked at something last week. Australia were defending, you know, that total of around about 250. 44-run win in the end for Australia. So yeah, it's a different ball game, as it were, today here at Fairburn. But the captain, Peter Judd, what has he got in his arsenal? Captain to captain there. Gordon Lennox just prods along. Will also be interesting to see. Like you say, with a few, you know, where are we? The halfway stage here. That run rate, they're well above the run rate. So like you say, nothing too silly at this stage. You don't need it. You're not chasing the likes of 250 again. That's good. Prevented the boundary. Oh no, I say prevented the boundary. It's just flipped out of his hands and just about saved himself.
I don't think that was totally the fielder's fault, and Juddy's given him a right look there. The skipper has glared over at him there.
It bobbled up though, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't his fault totally. It's taken a horrible bounce off the surface. Just one of those kind of 3 feet in front of the field. It's just bobbled up and gone kind of right turn Clive. So it wasn't totally his fault, but certainly the skipper threw him the look there. He'll remind him of that at the end of the day, won't he? If it's all gone wrong. Affecting their bowling figures. They don't like lazy bowlers. You fielders let them down, they soon let you know. And TP, as Tony Panicasio is known to his mates, throwing the arm down. If anyone's going to make a difference, it's this chap. He's ICW, is it? I can't remember what it is now. ICW, IMC World Player of the Year 2024, which is the... Oh, he's cut that. It was in the air for a little bit and has done well to stop that.
Yeah, 33 wickets he took last year. Thanks to our stepman Rash Mahmood. But yeah, what a player. And a great character. We spoke to him, didn't we, after the Littleborough win on an interview, and he was great talker. After Australia drew first blood in the series at Littleborough 1-0. It's looking more likely, though, that England will level this series at 1-1. But as we say, not over till it's over.
It ain't over till it's over.
That's a great song, Nuisance that.
You're the Radio 2 man, you should be all over that. So TP, 3 deliveries. Just check that on the proper, 4 deliveries. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, there's another one. There's still a little bit of movement out there because they're missing the easiest of defensive shots. I think it's moving. Shaw sensibly striding right down the pitch there and outside the off stump.
I can tell you it was Lenny Kravitz, 1991.
No, we can all tell when we look on our phones, Owen. You better do it with your brain.
I could never have got that.
No, I wouldn't have got that either, no. Thought you would have done being the Radio 2 man. It is Lenny Kravitz, I should have known that. That's the end of the over. 24 overs in the bag.
Maiden.
It was a maiden. First maiden for a while, I fear. 101 for 4, and that's kind of what I'm saying, isn't it? If anyone's going to tighten things up and make a difference, it's young TP out there. And skipper Judd is going to have another go here from Pavilion End, as you see the Australian flag, and I know that's the Aboriginal flag, and the St George's Cross. Third one along here. There's one for the chat online. Who can tell us what the third one along is? Kind of blue and turquoise and white flag. The young lady's just passing now. I think that was the Australian manager there, just leaning on the balcony, having a look at proceedings as Judd comes in, turns his first ball over. Little easy forward defensive there from skipper Gordon Lennox.
Yeah, it's just at 5 o'clock then. Here at Fairburn Cricket Club. A great afternoon of action. That's a quarter from Ed Gordon Lennox. Oh my goodness.
Good job of moving that camper van this morning. That'd have been straight through the front ring screen.
The captain sits there. That's a cracker.
That's cleared that little gazebo tent you can see on your screen now. That's gone over that by 6 foot. And gone into the playing field next door, or the goal, the football pitch behind. Massive boundary by Ed Gordon Lennox there. So that's not going to cheer Peter Judd up. 3 balls, 6. He was going to be raging after this. He just gave the stare to the fielder before on the little misfield, which wasn't really his fault. I'll have to remind him of that in post-match interview. And Lennox looks like he wants to get the job done here.
Yeah.
And I do think there's some value to be said in sent him. I do think there's some value in quite a dominant win here.
Yeah.
For the psychology of the game going forward. I mean, let's not count our chickens because we've seen it before, but touch wood. This game should go England's way. Just as this is a brilliant time to say this, isn't it? 1-1-1 the score.
Nelson.
I'll just break off.
We had some mighty fun with Nelson at Newport Cricket Club. We had a wicket at 1-1-1. It was great.
Still a 1-1-1. But no, I think England should get the win here now. If they don't, they've got to have serious words with themselves. But if they can make it dominant, because they were really dominant this morning, they kind of lost a bit of that momentum, letting Australia make 170 odd. The real positive vibes were almost gone at lunchtime when we were there. There we go, 112 rocked up and safe now. The positive vibes almost went because Australia ended up making 170, and they were the more positive team at lunchtime. So I do think a really dominant win and get this put to bed would be massive for the psychology of this series for the rest of the summer. But that's enough waffle for me. I'm going to leave you in the capable hand of Rash Mahmood and Owen Mason.
Thank you, Matt. Yes. As you say, we're off that cursed number now of the Nelson. 1-1-1. I couldn't believe it was called that when he first said that back at Newport. But Rash Mahmood has rejoined us. Rash, what do you make of that? They've hit the 100, 112 now, plodding along very nicely. And as Matt just mentioned, a good point actually, there's much to be said. Oh, it's up in the air. And I say that's a wicket. And that's Graham Shaw, Don Rash, and just as I just said a moment ago, nothing silly needed at this moment in time. You're well above the run rate, but Australia can still provide moments like that.
Well, good afternoon, Owen. Good afternoon, everyone. No need for Graham Shaw to go after that. The loopy flighted delivery from Panicascio. That's what he was wanting the England batsman to do. That's exactly what he did. Straight to the fielder. 90 for 2. And suddenly, England and 112 for 4. So 22 runs. At Panacasio, I've mentioned it before, so often Peter Judd turns to him when they need a wicket. He did it again, a wicket in his first over. His third, I believe. Brings Nick Gayward out to the middle. 25 overs remaining, just 61 to win. 6 wickets in hand. You'd really say it should be a stroll for England, but they keep finding ways to make it interesting. And Panacasio is a bowler you don't want to give confidence and momentum to. You just play him out as best you can, even if he goes for 1 or 2 and over, or even a maiden over. You block him out. You've still got plenty batting to come. Not a prohibitive run rate. All things being equal, England should get home, but we know cricket doesn't work like that, Owen.
Yeah, that's right, Rash. In comes the captain again after delivery from Panacasio. Nice and safe from the captain. But just you know, a few balls prior, Rash, we saw that sits from the captain. Just shows what he can do when in bat.
Yeah, we know all about the striking ability of Ed Gordon-Lennox. Just got to try and sort of temper his natural instinct a touch. I mean, you know, yeah, he wants to score runs, but skipper's not required. We saw it from Jason Corns on Friday when England were in a hole. England in a completely different position here, but they still got work to do. 61, 20 overs remaining. Just play sensibly from here and you get home.
You know, just realised, obviously, that was Panacasio's third wicket. That's the second Monday in a row he's done that. You know, he did it a little last week. As we say, that you know, you mentioned that IMC World Player of the Year, 33 wickets took, wasn't it, last year? My goodness, he loves the wicket.
Yeah, he's just got a knack. And it's uncanny. I'm going to ask Roger Bryce, the Aussie scorer, the amount of times he takes a wicket in his first over. We saw it with his first delivery at Littleborough, getting rid of Paul Radage. He just does it. It appears all the time. And he's such a good bowler that when he's feeling it, when he's in a rhythm, I mean, I don't think the ball's particularly spinning massively, but he's just putting it in the right areas. Ever such slight tweaks in line length and, you know, the pace of his delivery, the flight of his delivery. He just challenges you. He's like the drip of a tap. It's Peter Judd into Nick Gayward then, and Nick could do with some extended time out in the middle. We've seen it from England recently. Normally opens up the batting, but has been dropping down the order. Peter Judd from the pavilion, the Australian skipper. Gayward just back in his crease, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. And another period of play where England have just got to bat, and I used the word, and I used it numerous times, found it sensibly. No heroics needed from here. Sensible batting will get them home. Scoreboard pressure, non-existent. Really.
That's right. Peter Judd then, the captain. Gets it into Gayward. No score once again. 4 dot balls for Peter Judd now. Can he make it 5? Certainly can. Yeah, we saw a spell last week, Rush, where it was 5 overs in a row, didn't we? Sorry, 5 maidens in a row. But unfortunately, he won't get it there. That's going to be a 1. Single for England. As you say, sensible scoring at this moment in time. Sensible batting needed. Let's come to the end of the over. 114 for 4.
Well, Tony Panacaccio's going to continue from the apartment end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 9 runs. Fancy with the position Australia are in, and needing to take wickets, he'll probably bowl out. I don't think they will. They'll keep some overs back. So 3 overs and 5 balls, if there's no wides, for him to complete his spell.
Panacasio in again then. Five dot balls. Can he make it? Sits for the maiden. Certainly can.
Yeah, very watchful from Nick Gayward. And Tony Panacaccio just shaking his head. A couple of those deliveries were just wide outside the off stump. Not really challenging Nick Gayward to play a shot. Just maybe straighten his line a touch. But 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9. Not too shabby at all. And then it's the Aussie skipper Peter Judd continuing from the pavilion end. And the English skipper Ed Gordon Lennox on strike. 9 not out from the 14 deliveries he's faced, including a 6 that he launched straight that went absolutely miles.
There you go, then 100 balls left to go. 59 runs needed. Well in earshot for England. Well within reach. And something like that won't go too far wrong, Rash.
Yeah, nicely played by the skipper. Just a touch more width offered by Peter Judd. And the skipper just running it down through the vacant slip area for 4. Nicely controlled. He moves on to 13. England 118 for 4.
Yeah, really nice from the captain. Ooh. Gayward wanted to go for that. His captain instructed him not to go. And he'll have another delivery in from Judd. Only 4 off that over then, Rash. It's they are limited England, but it's at the moment still plodding along with that boundary.
Yeah, just the one looser delivery from Peter Judd, and that's all England have to do. It was offering Ed Gordon-Lennox a bit of width, nicely guided down through the vacant slip area for 4, and that's all England need to do. Panicasio then about to start his 7th over, so again I would advocate just play him out. I just fancy this over from Panicasio to Nick Gaywood. He's going to just try and roll it a touch straighter, trying to induce an edge from Nick Gaywood. And 3 deliveries in his previous over were just a bit too wide, not forcing Gaywood to play at all. And he's changing the angle. Yeah, that's a nice run in the end. Leg by. 119 for 4. Quick call from Ed Gordon-Lennox. And with the right-hander on strike, Panicasio goes back to... just moving the fielder, actually. I was just having a look at that. Moving the fielder a bit wider at long off.
Panicasio in again into Gordon-Lennox. And that'd be another dot ball.
That last delivery, Owen, is the one that he gets a lot of wickets from. It's nice bit of flight and loop. He's there as a batsman. You think, yeah, that's right in my slot. Quicker, flatter. You see there, Ed Gordon-Lennox having to play off the back foot. It's why he's so highly regarded, and why, quite rightly, he's right up there as one of the best bowlers in seniors cricket. Yeah, no harm done. Just a leg by from that over, but 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 9 for Tony Panicasio, so 2 more overs for him. 30 overs gone here then, 15 more to go. England have reached 119 for 4 in their pursuit of 173 to square this series up, 1 apiece. With 3 matches to go after this. Sets it up nicely for the 3rd one-day international at Thames, should they get there. And at the 30 over mark, my colleague Owen Mason, I think he's going to take a bit of a break. And it's a warm welcome back to Matt Evans.
Yeah, hi there, boys. I just spent that break sitting with the Aussie backup team with the drinks over there. They were of the theory that looks like the England batsmen are really fearing Judd and TP, so they're just playing them out. They're not playing many shots. They've obviously got the privilege of being able to do that in this position. 54 to win, 90 balls remaining, but I suppose you call them substitutes, would you, on this tour? They're getting a little bit frustrated because England have been sensible in doing what they should do, Rash. They're just seeing out these 2 solid bowlers, especially TP, World Player of the Year 2024 with his bowling. They're not playing many shots, they're just seeing it out and not putting themselves in any danger, which is what they need to do.
Absolutely spot on. Matt was saying exactly the same to Owen while you were chatting with the Aussie boys. We saw an example in Peter Judd's last over. Bowled 5 very good deliveries. The one delivery just a touch wider afforded Ed Gordon-Lennox a bit of width, and he guided it nicely through the slip area for 4, but that was job done off that over. And if you get the loose delivery, try and put it away. It's scoring at 2 or 3 and over from here. I think you get home. The Australians will be hoping, though, that this more cautious approach might buy them a wicket. It's a nice shot off the back foot. Oh, brilliant from Pavey. Very powerfully hit off the back foot by Ed Gordon-Lennox. It beat Darren Smith initially, but Graham Pavey doing the covering. Full length dive to keep it to 121 for 4. Gordon-Lennox moves on to 14. Nick Gayward, left-hander on strike now. He's on 3. As Peter Judd comes in again from the pavilion end. And Gayward just plays that back down the pitch to Judd, and there's no run. What was the feeling amongst the Aussie boys then? Did they think, has it gone from them? Or were they thinking, yeah, we can just snirkle 1 or 2 out from here, game on?
That's a great drive down the pitch by Nick Gayward. Yeah, obviously they were saying if they could get a quick 1 or 2. I think one of the quotes was they lost 6 wickets in 60 runs the other day, so that's their mentality. But the caveat to that was they seem to, England have learnt their lesson from the first game, and they're not being crazy, they're not playing silly shots, they're just playing sensible cricket of knocking it along the ground. Like you said, I haven't quite seen the run rate yet, but I mean, you know, 2 run rate required, yeah, 3.6, so you've just got to knock a couple of balls around and over, and it's job done. So we hope they've learnt from their mistakes, don't they? That little mid-order collapse in the first game, and I can't see them not getting over the line from here, bar a miracle. And also what they were saying, the sensible thing they've done here is obviously one of the most dangerous bowlers in seniors cricket, Tony Panicasio. They've just seen him off. He's on his 8th over now, so one more and he's bowled out.
So where's the Matt Evans shirt going on? Who's it going on then?
Oh, he's absolutely...
Well, there were shouts of catch it, but do not bother about that. That's gone way over the railings at the far end for 6. A rare delivery from Tony Panicasio. Just a touch shorter allowed Gordon Lennox to free his arms. And as we know, he's a very, very clean striker of a cricket ball. His second 6 then. 129 for 4. He moves on to 20 off 27 deliveries. His batting partner Nick Gayward is 5 off 20. 44 more runs to win then. Beautiful clean strike, Matt.
Yeah, I think when he sometimes miscues it, but when he does get it, I think he's one of the biggest hitters we've seen out here. He's obviously a big guy, and when he middles it like that, I mean that we've seen a couple over that fence, but that didn't touch the fence or the grass. I think it hit the building behind, so he proper middled that. And yeah, just a few of them every now and then, and the job's done, isn't it? Just again, we don't need any risky decisions that's going to put anything in jeopardy.
No, and as I said, the run rate isn't prohibitive, but there you go. It's 3.3 and over, and you've got 7 off 2 balls. That's you done for 2 overs. And that should be the mindset, really. Yeah, we've got what we needed out of this over. We've got what we needed out of the next over. You know, Peter Judd's only got 1 left from the pavilion end. Tony Panicasio, I think he's going to bowl out from the apartment end of the ground. So 1 apiece from them 2, and then it's a change at both ends. Interesting to know who Peter Judd will turn to.
Well, I think he's got to turn to his big men, hasn't he? You haven't got the luxury of time to wait to the end of the game. The chances are we're not going to see the 45th over in this innings. So I think after this, you know, you've got to return to Blair and Beck and Ridge and make these batsmen work for this win, because otherwise they're just going to do this and prod away until they trickle over the line. And to be fair, let's not be pessimistic. They've earned this, England, from that amazing bowling spell in the first 12 overs. A little bit of help from the conditions and the wicket, we know that, but you still have to go out there and do the business, and they certainly did that when they had Australia 26 for 6.
Yeah, you've got to use the conditions to your advantage. You've got to bowl in the right areas. You've got to set your field properly. You were talking as it was happening, get the batsmen driving on this pitch. They'll be more than mindful that the ball was seaming around and moving in the air, but It's very difficult as a batsman when you get a ball of a length like that that's in your arc, because you've got to have some discipline not to have a go at it. And we saw it a couple of times. It's produced wickets. As Peter Judd then comes in to finish off. Gaywood just back in his crease, and as calm as you like, just knocks it straight down the ground, where Glenn Pearce does the fielding at long off. One more to the total then, 130 for 4.
Yeah, and this is Judd's 9th over, then I presume TP will be at the other end for his 9th over, and then we'll see the decision. But I think it's got to be the big guns, really, from Australia's point of view. They've got to get on the attack, because otherwise England are going to do this fairly easily. And if they keep their heads on their shoulders at what they're doing now, they'll do it fairly easy anyway. But Australia have got to try and force their hand in this situation in cricket, haven't you?
Yeah, it's difficult because, let's heap a bit of praise on Peter Judd and Tony Panicasio. Really, let me just say that as Ed Gordon-Lennox hits that nicely into the offside, but straight to Graham Pavey. They bowled very well in the circumstances. You know, we're watching high quality cricket here, folks. Two very, very good campaigners, ultra competitive, and they've made England play to the merits. They've made them play nearly every single ball, and England 90 for 1 to 112 for 4, I think it was. It just had a slight little wobble. But I think it will probably be Terry Becks who's going to replace Peter Judd at the pavilion end, Matt. I don't know. Oh, that's nicely played by Gordon Lennox, because that ball was dipping on him. Just tucked it round the corner. Long chase for Terry Becks.
I'd love to see how hard they ran that first one.
Yeah.
Even thinking they're in control. That's what we've seen a couple of times they haven't done. But Ed Gordon-Lennox sprinted that first one and pushed Gaywood to go and take the 2. So that's positive to see from England.
Certainly was, Matt. Something that we've been talking about. You see, adopt the Australian style of running, shall we put it that way? But, yeah, recognised it very quickly, ran the first one very, very hard, puts the fielder under pressure because he knows, because he can hear his teammates shouting 2, 2, 2. And there you go, just a single off the last ball of that. Peter Judd over brings the end to his spell, and a good spell as well from the skipper. 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 32. 33 overs gone here at Fairburn Cricket Club in this second one-day international between England and Australia. England chasing 173 for victory. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the skipper out there, 23 off 36. And Nick Gaywood, 6 off 21. And you were absolutely spot on, Matt. TP, Tony Panicasio is going to bowl out from the apartment end. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16 for him. Now, with that 6 off the last over that Ed Gordon-Lennox hit, or Tony Panicasio, Matt, the man has just moved around a bit finer. Try and throw one up, I fancy.
That's what I think it was the Lions game, wasn't it? They were just dabbing away at the ball at Cheadle. That's what you do in cricket. You make the fielder or the skipper move them around. This is why I don't like this, just dabbing and defending. The captain has to change nothing when you do that, because Gordon-Lennox has hit one over the boundary there for 6. They've had to make a change. That opens up a gap somewhere else. That's how you create gaps and make runs on the field.
Well, it does, because there's a direct consequence of that, and that's Terry Becks out there. Peter O'Reilly has had to move. He's gone across. That's moved Graham Pavey across, and it's moved Glenn Pearce across. So, yeah, just by that one change in the field, it's actually created an issue for the other 3 fielders, and they've had to move accordingly. So 2 more deliveries for Tony Panicasio to finish off what has been an exceptional spell of bowling, really. You've got to say that.
Yeah, I mean, look at that runs per over. Rush, he's going at 1.8. If he throws down a dot ball here, that is, you know, even Judd's gone at 3.6. It's not terrible bowling at all. I mean, Juddy didn't manage to take a wicket, but Tony Panicasio has taken 3 wickets here at a rate of 1.8 and over, and that is proper good bowling. It doesn't get a lot better than that, you know. 4 maidens in that as well.
Yeah, Peter Judd and Tony Panicasio, whatever the result here, they can be very, very proud of that that bowling effort between them. Very much like Nick Newman and Mel Dobson that we saw on Friday. 18 overs between them, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 30. It's high quality, high class bowling. But that's them 2 seen off. So who's it going to be? Bill Blair.
Bullet Blair. Bill the Bullet Blair, as we've called him. And I'm not surprised because he's been one of their liveliest bowlers. And but the batsmen have done their job, exactly what the subs were talking about over there. They just defended and played simple, easy, clever cricket shots until Panicasio and Judd were gone, and now they move on to the next pair.
Yep, Bill Blair. Well, he's had a bit of tap, as I say in Yorkshire, Bill Blair, which is sometimes the case with him, but he does challenge the batsman. He likes to try and take wickets. I know that sounds a stupid thing to say for an opening bowler, but 4 overs, no maidens, none for 32, going at 8 and over. But I think, all things being considered, these England batsmen will probably like the pace on aspect of it, but we've seen some also invariable bounce and bowling from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he was a bit expensive in those first 4 overs, 8 and over. Expensive compared to the other quality bowling. But like you say, when there's the pace he's got on the ball, it's easy to run boundaries down here and there, and you've only got to get a little tickle on the ball, and it's on a small ground like this, it's soon over the boundary, and he's having a proper reshuffle here in the field to make the boys out there batting think.
I'll tell you why, Bat, because he knows exactly where Nick Gaywood likes to play. So, Nick, very, very strong off his legs, Nick, and he does like to flick it with the sort of mid-wicket area. So Bill Blair is going to try and concentrate on that off stump, but Nick does have a tendency to play uppishly in the cover region. Graham Pavey has moved from his traditional spot as an orthodox cover. It's a wide-ish cover. You've got a man on the deep cover boundary and a player, I think it's Tony Panicasio, who's at point. So I think it's going to be full and in and around off stump. Anything middle and leg, Nick Gaywood's going to eye that short leg side boundary up. And plays beautifully, just straight down the line by Nick. Should be 2 in that, the skipper's coming back for it. Good stop by Glenn Pearce.
Yeah, good running again. Great running, really assertive shot and positive running. And just before you go, then this over Rash, I did think of one for you. I haven't seen any bouncers bowled. Is that just a no-no at this age? Do they just have a gentleman's agreement? Are the pitches too soft? Does it just not happen? I'm presuming in Australia when you're down there you'd have seen 1 or 2 because it's a bit of their armoury down there with their hard wickets, but I haven't seen a single bouncer bowled here. You know, when you're just talking of making people play shots and getting them out on the catch, we haven't seen it.
No, it's very rare. I can only think of 1 delivery throughout the whole of the, it ended up 14 matches that we played in Australia that I would class as a genuine bouncer. And I think that was more to do with the pitch. You just don't have the pace at seniors, and that should be a wide. Just wait for the umpire. He's thinking about it. Yes, there you go, umps. Yeah, you don't often see it. I've only seen it once. But Bill Blair could certainly do it. He puts his back into it. There you go.
Lovely shot.
Right
yeah,
on
he
cue.
off his legs. Oh, well taken by the Australian support staff there. Flicked off the base of that tree.
That's Sam Davis, I think.
Flicked off the base of that tree at right angle. He still took it before it went into the road.
You mentioned Sam in the commentary. He messages when he got in from Perth.
Yes.
That's Sam. Great player in his own right.
Yeah, I spoke to them this morning with Cheryl and Tracy. We were saying we found out the numbers from Harrison, 1,700 listening from Australia for the first ODI, which was very well welcomed by the Australia team. I know Doug Murphy's interested to know how many. And it was 47 countries, 46 different countries, so that's fantastic. But yeah, Sam messaged in on that first one. He didn't make it, but he's here today and he's just done a cracking bit of fielding off the tree stump.
Yeah, that'll be, I think, 3/4 of them maybe the Murphy fan club, won't they?
Not today, they wouldn't. I think Murphy was a bit embarrassed today. He said his family listened in, as we said earlier. Took him longer to open the laptop up, get out the bag and plug it in than he was in batting. He got a few abusive messages off the kids and family, quite rightly so.
Well, there was nothing that Doug could do about that. Just shuffled across his crease a touch. The swinging delivery from Mike Palmer thudded into his pads. So a dot ball to finish that. Bill Blair over them. 35 overs gone, 10 to go. England 140 for 4. 33 more runs required to win. I'm going to take my leave. I'll leave you in the capable hands of first Matt Evans, and then it'll be Owen Mason.
Yeah, so 35, 140 for 4, as Rash has said. It's looking like a done deal, but never say never. I hope you enjoyed the coverage today. What have we got? 140, was there? 30 odd runs left?
33 to win. That's their target. But yes, it's good stuff from England. And there we go, Rash is having a chat now with a few players, Dud Murphy being one of them. But yeah, Matt, it's going to be looks a done deal, as you say, but with 10 overs to go, you never know, as they say in the business.
Yeah, cheers, Stephen. We asked that a while ago. No third flag along. Torres straight flag for our Indigenous Islanders. Oh, cheers, Stephen. That's more than helpful. We've been trying to find that out the first couple of games. They get the same 3 flags out every match. The Aussies, to be fair, stick them on the wall. There's obviously the national flag and Owen's mate, Rocky the Roo. We'll have to have a word with Leo the Lion next. He's got a point on the board. And again, that's sensible cricket by Edward Gordon-Lennox. They're just dabbing that off his legs. Nothing silly. No dramas. No drama, mate. That's the neighbours one, isn't it?
Yeah, but no panic stations, is there, for England? David and Gordon-Lennox running along quite nicely. 12 off 27 for David, 23 off 43 for the captain, Ed Gordon-Lennox.
Just makes you wonder why this wasn't done the first game, wasn't it? Because it wasn't a massive total. That was gettable. They were swinging silly kinds of shots in the middle of the overs and had a big batting collapse, which could have been avoided with this sort of cricket. Like you say, keep yourself in it.
Well, that's right. They were chasing a target of 250 last week, and they got to about 100 and I think it was 104 not out. And we're doing well. You know, we're doing quite well, and then it just seemed to happen within that 20-minute spell. It was a crazy old spell. That's a great shot by the captain. Boundary prevented, but they will just keep that to a single. Dayward and Gordon-Lennox. Move on then to 141 for 4. 32 runs needed off 56 balls, and of course, still got those 6 wickets in hand, Matt, so they're comfortable at the moment.
Just get his attention all there. Get him to look over to me and I'll wave him over if he's... Let him defend himself on this abuse he's getting.
But yeah, England plodding along nicely. 32 off 56, as I just mentioned. Hoping to get a bit of an Australian insight in just a moment.
Oh, it's gone 4. Dougie's not having any of it today. He's gone out for no runs. He's going to avoid the commentary seat and the investigation about his beer drinking skills back home. No. Oh, is he? I wonder why he wasn't fielding. They seem to have a kind of rotation, don't they, in this level? Because when the innings started, Tony Panicasio was actually on the sidelines for the first 4 or 5 overs. So I know it's allowed. I know in the top level cricket you can't then bowl or bat for so many when you come back on. But I thought Dougie was on the field start of the innings. He's obviously just having a rest. And I guess when you're 60 odd years old, it's fair enough.
That's right. Yeah, 28 needed then now. England really comfortable. And as it stands, famous last words, but we'll try and get an interview with the England captain Ed Gordon-Levitt come the end of the game. Of course, depending on the result. But at the moment, England well on their way to level up the series 1-1.
Yeah, just 28 to win, 54 balls remaining, so it should be an easy task. But again, we've seen worse collapses in our time. It's 145 for 4. And I think if they just keep sensible batting like we've said, Gordon, Lennox and Gayward, they can get England over the line here. And as we explained, that's fantastic for the rest of the summer. During the series at 1-1, Australia looked so dominant, unbeaten this summer, with the Lions running them close, but still getting the job done. Northern 11, all these people they've played, they've been victorious every time. We were starting to get worried that it was going to be a bit of a whitewash, and England were going to struggle against this Australian side. He looked very, very good. That's a lovely shot by Gordon Lennox. Just opened his blade up and dabbed it down there to deep backward point. And nice to see that there's a bit of fight in the England team. Cracking bowling display this morning. Taking the series to 1-1. We'll have a good game to watch if we go down to Tame, Owen.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Can't wait for that. Of course, we'll be well involved with the Australian side, as we mentioned. We'll be watching them play the Midlands 11 at Loughborough Cricket Club on Wednesday. That's live on this YouTube channel, so join us for that. And join us on Thursday. 3 games in a week, we're spoiling you. It's of our commentary, the Lions take on Australia on Thursday at Stratford-upon-Avon.
Lovely shot that again. Nick Gayward just flicking it off his hips, and Rash has called it again. Another strong leg-sided player, he told us, and he's proved so during this innings. Yeah, we've had a couple of days of hanging around, haven't we? We've had a game and then 4 rest days in the week. Then we had a game Friday, then we had Saturday and Sunday off, a game Monday, so it's been very bitty. And as we said this morning, I was going down a leg. All of a sudden, we've got 3 games in 4 days. And hopefully, come Loughborough, our colleague Young Nula will be joining us. Just had her on the phone asking how we're getting there and what we're doing, so she'll be reacquainting herself with the mixing desk after enjoying a little spell at Wimbledon for experience, which is fantastic. Bill Blair comes in, he's nicked that down, and that's Claude. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, leg side wide that. Claude Orlando did really well to stop that going for 4 runs actually, but it is a wide.
Every time I see that delivery map from Bill Blair, my goodness, you wouldn't want to take that, would you?
No, not at all.
Get your pads on, Matt.
Yeah.
We're going to do a feature of Bill, are we? Well, he took my knee out, didn't he, the other day? So
yeah, that's why I picked Terry on purpose. I didn't want Bill throwing him down at me. I'd end up in A&E. Yeah, he's rapid, isn't he?
So quick.
I think he's 60 years old. It's very impressive. And apparently he's off a short run at the moment because he's got a niggle or so. I can't remember what one of the lads was telling me. He's on a short run up. But it's good quality cricket all round, isn't it? That bowling this morning from England was superb. Got the job done. really. I know they had the help of the conditions, but you can't. Oh, it's up in the air. It's a lovely stop. I think it was a catching chance, or did it bump in the ground? But either way, 16's Pavey, I think he dived and stopped that. Going for a 4. And the 150 comes up for England. 36.5 overs, 113 minutes. England 150 for 4, 23 required, 49 balls remaining. And they've got 6 wickets in hand, so bar any catastrophes. I think Gordon Lennox, oh, he smashed that past him. He's called for the single. They're going to go for the run out. That was a good effort there, wasn't it? Good cricket all round there. Good shot, good fielding, and a good shot at the stumps. So that's the end of the 37th. And that's Blair's 6th over done. And I think Darren Smith's coming back on. He was a little bit wild for Smith, even what we've seen of him. He had a couple of, I mean, he's only gone for 13 runs and just shows how consistent he is, isn't he? I thought he was wild because he hit a couple of boundaries off him and he screamed out in anguish, berating himself, but he's only gone for 2.6 and over, so still great economy. But he hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he's I guess he's going to try come on and take these last 6 wickets to swing the game for, oh, Gordon's, oh, he's taken him. Oh, he's given a bit of chirp there, back as well. He's absolutely smashed. Look at this shot. He smashed that, and Darren Smith caught that. Oh, look, he took Benny. It's old Benny the dummy. And where's the... Oh, I wish you'd seen the bowler there, because he gave a little bit of chirp back there. He did a kind of lasso above his head signal to the skipper, Gordon Lennox. There's a bit of niggling there, I feel. Aussie boys just huddled there, celebrating this. Could they? Could they, Owen?
Stranger things have happened, Matt, as we've said. 151 for 5 then now. And with the captain going there, Darren Smith will be very pleased with that. My goodness, it come right at him, didn't it, Matt? Incredible. But with 5 wickets in hand, England need 22 to win off 47. Tony Burbett's in.
Here we go then, quiz question. Has anyone ever had 6 wickets in a row in an over? Cricket fans, please reply. 6 wickets here, job done. Victory, imagine that, be raging. Surely not, Owen, come on. 22 to win, 47 balls remaining. Let's be sensible, Burbeck. Get yourself in the game, there's plenty of balls left. What we got left? 7 overs?
Yeah, 22 needed off 47, you don't need much then.
Old Rush Mahmood shaking his head over there in disbelief at that shot at this stage in the game. We said keep it to sensible, honest cricket, and
yeah,
that wasn't the most sensible shot by the skipper in this situation. You don't want to offer them any positivity, do you? No. You saw how quick they were to celebrate and get in that huddle there and kind of say to each other, come on boys, this ain't over. Just as their shoulders were dropping, that wicket's offered the Australians a bit of positivity. Is that wide? So much emotion on Darren Smith when he bowls. He wears his heart on his sleeve. You know exactly how he's feeling. Every time he's got a close one, he's flinging his arms around. The fielder's missed that, but fair play. That fielder was in quick there from the offside to retrieve it. And he got a right-handed, left-handed batsman combination still. So the field have a good old shuffle around. Smithy surveys his field. Charges in for his 3rd delivery. You heard that grunt, that was Smithy again. He's taken a massive inside edge there, missed everything. And from playing a drive to kind of through covers on the offside, it ended up at square leg on the leg side. Oh, he's put a bit more zip on that one. And again, good bowling here. He's what, 1 run and a wicket off this. Last delivery's come now. 152 for 5. It's the 38 over. Oh! Oh, you hear that scream? We heard it from the sidelines there. Are you kidding me? Says, oh, it's gone all the way. I didn't realise it's gone for a 4 over here. He's nicked it. The wicket's missed it. I thought it was in the wicket's hands. And he hadn't nicked it, but it's gone, and it's signalled for...
4, yeah.
4 byes, I think it was, by the umpire, straight down to the sight screens where our camera is. So that's why he was holding his head in his hands, Smithy. But it's 38 overs, 152 for 5.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Was the call from Darren Smith. Couldn't believe that. 156 for 5 then. England only require 17 to level the series at 1-1. It's 10 to 6 here at Fairburn Cricket Club. Thank you to the 216 of you who are joining us live at the moment. And if you've been here all day, thank you very much indeed for joining us on the England Over 60s YouTube channel. It's Terry Betson back in.
Although that means that Blair didn't bowl out his 9 overs, did he? I don't think. Pretty sure he didn't bowl 4. He bowled 5 in the first spell, and Terry Betts comes in. That's straight to Darren Smith. Fields it, gives it back to Becks. He goes back to his run-up. And again, Smith was, it's 4 byes there. Wicket, dot, 1, dot, 4 byes. And he was furious about that as well as Becks charges in from his mark at the pavilion end. Oh, good little flick off the pads there.
Yeah, what? Just coming up to halfway through this 38th over at the moment. As we just... As England on 157 for 5. As we say, they only need 16 to level the series at 1-1 here at Fairburn. Yeah, just a word on the scoreboard on the screen. Apologies at the moment, it's just not refreshing itself. We'll keep you updated with the score. But yeah, Matt, it's good for England now. They only need 16, but it's for England, they'll be, as Terry Betts comes in the end, they'll be pleased with this.
Yeah, and quite a dominant win, really. Okay, again, we say it was that 10 overs this morning winning the toss, but everyone knows that sometimes in cricket winning the toss is really important, and still doesn't get the job done. You've still got to send the deliveries down and keep the bowling tight and do your job. It's not a given just by winning the toss. And they did all that and really put the pressure on Australia by having them 26 for 6. And there's a big swing at that. It's gone out, cut to the side. It's going to be 4 runs there. I think that's Tony Burbeck on strike, isn't it? No, Nick Gaywood, sorry. Looking at the scoreboard that hasn't updated. So Nick Gaywood moves to 18. It's 161 for 5.
12 to win.
12 to win. So, yeah, credit to them. And I think they'll do the world of good for this series now. England getting their selves back into this. Like we said, that Australia was so dominant all summer, we were getting worried that it was going to be a bit of a one-sided affair. But this has really put the cat amongst the pigeons. I'm sure it'll give the Aussie boys something to think about as well. They maybe thought they were cruising on easy street. Although to be fair, this morning when we mentioned the whitewash to a few of their players, they said themselves, hold on, it's early days, there's a lot of cricket to be played, but I think this little quirky ground has played into England's hands, maybe something Australia aren't used to. Oh, I thought that hit something there. Smithy's desperate for another wicket here. You'll see on the replay, he just goes forward. I heard a little clip, but maybe he was back against pad. And he was just in his crease. As Claude Orlando faked trying to take the bails off. And it's going to be time for me to step aside for the day after this Smith over. So it's been thoroughly enjoyable. Lovely to see a dominant England patch in the middle of all this for a change, which was ultimately the game-winning spell. But they played really, really well and should be proud of themselves as he's had another swing and a miss there and so controlled this Darren Smith bowling. The economy he gets them down in is unbelievable. 2.2 at the moment off his 6.3 overs. I shall leave you to run in the rest of the game with Owen Mason and Rash Mahmood. You would hope to an England win as he cracks that one for a well fielded. I thought that was through, but the fielder got around quickly to prevent the boundary. Hopefully this will run through to a England victory and tie up the series at 1-1, leaving us a very exciting summer ahead, Owen.
Yeah, certainly so, Matt. Thanks very much indeed to Matt Evans this afternoon, as always. Rash Mahmood will join me in just a moment at the end of this Darren Smith over. Oh. One more to go then. Off this over. 12 remaining. Of 34, but 11 remaining, I should say. Of 33 balls. And I can welcome back Rash Mahmood. Despite the loss of the captain, Ed Gordon-Lennox, Rash, which you seemed a bit perplexed with when you came towards us again with that catch. A great catch by Darren Smith, wasn't it? First of all, what did you make of that?
Thank you, Wayne. Afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm still perplexed because I'm not quite sure how Darren Smith caught that. It was absolutely crunched back by Ed Gordon-Lennox. Yeah. Right out the screws. And it was just reflex from Darren Smith. It shows you what a competitor he is. But watching England, it's never an easy watch. You need a bucket load of medication and you need to be attached to a heart monitor. They do not make it easy for you. But 162 for 5. Yeah, it was a great catch. And the Australians, you know, they'll be ruining the fact that they were put in first on a pitch that was doing plenty. But they've showed a lot of heart and a lot of commitment. Well, that's a wide ball from Terry Becks, but Burbeck chased it. Nothing from the umpire. And England, yeah, got themselves into a really good position. Sensible batting. And, my colleague Matt Evans has been banging on about sensible batting in the start of the summer, but he's absolutely right. You've got to judge the situation. You know, the phrase we use all the time, folks, is game management. Oh, that's an edge by Burbeck, and he's gone for 4. Much to the disgust of the Australian fielders. Tony Panicasio at slip. 4 more to the total then. But it's just recognising, I think this will do a lot for the England boys' confidence. But it's each game on his merit. You heard Peter Judd say just before the Australians went out to bat, it's a 1-game series. So, okay, they may well end up losing this one. $166 for 5 then. Oh, and a swing and a miss from Burbeck. Ooh. 166 for 5 then. 7 to win. But you can rest assured that they'll come back all guns blazing in the third one-day international at Tame.
Yeah, we'll see them in action a few times before then, as they look to rectify this now. But as me and Matt just mentioned, as Terry Betts comes in with the next delivery, that's nice. That'll be another single for England. Leaves them only requiring 6 more runs to win. But yeah, it leaves the series dead level, 1-1 Rash, and it's that's where you think, coming into Tame a week on Friday, you've got a great game on your hands there, haven't you, in Oxfordshire?
You have. I'm not quite sure of the Aussie schedule, Owen, but I think somewhere between now and that third one international, they've got a trip to Wales as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
they play the? Say we're there on where are we? Wednesday for the I think it's a Midlands 11 at Loughborough against Australia. Then the next day it's at Lions, the third and final game for the Lions at Stratford-upon-Avon. And then, like you say, I believe I will just double check the schedule there, Rash. But they have got that Welsh game to come very soon. At St Helens, if I remember rightly.
So Terry Betts just changing the angle, coming round the wicket to the left-hander Nick Gayward. End of his over then. 167 for 5 England. 6 runs to win to get to the target of 173 to square this series up, as you heard my colleague Owen Mason say.
Yeah, there we go, Rash. I say Midlands 11 at Loughborough on the 9th on Wednesday. On Thursday, Stratford-upon-Avon for the Lions game. Chairman's 11 at Oakenmore on Sunday, the 13th of July. And you were right, Rash, the 16th of July, which is a week on Wednesday. At St Helens, they play Wales. So some good tests ahead of that third one-day international at Tame, keeping them fresh. Yeah, because if those 2 Lions games are anything to go by, Rash will have a good test at Stratford on Thursday as well.
Well, it's a good point. I mean, a lot of these boys played on Friday, that Lions match at Outerbridge, and a cracker of a match that was. But playing today, Monday, they've got back-to-back games Wednesday, Thursday, then a match on Sunday. 4 games in a week. It's never easy. You throw in a trip down to Wales. I don't know whether they're staying in Wales, but then travelling back. And then you've got that crucial third one-day international at Tame. But this has been... Oh, that should be signalled a wide, and it is. This has been a game that is basically encapsulated what it is that happens between these 2 sides. One side is massively up. You think the other side are dead and buried. They come back. Then the other side get a bit of inspiration. Ebbs and flows. It's why we love the game. And these 2 sides know each other so well, of course. Fairburn just pushes that out into the onside, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. But for both skippers, I think they're going to take encouragement in different ways. I know that sounds a bit perverse, as it looks like England are going to get home. But for the Australians and Peter Judd, that's a shot. It's a beautiful cut shot. That goes for 4. Scores level then, just the 1 required for England. But Peter Judd will be delighted that his side fought back from 26 for 6. At 101, the last 2 wickets to get up to 172. England would have been pleased with their bowling performance first off, and the way they steadied the ship slightly when they had a little wobble mid-innings. Good, sensible batting.
Yeah, 1 required then for England.
Well, Australia have made England work for it, no doubt. Oh, that's edged. Just drops in front of the Aussie skipper Peter Judd. And at the conclusion of this game, I think Matt Evans, our colleague, is going to try and grab a word with the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox. Oh, they're just having a bonfire to who's going to do it. I thought young Matt was going to do it, but it's going to be young Owen who's going to try and grab a word with Ed Gordon-Lennox at the conclusion of the game. So Terry Becks from the pavilion end. Nick Gayward on strike. 18 of 41 for Nick Gayward, but he's done the job for England. Now that's the full toss, which is played by Nick Gayward. Through the offside for 4. England end up 176 for 5. And with that, take the victory and square up the series. 1 match all. 3 to go. As the players exchange handshakes out in the middle. A good victory for England in the end, but pushed all the way by this Australian side. They never gave up. Very committed performance by them. But England will be delighted to square this series up after the disappointment last Monday at Littleborough, where from being in such a commanding position, they handed the initiative back to the opposition. And as Nick Gayward and Tony Burbeck walk back towards the pavilion, they're going to get a warm round of applause from quite a sizable crowd here at Fairburn. Nick Gayward ends up on 22 not out of 42 deliveries. His partner Tony Burbeck 11 not out of 20. A standout performer for Australia in their bowling effort, Tony Panicasio. 3 wickets again for him. Bowled magnificently well, as did the Australian skipper Peter Judd from the pavilion end. Those two operating in tandem. But ultimately, just not quite enough runs on the board during their innings. But as I said a few minutes ago, they did marvellously well to get up to 172, having been 6 down for 26. So yeah, Australian players shook hands with the England boys, just going to go into their little huddle, as do the England boys. So it's tradition now, both teams having shook hands. I'll have a little conflab. Just go through a few things, probably do a bit of a worn down, and we'll try and get the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox to have a few words with Owen, who's waiting patiently just in front of me. So the tail of the tape then. England winning the toss, putting the opposition into bat. And the green top wicket, tiny touch of moisture, any humidity in the air. It was anticipated that the ball would move in the air and off the seam. The first 12-13 overs, that's exactly what happened, and England just ripped through that Australian top order. 26 for 6. But some good sensible batting from Blair and Terry Becks. Claude Orlando, shout out to Claude, very, very popular member of the Australian squad. Very good half century for him. And Tony Panicasio at the end, first time I've seen Tony put a pair of pads on. Batted very well to get Australia up to 172. And in reply, England, well, Steve Small out early doors, just guiding one to a fielder. 6-4 in England, but a good partnership. Timor Alam came out number 3 on debut, and he certainly didn't look out of place. Right from his first delivery, which he absolutely spanked straight to Stephen Butler, he played his game. Very good half century from him. Good support from Mel Hussein. England got up to 90 odd before they lost their second wicket. Timor Alam, LBW. And then a slight little wobble, 2 wickets falling, with the addition of 22 runs. And then Nick Gayward and the English skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox batted very, very sensibly. They were under no scoreboard pressure really. It was just a matter of concentrating and making sure they did the fundamentals right, and if they did, then they would get England home in the face of some very, very good Australian bowling, particularly Tony Panicasio and Peter Judd. And it was the England skipper, he was out. Wonder catch by Darren Smith. Ball absolutely smashed back to him, just stuck his hands up and in it stuck. But Tony Burbitt came in and together with Nick Haywood managed to steer England home. 176 for 5 then. England win, squaring up the series. All set up nicely for Tame for the third one-day international week on Friday. So it's the England boys, all smiles to my left. They make their way back into the pavilion. The Australian boys just in front of me, as you can see on your screen, folks. Just in a little huddle. OK, well, Owen just went out there. I think Ed Gordon-Lennox has got some other duties to perform. So, on behalf of myself, Rash Mahmood, my co-commentators, Matt Evans, Owen Mason, Benny on camera, and Ivor, and we've got Harrison, who does all the England social media. A victory for England then. 1-1 in the series. See you again later on this week on the YouTube channel. The matches at Loughborough, at Stratford, Wednesday, Thursday, and then it's Oakamore on Sunday. But from all of us here, I wish you goodbye. We'll see you later on in the week.